Mom said the Paris trip was canceled for money. 5 days later, I found 87 photos of my family there. Then my sister called. Can you co-sign our loan? The treachery stung worse than I ever imagined. It was Tuesday morning, and I was doing what any self-respecting 32-year-old would do, heating up leftover pizza for breakfast. Then my phone vibrated. An email from my mother. The subject line struck me like a chilly spray of water. Bad news concerning the anniversary plans. Do you know how some people text as if they were composing a formal letter? My mom was always like that. This email was no different. Claire, I'm sorry to tell you that your father and I will have to cancel our anniversary vacation to celebrate your graduation and promotion. The budget simply isn't working this year. Medical expenditures have accumulated and the car requires transmission repair. You understand how it is. We'll celebrate again when things aren't as tight. Love you, Mom. I read it 3 times. My chest constricted with guilt. My parents promised this trip 6 months ago. Paris. My master's degree had been a difficult juggle. By day I am a full-time marketing director and by night a student. They had claimed they wanted to take me somewhere special to honor all of my late nights and sacrifices. And Paris was Mom's longtime dream. She has spent her childhood viewing ancient movies with her grandmother. It was our dream. The disappointment stings. A quick and sudden ache. But I pushed it below. I understood. Medical costs were a nightmare. I'd assisted them with Dad's knee surgery claims last year. Transmission repairs? Thousands. They were in their early 60s. Saving for retirement was more important than going on vacation. So I responded with a message attempting to appear sympathetic and urging them not to worry. We can do something local instead. Perhaps a pleasant meal in the city. Mom answered with a heart emoji. You are the best daughter. And just like that, life continued. Work was hectic due to a new product launch. My boyfriend Ethan and I began apartment shopping. My younger brother Logan called to complain about his restaurant job. Everything felt natural, even calm. Then came Sunday evening. Just 5 days after receiving the cancellation notice, I was scrolling through Facebook and half watching a crime documentary. You know that tired feeling where you're too exhausted to commit to either. My feed consisted of the normal mix. Former classmates' baby photographs, political rants and food shots were harmless until Aunt Laura's post appeared. My breath got locked in my throat. The title shouted at me. The Mitchell family's Paris vacation. And there they were, on the cover. My parents, my brother Logan, and my sister Natalie, who is married to Ryan and has 2 children, are standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. Everyone wore matching red scarves. My thumb froze. I blinked, convinced I was seeing things. I was certain I had misunderstood the date and they were ancient images. But no. The location tag confirmed this. Paris, France. The timestamp indicated that they were taken during the preceding 5 days. My heart lurched, a painful twist in my stomach. I opened the album. 87 photographs, each one loading slowly, a small explosion in my chest. Photo 1 shows the entire family at the airport, grinning as if they had won the lottery, with boarding permits and coffee cups in hand. Photograph 12. Mom sits at a sidewalk cafe, croissant in hand. Caption, living my dream. Photo 23. Everyone poses in front of the Mona Lisa in the Louvre. Photograph 36. Logan makes a ridiculous face with a baguette on a picturesque cobblestone street. Photograph 47. Natalie's children, with macarons dripping down their faces. Photograph 59. Dad and Ryan are having a faux sword fight with baguettes near Notre Dame. Photograph 74. The entire family dressed up for supper at what appeared to be an extremely expensive restaurant. Wine glasses are lifted in a toast. Finally, photograph 87. Everyone returned to the airport, weary but grinning. Mom's caption underneath that one. The best family excursion ever. I'm really grateful for these memories with my loves. My loves. Plural. Apparently. Not including me. I sat there for perhaps 20 minutes, maybe longer. My phone warmed in my hand as I looked through the photographs again and again, looking for any sign that would make sense. Perhaps they won a contest. Perhaps someone else paid. Maybe these were old images that Aunt Laura had recently posted. But no. The dates were apparent. The clothing was new. I recognized the jacket Natalie had mentioned buying last month. Logan's hair was the shortcut he had just had 2 weeks before. There was no denying it. They had lied directly and knowingly. While I was sending encouraging messages about recognizing financial restrictions, they were booking flights and rooms for 7 people. I read the comments underneath the album. Dozens of friends and relatives said, Uncle Daniel, I'm very jealous. Evelyn, you've raised a gorgeous family. Rachel, all together in the city of love. No one acknowledged my absence. Not a single person. It was as if I did not exist. Like the family unit was whole without me. Ethan arrived around 9 o'clock. He found me still on the couch, phone held in one hand. I showed him the album without saying a word. His countenance changed from confusion to disbelief, then pure rage, faster than mine did. Are you kidding me? He raged. They told you they couldn't afford it. He paused, taking a long breath. Claire, this is beyond messed up. I respected his rage. Truly. But I felt oddly numb. The initial shock had given place to something colder and more analytical. Why lie? If they didn't want me there, why not simply not invite me? Why the elaborate narrative about the cancelled plans? Ethan expected me to call them immediately and demand an explanation, but I couldn't. Something deep within me opposed the quick confrontation. Perhaps I wanted to see how long they could keep up the ruse. Perhaps I was testing their willingness to come clean on their own. On Monday morning, I went to work, acted normally, answered emails, chaired a team meeting, and reviewed marketing materials. My phone was face down on my desk, quiet. On Tuesday I had lunch with my friend Megan and did not mention Paris. She inquired about my parents. They're fine, I explained. The falsehood tasted metallic in my mouth. Logan took to Instagram on Wednesday to share his images. Paris, you are stunning, with a French flag emoji. He tagged our parents and Natalie, but not me of course. Natalie shared a clip to her Instagram stories on Thursday, set to romantic French music. Clips of the family laughing at dinner. The youngsters are rushing through a garden, mom shedding happy tears in front of a monument. There are still no calls, texts, or guilty confessions from any of them. They were acting as if nothing had occurred, as if I hadn't been excluded from a family holiday. When we were spinning a sad tale about our plans falling through, the fury really began to stew. I started doing research. I wanted to know how much a trip like that would cost. 7 persons, 5 days in Paris, good hotel, food and activities, with flights from Chicago. I guessed between $18 and $25,000. Possibly more. The more I looked into the photographs, the more pricey things stood out. They were not staying in a cheap hostel or an Airbnb. Photo 41 revealed their hotel suite, which included a marble shower, soft robes, and floor-to-ceiling windows with views of Parisian rooftops. I did a reverse image search and found similar rooms at hotels that cost at least €300 per night. Photo 62 depicted a receipt barely visible on a restaurant table. €412 for a single supper. That's more than $450. They'd eaten at Michelin-starred restaurants and told me they couldn't afford transmission repairs. Logan wore a new leather jacket in multiple images, which cost $6 or $700. Natalie had a luxury handbag that I'd seen her coveting online months before. She had promised to make her dream purchase eventually. That someday had evidently arrived in Paris. The children had new iPads. Dad wore a watch that I did not recognize. Subtly pricey. This was not a spontaneous cheap trip. This was precisely planned and coordinated. Everyone needed to take time off work, arrange pet care, pack and obtain travel documents. Natalie's children missed school. This had been in the works for some weeks, possibly months. I reviewed my text history with Natalie. 3 months ago, she asked me what dates I had set aside for Mom and Dad's anniversary. I informed her I was keeping late October open while waiting for confirmation. She responded with the thumbs up emoji. She knew she was already traveling to Paris and wanted to make sure their trip didn't conflict with any dates I might have planned to travel. The manipulation was so casual, so practiced, that I wondered how many previous times I had been manipulated in this manner without even recognizing it. By the way, if this tale resonates with you or you can't believe what you're hearing, please subscribe. I promise there will be more astonishing stories for you, and your support is greatly appreciated. I contacted my friend Andrew, a travel agency. Hypothetically, I replied, trying to keep my voice light, if someone was arranging a vacation to Paris for 7 people, how long in advance should they book? He estimated that it would take at least 2 to 3 months to get appropriate flights and accommodations. Longer if you're trying to coordinate everyone's schedules. Why? I said, just curious. So they had been planning this since July or August, possibly even June. All summer, as I was excitedly discussing our anniversary trip, they were covertly planning a whole different vacation. I wasn't included in family group chats, planning calls took place when they knew I was at work, and deposit payments were meticulously disguised from any talk I may overhear. During all of this planning, someone made the decision to omit me. Perhaps this was a group decision. Maybe my mother just planned everything without me from the start. Regardless, everyone in my family had agreed to the deception. My phone buzzed on Friday afternoon as I was checking quarterly reports. Mom's name. Hello, honey. I hope you are having a good week. A quick question. Could you help me with something computer-related? Dad and I are trying to scan some documents for our insurance claim, but the scanner isn't working properly. I know you are good with technology. Could you come this weekend? Love you. I reread the message 3 times. She sought my assistance. She asked me to come fix her scanner after lying to me, taking a trip that cost more than my car while claiming poverty, and sharing 87 images of a family vacation I wasn't on. The sheer arrogance was nearly incredible. I screenshotted the message and sent it to Ethan. His response was quick. You must be joking. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. A dozen responses emerged and dissipated in my mind. I could confront her immediately. I could ask about Paris. I could tell her that I knew everything. Instead, I opened my laptop and made a new folder. I searched through Facebook, Instagram, and other social media platforms where family members had posted about the vacation. Screenshots of everything. Photos, captions, dates, geolocation tags, and comments. I arranged them chronologically and saved them to my cloud storage. Then I opened Mom's original email about the canceled vacation and saved it too. I went through my texts and found every text in which I had stated my sympathy for their budget concerns, as well as my understanding of the cancellation. I made a document and began typing, not furiously or emotionally, but objectively, a timeline of events with supporting documentation. On April 15th, my parents promised me an anniversary vacation to celebrate my graduation and promotion. On October 3rd, the mother emails to cancel the vacation, citing budget concerns and medical expenditures. On October 3rd, I responded with support and understanding. From October 5th to 10th, the entire family travels to Paris, France. 7 individuals, 5 days. The estimated cost is $18,000 to $25,000. On October 10th, the family publishes 87+ images across several social media channels recording the trip. From October 11th to 17th, no family member contacted me or mentioned the trip. On October 18th, Mother wants my assistance with a technological difficulty. The text stretched to 4 pages, with integrated screenshots. It was thorough, unemotional, and devastatingly simple. I saved it as family_records_2024.pdf. I prepared myself dinner. Pasta with Michael sauce. Nothing extravagant, and I sat at my table, eating mechanically and skimming through more images. There was one that I kept returning to. Photo number 53. The entire family is at dinner. Golden hour light streams through the restaurant windows. Everyone's faces were flushed with alcohol and delight. Mom's head was tipped back in genuine laughter at what Dad had said. Natalie had her arm around Logan. The children were making ridiculous faces for the camera. They appeared complete, like a puzzle with no missing pieces. Growing up, I was the easy child. Natalie was always dramatic, and there was always a problem that needed to be resolved. Logan was impetuous and frequently had to be bailed out of terrible decisions. Me. I earned outstanding grades, made sensible decisions, and paid my own way through college while working 2 jobs. I convinced myself that my independence was a strength, and that not requiring constant care was something to be proud of. Perhaps they saw their independence as permission to completely forget about me. I remembered every family function where I'd arrived on time, but everyone else sauntered in whenever they felt like it. Every holiday, I brought the designated dish, while Logan arrived empty-handed and Natalie brought store-bought goods still in their supermarket bags. Every birthday, I carefully chose thoughtful gifts and received gift cards and Amazon wishlist goods in exchange. I told myself it didn't matter because I felt secure enough not to want continual validation. But as I watched them rejoice in Paris, I realized I had spent my entire life auditioning for a job I would never receive. The role of someone whose presence was important, and who they would miss if she wasn't there. Ethan arrived home late from a work function to find me still at the table, laptop open, pasta half-eaten, and chilly. He stared at my face and quickly approached, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "Are you okay?" he inquired, knowing I wasn't. "I keep wondering when they decided," I murmured gently. Was it a single conversation? Did someone remark, "What about Claire?" and someone else replied, "Nah, let's not include her"? Or did they plan it from the start without considering me? "Does it matter which?" Ethan murmured, kissing the top of my head. "Perhaps not. Both possibilities are very horrible." Then he said something that chilled me to the core. You know what kills me? They are going to be surprised that you are upset. They won't comprehend why this is such a big issue. He was correct. I could already envision the conversations. You're so busy at work. We didn't think you would want to come. We believed you'd understand. Why are you making a big deal about this? Saturday morning, I received another text from Mom. Just checking to see if you received my message regarding assisting with a scanner. There's no urgency, but I'd like to have things sorted as soon as possible. Maybe you could come for lunch? I prepared some coffee and sat at my kitchen table. Ethan was still sleeping. Sunlight streamed through the windows, collecting dust motes in the air. Everything seemed incredibly still. Then my phone rang. Natalie's name appeared over the screen. I nearly didn't respond, but curiosity and a mounting sense of dread won. Hey. Her voice was bright and pleasant. It's been a long time since we talked. How are you? Fine, I replied, my voice flat. Working a lot. I know that feeling, she laughed. Listen, I'd want to ask a favor. Ryan and I are trying to acquire financing for a larger house, and we need someone to co-sign the loan. We have good credit, but you know how banks are. They want more security. Would you be willing to help us? You have a fantastic job and good credit. I couldn't talk for a time. The sheer brazenness of it took my breath away. Natalie, I said. Co-signing a loan is a huge financial commitment. But we're up for it, obviously. We just need someone to write their name down. You would be unaffected by it. It's just a formality. As if my exclusion from family trips was a simple oversight. Lying about budget problems while spending thousands in Paris was simply a miscommunication. I'll need to think about it, I admitted. Yes, of course, there is no pressure. Well, we need to know soon because interest rates are changing, but it will take a day or two. She paused. Hello, are you okay? You sound strange. I am fine. Okay. So please text me when you've made your decision. I love you. She hung up before I could reply. I sat holding the phone, watching the call duration fade away on the screen. 47 seconds. That's how long it took my sister to ask me to put my financial security at risk for her, with no mention of the fact that she had just returned from a vacation I had been purposefully excluded from. Logan sent a text that afternoon. Yo sis, any chance you could lend me $500? This month I'm short on rent and my landlord is being a jerk about it. I will definitely pay you back next month. 3 requests within 24 hours. They required my technical expertise, credit, and money, but not my company in Paris. I opened my laptop and entered these new interactions into the document. I updated the timeline and included screenshots of Natalie's loan request and Logan's text about rent. Sunday evening, I finally responded to my mother. I had spent the entire weekend drafting and revising my response. Ethan had made dozens of suggestions, ranging from telling them all to go to hell to carefully worded confrontations. But I wanted something specific, something that would communicate exactly what I understood without giving them the opportunity to gaslight me or minimize what they'd done. I've attached the PDF document that I created and wrote. Hello, Mom. I saw Aunt Laura's Facebook album of the Paris trip, which contained 87 photos. I also saw Natalie's Instagram posts, Logan's stories, and the numerous compliments from relatives about our lovely family. I noticed the trip occurred on the exact dates we were supposed to celebrate together, approximately 5 days after you emailed me explaining that budget constraints made travel impossible. I've documented everything in the attached file, including your request for assistance with your scanner, Natalie's request that I co-sign her mortgage, and Logan's request for rent money. I am not angry. I am not hurt. Those emotions require a baseline expectation of being valued, which was clearly misplaced on my part. What I am is finished. I'm done pretending we're a close family. Done being available whenever any of you require something while remaining conveniently forgettable when it comes to being included. I'm done accepting crumbs of attention while everyone else enjoys full meals. To answer your question, no, I will not come and fix your scanner. Natalie, I will not co-sign your loan. Logan, I won't give you rent money. What I'm going to do is take a step back from this family dynamic and start a new life with people who actually want me. Do not bother explaining. I'm not interested in excuses about limited seating, surprise plans, or whatever story you've concocted. The cancellation email exists. The photographs exist. The timeline is clear. I hope Paris was worth it, Claire. I read it 12 times before hitting send. My hand shook slightly as my finger hovered over the button. Once I did this, there was no taking it back. This would detonate whatever remained of our family relationships. But maybe that was already gone. Maybe it had never really existed the way I thought it did. I pressed send. The message showed as delivered immediately. Then about 30 seconds later, the read receipt appeared. Mom had opened it. My phone began ringing within 2 minutes. Mom's name flashed on the screen. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. A text appeared. Claire. Please answer. Let me explain. Then Dad called. Declined. Natalie called. Declined. Logan sent a long text that started with, Jesus Christ, Claire, way to overreact. I turned off my phone. Ethan ordered Thai food and we ate it while watching mindless TV. He didn't ask if I was okay because he could see I wasn't, and I appreciated him not making me articulate the mess of emotions churning inside me. Relief, grief, vindication, loss, freedom, sadness, all of it tangled together. I turned my phone back on Monday morning before work. 47 missed calls, 63 text messages, 12 voicemails. I deleted them all without reading or listening. Then I blocked my parents' numbers, Natalie's and Logan's. I kept them unblocked on social media because I wanted to see if they'd post anything publicly, but I unfollowed all of them so their content wouldn't appear in my feeds. At work, I told my assistant to screen any calls from my family members. If they showed up at my apartment, I wouldn't answer the door. Megan met me for coffee on Tuesday afternoon. I finally told her everything, showing her the saved photos, the emails, the timeline. She was appropriately outraged. They're probably panicking, she said. Because they realize you're actually serious. They thought you'd just be available forever, no matter how they treated you. Probably, I agreed. Are you going to talk to them eventually? She asked. I considered this. Maybe if they actually acknowledge what they did without making excuses, but I'm not holding my breath. Megan reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You've got people who love you. Real people, not just blood relatives who use you. She was right. I had Ethan, who'd been furious on my behalf from the moment he saw those photos. I had Megan and my other friends who'd supported me through graduate school and career changes. I had colleagues who respected my work and invited me to their homes for holidays. I had a life that existed completely independent of my family. Maybe I'd always known on some level that I was peripheral to them. The responsible one who had her life together, who didn't need as much attention, who could be counted on in emergencies, but wasn't essential for the fun moments. I'd been okay with that role because I told myself it meant I was stable, reliable, mature. But Paris had revealed something uglier. It wasn't just that they prioritized others over me. It was that they'd actively lied to prevent me from knowing I was being excluded, all while planning to continue extracting favors and support whenever convenient. 3 weeks passed. The calls and texts from my family gradually decreased. I heard through mutual friends that there had been a big family argument about the situation. Apparently, Natalie blamed Mom for not handling it better. Logan thought I was being dramatic. Dad had apparently said very little, which tracked with his usual conflict avoidance. Nobody, from what I heard, had actually acknowledged that what they'd done was wrong. The arguments were about my reaction, about how to deal with me, about whether I'd calm down eventually. I received a letter in the mail, handwritten by my mother. I almost threw it away unopened, but curiosity won. It was 4 pages long, mostly explaining all the reasons why the Paris trip had happened the way it did. Space constraints, last-minute planning, didn't think you'd want to go anyway because you were so busy with work. Too expensive to add another person. The timing just worked out better for everyone else. Nowhere in the letter did she write the words, I'm sorry. Nowhere did she acknowledge that lying to me had been wrong. It was all justification, and the expectation that I'd understand and forgive. I filed the letter with my other documentation and didn't respond. Ethan and I found an apartment together, a sunny 2-bedroom in a neighborhood I loved. We adopted a cat from the shelter, a great tabby who immediately claimed the spot by the window. I got promoted again at work, taking on a VP role that came with significant additional responsibility and salary. Life felt lighter without the constant background expectation that I'd be available for my family's needs. I didn't realize how much energy I'd been spending on maintaining those relationships until I stopped. 6 months after the Paris incident, I received a Facebook friend request from my nephew, Natalie's older son Noah. He was 15 now, old enough to have his own social media. I accepted it. He messaged me a few days later. Hey Aunt Claire. Mom told me about what happened. I just wanted to say I'm sorry you weren't there. I asked about you when we were planning the trip and Mom said you were too busy with work. I didn't know she'd lied to you about canceling. That's really messed up. I miss you. I stared at that message for a long time. Noah had always been a sweet kid, thoughtful beyond his years. It meant something that he'd reached out, that he'd seen through whatever narrative the adults had constructed. I wrote back. Thanks for reaching out, Noah. That means a lot to me. I miss you too. The situation with the adults is complicated, but you didn't do anything wrong. If you ever want to grab lunch or see a movie, just you and me, I'd love that. We started meeting up every few weeks. Noah would take the train into the city, and we'd get food and catch up. He told me about school, about his friends, about wanting to study engineering in college. I helped him with his math homework and gave him advice about dealing with teenage social dynamics. Over the months, I watched him grow more confident, more mature. Through Noah, I learned things about my family. Natalie and Ryan were having marriage problems. Logan had gotten fired from his restaurant job again. My parents were arguing about money because apparently the Paris trip had actually blown through most of their savings. I felt nothing really hearing this information. No satisfaction at their struggles. No desire to help. Just a distant acknowledgement that these were people I used to know well, living lives that no longer intersected with mine. A year after Paris, my mother sent another letter. This one was shorter, less defensive. She wrote that she'd been in therapy and was starting to understand that she prioritized keeping everyone happy in the moment over being honest, even when honesty would have been kinder. She wrote that she couldn't take back what happened, but that she regretted it. She wrote that she missed me and hoped we could eventually talk. Still no direct apology for the lying specifically, but it was closer than anything else I'd received. I didn't respond immediately. I sat with it for weeks, showing the letter to my therapist. Yes, I'd started therapy too, working through family dynamics and patterns I'd never fully examined. Eventually, I sent a brief email. Mom, I got your letter. I appreciate that you're working on yourself. I'm not ready to resume regular contact, but I'm willing to meet for coffee at some point. Just the two of us. If you want to talk, let me know. We met at a neutral coffee shop 2 months later. Mom looked older than I remembered, more worn down. We sat across from each other at a small table by the window, both nursing lattes neither of us really wanted. She told me she was sorry, actually sorry, using those specific words. She said she'd let Natalie convince her that I wouldn't care about the trip, that I was too independent to mind being left out. She said she'd taken the coward's way out by lying instead of having a hard conversation. She said she understood if I never fully trusted her again. I listened without interrupting. Some of it felt genuine. Some of it felt like therapy speak. Words she'd learned to say, but maybe didn't fully feel yet. I don't know if we can fix this. I told her honestly, I'm not saying never, but I'm also not saying yes right now. I'm okay with my life the way it is. She nodded, tears in her eyes. I understand. We finished our coffee talking about neutral things, her garden, my job, a book we both read. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. Just two people who used to be close, navigating an unfamiliar distance. I left that coffee shop feeling like I'd closed a chapter without necessarily opening a new one. Maybe someday my relationship with my mother would heal into something different, something more honest. Maybe it wouldn't. Either outcome was acceptable. What mattered was that I'd learned to value myself enough to walk away from people who didn't. Even family, especially family, because those relationships can trap you in patterns of obligation and guilt that override your own needs. Ethan proposed 2 years after the Paris incident. It was a random Tuesday evening. No fancy planning, just the two of us in our apartment with a cat between us on the couch. I said yes immediately. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with 40 guests, friends, colleagues, people who'd shown up for me consistently. Noah came sitting in the front row and beaming like he was proud of me. He was 17 now, nearly an adult himself, and seeing him there meant everything. My parents weren't invited. Neither were Natalie or Logan. Some people thought that was harsh. My aunt called to say I was being petty, that family was family, and I should let go of grudges. I thanked her for her opinion and went back to planning my wedding. Because here's what I'd learned. Forgiveness doesn't mean restoration. I could release anger without reopening doors. I could wish my family well from a distance without letting them back into my daily life. I could build something new without dismantling the boundaries that protected my peace. On my wedding day, surrounded by people who genuinely wanted me there, who'd paid for their own transportation and accommodations because they valued witnessing my happiness, I felt no regret, no lingering sadness about missing family members, just gratitude for the life I'd built and the people who had helped me build it. Ethan and I honeymooned in Japan, a trip we saved for and planned together. We took hundreds of photos and posted maybe 5 of them because the memories were ours, not content for social media validation. Sometimes I still think about those 87 photos from Paris, the matching red scarves, the happy faces, the complete absence of any acknowledgement that someone was missing. But mostly I think about the life I'm living now, full of people who wouldn't dream of excluding me and then asking for favors. People who show up, tell the truth, and treat my presence as valuable rather than optional. That's not a consolation prize, that's not second best, that's the actual prize, the real family, the life worth building. And it turns out you don't need 87 photos to prove that. Thousands included. I'm done accepting crumbs of attention while everyone else enjoys full meals. To answer your question, no, I will not come and fix your scanner. Natalie, I will not co-sign your loan. Logan, I won't give you rent money. What I'm going to do is take a step back from this family dynamic and start a new life with people who actually want me. Do not bother explaining. I'm not interested in excuses about limited seating, surprise plans, or whatever story you've concocted. The cancellation email exists, the photographs exist. The timeline is clear. I hope Paris was worth it, Claire. I read it 12 times before hitting send. My hand shook slightly as my finger hovered over the button. Once I did this, there was no taking it back. This would detonate whatever remained of our family relationships. But maybe that was already gone. Maybe it had never really existed the way I thought it did. I pressed send. The message showed as delivered immediately. Then about 30 seconds later, the read receipt appeared. Mom had opened it. My phone began ringing within 2 minutes. Mom's name flashed on the screen. I declined the call. It rang again immediately. Declined. A text appeared. Claire, please answer. Let me explain. Then Dad called. Declined. Natalie called. Declined. Logan sent a long text that started with, Jesus Christ, Claire, way to overreact. I turned off my phone. Ethan ordered Thai food and we ate it while watching mindless TV. He didn't ask if I was okay because he could see I wasn't. And I appreciated him not making me articulate the mess of emotions churning inside me. Relief, grief, vindication, loss, freedom, sadness, all of it tangled together. I turned my phone back on Monday morning before work. 47 missed calls, 63 text messages, 12 voicemails. I deleted them all without reading or listening. Then I blocked my parents' numbers, Natalie's and Logan's. I kept them unblocked on social media because I wanted to see if they'd post anything publicly, but I unfollowed all of them so their content wouldn't appear in my feeds. At work, I told my assistant to screen any calls for my family members. If they showed up at my apartment, I wouldn't answer the door. Megan met me for coffee on Tuesday afternoon. I finally told her everything, showing her the saved photos, the emails, the timeline. She was appropriately outraged. They're probably panicking, she said. Because they realize you're actually serious. They thought you'd just be available forever. No matter how they treated you. Probably, I agreed. Are you going to talk to them eventually? She asked. I considered this. Maybe if they actually acknowledge what they did without making excuses, but I'm not holding my breath. Megan reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You've got people who love you. Real people. Not just blood relatives who use you. She was right. I had Ethan, who'd been furious on my behalf from the moment he saw those photos. I had Megan and my other friends who'd supported me through graduate school and career changes. I had colleagues who respected my work and invited me to their homes for holidays. I had a life that existed completely independent of my family. Maybe I'd always known on some level that I was peripheral to them. The responsible one who had her life together, who didn't need as much attention, who could be counted on in emergencies, but wasn't essential for the fun moments. I'd been okay with that role because I told myself it meant I was stable, reliable, mature. But Paris had revealed something uglier. It wasn't just that they prioritized others over me. It was that they'd actively lied to prevent me from knowing I was being excluded, all while planning to continue extracting favors and support whenever convenient. 3 weeks passed. The calls and texts from my family gradually decreased. I heard through mutual friends that there had been a big family argument about the situation. Apparently Natalie blamed Mom for not handling it better. Logan thought I was being dramatic. Dad had apparently said very little, which tracked with his usual conflict avoidance. Nobody, from what I heard, had actually acknowledged that what they'd done was wrong. The arguments were about my reaction, about how to deal with me, about whether I'd calm down eventually. I received a letter in the mail, handwritten by my mother. I almost threw it away unopened. But curiosity won. It was 4 pages long, mostly explaining all the reasons why the Paris trip had happened the way it did. Space constraints, last-minute planning, didn't think you'd want to go anyway because you were so busy with work. Too expensive to add another person. The timing just worked out better for everyone else. Nowhere in the letter did she write the words, "I'm sorry." Nowhere did she acknowledge that lying to me had been wrong. It was all justification, and the expectation that I'd understand and forgive. I filed the letter with my other documentation and didn't respond. Ethan and I found an apartment together, a sunny 2-bedroom in a neighborhood I loved. We adopted a cat from the shelter, a great tabby who immediately claimed the spot by the window. I got promoted again at work, taking on a VP role that came with significant additional responsibility and salary. Life felt lighter without the constant background expectation that I'd be available for my family's needs. I didn't realize how much energy I'd been spending on maintaining those relationships until I stopped. 6 months after the Paris incident, I received a Facebook friend request from my nephew, Natalie's older son Noah. He was 15 now, old enough to have his own social media. I accepted it. He messaged me a few days later. "Hey Aunt Claire. Mom told me about what happened. I just wanted to say I'm sorry you weren't there. I asked about you when we were planning the trip and Mom said you were too busy with work. I didn't know she'd lied to you about canceling. That's really messed up. I miss you." I stared at that message for a long time. Noah had always been a sweet kid, thoughtful beyond his years. It meant something that he'd reached out, that he'd seen through whatever narrative the adults had constructed. I wrote back, "Thanks for reaching out, Noah. That means a lot to me. I miss you too. The situation with the adults is complicated, but you didn't do anything wrong. If you ever want to grab lunch or see a movie, just you and me, I'd love that." We started meeting up every few weeks. Noah would take the train into the city and we'd get food and catch up. He told me about school, about his friends, about wanting to study engineering in college. I helped him with his math homework and gave him advice about dealing with teenage social dynamics. Over the months I watched him grow more confident, more mature. Through Noah, I learned things about my family. Natalie and Ryan were having marriage problems. Logan had gotten fired from his restaurant job again. My parents were arguing about money because apparently the Paris trip had actually blown through most of their savings. I felt nothing really hearing this information. No satisfaction at their struggles. No desire to help. Just a distant acknowledgement that these were people I used to know well, living lives that no longer intersected with mine. A year after Paris, my mother sent another letter. This one was shorter, less defensive. She wrote that she'd been in therapy and was starting to understand that she prioritized keeping everyone happy in the moment over being honest, even when honesty would have been kinder. She wrote that she couldn't take back what happened, but that she regretted it. She wrote that she missed me and hoped we could eventually talk. Still no direct apology for the lying specifically, but it was closer than anything else I'd received. I didn't respond immediately. I sat with it for weeks, showing the letter to my therapist. Yes, I'd started therapy too, working through family dynamics and patterns I'd never fully examined. Eventually, I sent a brief email. "Mom, I got your letter. I appreciate that you're working on yourself. I'm not ready to resume regular contact, but I'm willing to meet for coffee at some point. Just the two of us. If you want to talk, let me know." We met at a neutral coffee shop 2 months later. Mom looked older than I remembered. More worn down. We sat across from each other at a small table by the window, both nursing lattes neither of us really wanted. She told me she was sorry, actually sorry, using those specific words. She said she'd let Natalie convince her that I wouldn't care about the trip, that I was too independent to mind being left out. She said she'd taken the coward's way out by lying instead of having a hard conversation. She said she understood if I never fully trusted her again. I listened without interrupting. Some of it felt genuine. Some of it felt like therapy speak, words she'd learned to say, but maybe didn't fully feel yet. "I don't know if we can fix this." I told her honestly, "I'm not saying never, but I'm also not saying yes right now. I'm okay with my life the way it is." She nodded, tears in her eyes. "I understand." We finished our coffee talking about neutral things, her garden, my job, a book we both read. It wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. Just two people who used to be close, navigating an unfamiliar distance. I left that coffee shop feeling like I'd closed a chapter without necessarily opening a new one. Maybe someday my relationship with my mother would heal into something different, something more honest. Maybe it wouldn't. Either outcome was acceptable. What mattered was that I'd learned to value myself enough to walk away from people who didn't. Even family, Especially family, because those relationships can trap you in patterns of obligation and guilt that override your own needs. Ethan proposed 2 years after the Paris incident. It was a random Tuesday evening. No fancy planning, just the two of us in our apartment with a cat between us on the couch. I said yes immediately. We got married 6 months later in a small ceremony with 40 guests, friends, colleagues, people who'd shown up for me consistently. Noah came, sitting in the front row and beaming like he was proud of me. He was 17 now, nearly an adult himself, and seeing him there meant everything. My parents weren't invited. Neither were Natalie or Logan. Some people thought that was harsh. My aunt called to say I was being petty, that family was family, and I should let go of grudges. I thanked her for her opinion and went back to planning my wedding. Because here's what I'd learned. Forgiveness doesn't mean restoration. I could release anger without reopening doors. I could wish my family well from a distance without letting them back into my daily life. I could build something new without dismantling the boundaries that protected my peace. On my wedding day, surrounded by people who genuinely wanted me there, who'd paid for their own transportation and accommodations because they valued witnessing my happiness, I felt no regret, no lingering sadness about missing family members, just gratitude for the life I'd built, and the people who had helped me build it. Ethan and I honeymooned in Japan, a trip we saved for and planned together. We took hundreds of photos and posted maybe 5 of them because the memories were ours, not content for social media validation. Sometimes I still think about those 87 photos from Paris, the matching red scarves, the happy faces, the complete absence of any acknowledgement that someone was missing. But mostly I think about the life I'm living now, full of people who wouldn't dream of excluding me and then asking for favors. People who show up, tell the truth, and treat my presence as valuable rather than optional. That's not a consolation prize. That's not second best. That's the actual prize. The real family. The life worth building. And it turns out you don't need 87 photos to prove that. My dad claimed I never gave the family anything. So I canceled my sister's $120,000 tuition, repossessed brother's car, and took back my parents' house. I believed I understood family until a year ago. I believed in gritty, real-world family dynamics, not Hallmark cards. The kind where you create your life around your folks, even if it means carrying too much weight. I felt that was a wonderful son act. I'm Leo, 31 male. I've always been the quiet, responsible middle child who sends expensive birthday flowers, remembers anniversaries, and quietly picks up the slack when nobody knows the rope is unraveling. I didn't grow up thinking I'd support a family that made me feel expendable. That discovery took time. It happened very slowly, like rot under the floorboards. You don't see the damage until the house collapses. Growing up, familial dynamics were painfully evident. My older brother, Mark, 34 male, was the golden boy. The charming extrovert and varsity baseball star always had a crowd of admiring friends and relatives hanging on his every word. My younger sister, Chloe, 22 female, was a princess from birth. My folks pampered her like royalty. I was next. I was the middle child with good grades and no trouble, but my father kept telling me I wasn't living up to my potential, and lacked Mark's killer instinct. Honestly, it didn't bother me then. So I was alone. I kept my head down, worked hard for a partial academic scholarship, left at 18, and founded my own boutique cybersecurity and IT infrastructure firm. That business launch was a nightmare. I spent 3 years eating generic ramen, working 6 to 8-hour days until my eyesight blurred, sleeping on a mattress on the floor of a studio apartment that smelled like damp drywall, and getting ghosted by every angel investor I pitched. The saddest, funniest element of that struggle. My family was silent for years. When I couldn't afford a Christmas flight home, my mom commented, "Oh, that's a shame. Mark is bringing his new girlfriend." Nobody helped. No one asked if I ate. But the moment my company won its first significant corporate contract and started making money, then I became family, again mysteriously. It started without big demands. It started slowly, methodically bleeding. On a Sunday, my dad called me extremely pleasant and asked if I could help pay off Mark's expensive SUV loan, just until he gets his big promotion. I did. Chloe's private university tuition followed. She wanted to attend a costly out-of-state private college, and my parents said financial aid wasn't enough. You wouldn't want your little sister drowning in student debt, would you, Leo? My mom guilt-tripped me. I paid her $120,000 tuition directly. My mom needed emergency roof repairs thereafter. The central heating system exploded. So she wanted the luxury kitchen overhaul she always dreamed of since we were kids. I was funding 3 households before I could comprehend it. I paid Mark's auto insurance, Chloe's tuition and rent, and my parents' big home renovations. Even so, my mom would email me weekly, Can you Venmo me $400 for the groceries this week? Your father's back is hurting, so he had to take time off. I wasn't bothered at first. I was very glad my business was prospering and I could help. Creating a legacy was my belief. I saw myself at a huge family reunion, looking around and believing I improved my loved ones' lives. I reassured them. But how they treated my money ate away at my spirit. They viewed my financial support like a human right, that I owed them for sharing their last name. There was no, thank you, never-ending expectation. The tipping moment was Thanksgiving last year. I hosted the holiday dinner. I bought a gorgeous, huge hill country property near Austin that could fit the whole extended family, not to show off my wealth. I overdid it. I hired a private caterer, deep cleaned the house, bought premium wine, and built a backyard fire pit with pricey seats. Complete disrespect ruled the day. None of the 15 people volunteered to help me carry a plate, pour a drink, or clear a table. Adam raised his glass of wine, that I paid for halfway through dinner, and gave a 10-minute speech about how lucky we are to have such a strong family bond, and how family always comes through in a crisis. He never mentioned me. He ignored whose house he was in. Chloe brought her flavor of the month boyfriend, and stared at her iPhone screen for 5 hours, rolling her eyes when I asked about her classes. My dad? He spent the evening in my living room, loudly complaining to my uncles that things were so much tougher in his day and that kids nowadays, especially the tech guys, have it so incredibly easy. They just push buttons on a keyboard and think they've done a hard day's work. He drank $200 scotch on my $5,000 custom sofa. A stiff, polite smile helped me swallow the embarrassment, but something essential was dying inside, pulling away. The last thread broke 2 months later on a random Tuesday. I had just finished a rigorous 9-hour meeting with a difficult client. After driving home with a pounding head, I entered my quiet abode. My dad left a voicemail on my phone. His voice was clipped, tired, and razor-sharp, the perfect tone to make you feel 3 inches tall. Leo, began voicemail. Your mother told me you questioned the contractor's estimate for the new deck. Listen to me very closely. All you do is take. You've never given this family anything worth remembering. You just throw money around to make yourself feel superior. If you had an ounce of actual pride, you'd stop acting like we owe you a damn parade and just leave us alone. I was so shocked that I lost my breath. I stood in my kitchen, suit on, staring at the wall. I assumed I misheard him. Pressed replay. You only take. You never gave this family anything special. No screaming. Phone wasn't thrown at granite countertops. I didn't call him to argue or seek an apology. I walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Texas hills and watched the sunset. Something gave out in my chest. I imagined a quiet, pitiful sound like a rusted hinge snapping under pressure. Walking upstairs, I took my suitcase from the closet and packed a month's worth of clothes. A dramatic goodbye letter wasn't written. I didn't announce anything vague on Facebook. I opened my laptop, logged into my banking portals, and started working. My wealth manager and executive assistant received a simple email: pause all outgoing recurring payments, wire transfers, and direct deposits to any family member's account. Cancel secondary credit cards. Immediately. The break was quiet and clean. I drove to the airport that night, bought a first-class ticket to London on the next flight and left. 3 days passed. A full week follows. Total radio silence. No one called to check on me. Nobody texted to check on my week. They didn't notice my absence from the country because they were used to me being a silent ATM. It took them almost a month to notice, but only because the money stopped flowing. Chloe broke first. She called me late Friday night. I was drinking a pint in a Soho pub. I left it on voicemail, but she texted me immediately. Her shaky voice was an attempt to sound casual while hiding her panic. Leo, hey. I just logged into the university financial portal, and my tuition for the semester didn't go through. The registrar is threatening to drop my classes. Did something happen with the autopay account? I stared at the screen. I typed out one single sentence, hit send, and then put my phone face down on the sticky wooden table. Thought I never gave this family anything worth remembering. I didn't offer a follow-up. I didn't explain the voicemail. Just that. She didn't respond. But within 45 minutes, my phone absolutely exploded. I had 6 missed calls from my mom, 4 from Mark, and 3 from my dad. My dad left a voicemail. It was hilarious in the darkest, most twisted way possible. Leo, pick up the damn phone. He barked, his voice dripping with condescension. We need to talk right now. Whatever this little temper tantrum stunt is, it's not funny. Your sister's entire academic future is on the line. Fix the account. No apology for his previous voicemail. No self-reflection. Just demands. Just that exact same, grating tone that screamed, "You exist to serve us." I didn't fix the account. I ordered another pint, listened to the rain, hit the windows of the pub, and for the first time in a decade, I smiled a real, genuine smile. I ended up staying in Europe for a month. From London, I took a train up to Edinburgh, rented a car, and drove deep into the Scottish Highlands. I rented a tiny, isolated stone cottage that barely had Wi-Fi. I slept for 12 hours a night. I hiked in the freezing rain. I sat by a peat fire and read books I had bought years ago but never had the energy to open. I let the world completely spin without me. And back in Texas, my family's world was violently collapsing. Because I had completely severed the financial umbilical cord, the dominoes fell with terrifying speed. Chloe's university sent her a formal notice of pending administrative withdrawal due to severe non-payment. Mark, who had been blowing his own paycheck on expensive watches and vacations while I paid his bills, had his luxury SUV repossessed from the parking lot of his office. And my parents? The auto draft for their massive, newly refinanced mortgage bounced hard. The foundation of absolute entitlement they had built on my silent suffering cracked wide open, and they went into full panic mode. They started frantically reaching out to every single member of our extended family, spinning wild, dramatic tales. They told my aunts and uncles that I had suffered some sort of psychotic break, that I had maliciously cut them off out of nowhere, and that I had abandoned my duties to the family. But the beautiful thing about truth is that you can't easily rewrite history when too many people have quietly watched the actual reality unfold for years. A few of my cousins had seen the toxic dynamic. They knew exactly who was paying for the Thanksgiving dinners and the Christmas gifts. I got a long text message from my cousin, Sarah, 30F, my mom's niece. Sarah is a no-nonsense ER nurse who has never bought into my parents' delusions of grandeur. She wrote, "Your mom is calling everyone crying about the mortgage. I just wanted to say that I have always admired how incredibly patient you've been with them, but I am so damn glad you finally stopped being their safety net. Enjoy your vacation. Turn your phone off." That message hit me much harder than I expected. It made me tear up in the middle of a hiking trail, because the absolute truth was, I didn't want revenge. I never wanted to destroy them. I just wanted peace. I wanted to be loved for who I was, not for the digits in my bank account. But I was learning a harsh lesson. Once you remove the exact mechanism they use to control and drain you, once they realize they need you a million times more than you ever needed them, they don't self-reflect. They just rage. People mass reported the GoFundMe campaign for fraud. GoFundMe suspended her campaign, frozen $8,500, and refunded all donors the next morning. She was permanently banned from Reddit. My sister had never experienced anything like that in her 22 years. My parents received the second consequence 5 days later. A thick, certified legal envelope arrived at my corporate office. It wasn't handwritten by my parents. It was typed on cheap letterhead to look legal. It began, "We are formally requesting a mandatory mediation meeting to discuss the immediate breakdown of our family dynamic and the equitable division of shared assets." I laughed out loud at work. They wanted a corporate board meeting to fix their emotionally damaged family. But hidden in the pseudo-legal jargon was their desperate reason for reaching out. The Colorado cabin was under contract for sale. They demanded 50% of the proceeds, claiming emotional equity and sweat equity in the property. I gave Vance the letter. He read it, smiled, and said, "Do you want me to send them a polite reminder that emotional equity is a completely fabricated concept that holds zero weight in a court of law?" "Do better than that," I advised. Vance wrote a brutal reply. He sent me my dad's 5-year-old contract from when I bailed him out. My father's legally notarized signature read, "I acknowledge that this property is purchased by, and remains the sole legal property of, Leo, last name. I waive all financial and legal claims to this estate." Vance's letter threatened to countersue for legal fees and harassment if they sued for a cabin cut. A letter silenced them instantly. The silence didn't last long because Vance and I were working on a much larger, quieter side project in Europe. Before I started paying for everything directly, my parents were about to default on their primary home mortgage 4 years ago. I loaned them $115,000 up front to save the house. As a less naive child, I made my father sign a promissory note. The loan agreement was legally binding and had a repayment schedule. They never returned my money, 0 cents. Vance meticulously recorded every deposit, compiled the original signed promissory note, calculated the interest, and quietly filed a massive legal lien against their primary residence. Because they were defaulting on their newly refinanced mortgage, and I had a $115,000 senior lien on the property, I could force a foreclosure sale to recover my debt. Sarah called me the night of the notice. "Leo, it is absolute chaos over there," she whispered into the phone. "Your mom called my mom hyperventilating. Your dad put a hole in the drywall. He's threatening to go to the local news and destroy your business reputation." I sighed, looking out my office window. "Let him go to the news, Sarah. I have a mountain of legally binding receipts. Let's see who wins that PR war." However, I wasn't doing this for revenge anymore. Only a clinical need for closure remained after the anger faded. They mistook my loyalty for weakness. They thought I was a faucet they could turn on when thirsty and leave dripping when they left. Now I was making them experience drought. I had the most surreal experience when my childhood home went up for county auction. I wasn't needed. Vance let me stay at the office, but I needed to see it. My car was parked across the street in the old neighborhood. Late fall suburbs always had a sharp, stale chill. I watched the house for 20 minutes from the driver's seat. It was strange seeing my childhood home, which held so much hidden misery, silent resentment, and forced smiles, with a huge, ugly white sign staked into the perfectly manicured front lawn. Notice of foreclosure. Public auction today. I got out of my car, put my hands in my jacket pockets, and crossed the street slowly. Front door propped open. Vance was in the driveway talking to the county auction representative, a stern clipboard-wielding woman. Vance nodded and asked, "You sure you want to be here for this, Leo?" "I must be," I said. Not for revenge. Not to boast. Because this massive shift in my universe needed witnesses. I had to witness the final chain break. I crossed the empty living room. My dad blamed me for not stopping Mark from recklessly throwing a kettlebell inside, which dented the hardwood floor. I cried when I saw Chloe's faded dark nail polish stain on the carpet and my mom made me scrub it for 3 hours. My academic awards were in a drawer, but my parents proudly displayed Mark's sports trophies and Chloe's pageant ribbons on the hallway wall. I was a ghost in my family's museum. Near noon, the front lawn filled. My family arrived after some aggressive real estate investors and nosy neighbors pretending to walk their dogs. They arrived in Mark's rusted truck. A miserable, twisted clown car piled them out. Chloe emerged first, blotchy, and wearing gigantic sunglasses to hide her red-rimmed eyes. Mark followed, scowling and puffing his chest like he was ready to fight. Then my parents. My mom appeared 15 years older in 2 months. She held a defeated posture. My dad walked with that arrogant, heavy step, like he could intimidate the universe into submission. He immediately saw me near the porch. His face turned a hideous purple. He stomped across the grass, barking, "Leo, we need to talk right now, in private." I remained still. I held my ground on the porch. Mark stalked him to appear menacing. "You're actually going through with this?" My dad shouted, furious and disbelieving. "You're going to publicly humiliate your own flesh and blood? You're going to put your mother on the street? Over what? Some perceived slight because I hurt your delicate feelings on a voicemail?" I looked him dead in the eyes. I no longer felt small. My only emotion was pity. I said, "It wasn't a slight, Dad." Eerily calm and steady. "It was a lifetime pattern of extreme financial and emotional abuse, and that pattern terminates today." "You ungrateful little bastard," he began, half-stepping up the stairs. I stopped him with a hand. Do not finish that sentence. You have absolutely zero leverage left." Chloe pushed past Mark, crying high-pitched, "Leo, please, I'm officially expelled. I have nowhere to live. My life is completely ruined. Why are you doing this to us? We're your family." I slowly looked at my sister. "I paid for 3 years of your life, Chloe. Every tuition bill, every textbook, every luxury apartment, every vacation. You never said thank you. Not once. Instead, you went on the internet, called me a mentally unstable abuser, and tried to scam innocent people out of thousands of dollars. You ruined your own life." Her face crumpled. She hid behind my mother. My mom finally spoke, trembling, playing the ultimate victim. "Families don't do this to each other, Leo. You are destroying us." "No," I said, echoing off the porch roof. "Families don't act like parasites. You took my time, my money, my mental health, and my trust. And when I finally stopped bleeding out for you, you called me a taker. I am just taking back what is legally mine." The county auctioneer's sharp, professional voice broke the tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the bidding process in exactly 2 minutes." My dad panicked as investors gathered on his lawn. The truth finally sank into his bones. His arrogance vanished, replaced by naked terror. "Leo, please," he whispered, breaking. "You can't do this. We have nowhere to go. You wouldn't even have the money to do this if we hadn't raised you." "You're right," I whispered. "You raised me to be independent. And now, you get to be independent, too." I left them, walked down the driveway, got in my car, and drove away. Within 45 minutes, the house sold at auction. A corporate rental conglomerate paid cash. Since I had the senior lien, the first $115,000 of the sale went to my trust account plus legal fees. The bank took the rest for the mortgage default. My parents left with nothing, no equity. After 30 days, the county sheriff enforced the eviction. My parents filed desperate, poorly written elder abuse motions in court, but the judge dismissed them immediately. Law was unbreakable. No exceptions, 30 days. They couldn't afford professional movers. They packed everything they could into a cheap U-Haul and left decades of junk. Vance hired cleaners to prepare the house for the new corporate owners. I finished the house tour with the crew foreman. It was filthy. Broken appliances, boxes of Mark's high school trophies he didn't pack, and mountains of garbage. In the corner of my tiny childhood bedroom, a worker found a dusty cardboard box labeled junk. I opened it. My 16-year-old journal was inside. I leafed through yellowed pages. It was full of my teenage dreams: a full college scholarship, start a tech firm, make $1 million. I'll finally make my parents proud by buying them a nice house. It was shocking to realize that I had achieved all of my goals only to discover that their pride and love were an illusion. I put the journal in the heavy trash bag. I paid the crew to haul the rest to the city dump and donated the usable furniture to a local women's shelter. Sarah helped me finish estate paperwork. My only extended family member who peacefully supported my decision to leave was her. We stood in Vance's office parking lot when the final document was signed. Her hug was tight. "You did the absolute right thing, Leo," she whispered. "Even if it feels like a funeral right now." She was right. The movie ending wasn't satisfying. No dramatic ending with soaring orchestral music or kneeling to beg forgiveness. There was silence. A huge, echoing silence that slowly gave way to profound peace. I sold my huge hill country house soon after. Felt contaminated. I left Texas and moved to a chic, minimalist loft in downtown Chicago. The smaller, quieter one is mine. No hidden expenses drain my accounts. My conscience is clear. I don't wake up sweating over what financial disaster to fix. The frantic calls from unknown numbers stopped. Threatening emails stopped. Apathy has replaced my bitterness over the past year. I no longer hate them. Hatred requires energy I won't spend. I disconnected, like cutting the last frayed thread of a heavy anchor dragging me to the ocean floor. Sarah told me my parents rent a small 2-bedroom apartment in a bad neighborhood. Mark works nights at a warehouse and sleeps on their couch. Chloe waitresses at a diner to save for community college. Finally living their earned reality. Some weeks ago, I was drinking black coffee on my Chicago balcony and watching the snow fall over the skyline. I remembered Thanksgiving dinner. I thought about how they all smiled, unaware that their comfortable lives were about to crumble. Never a family. They were financial ecosystem. An ecosystem that only worked if I was silent, useful, and small. My phone buzzed on the table. The email was from Chloe. Blank subject line. Leo. Not expecting a response. Today was my first time paying rent. It took my total pay. Now I understand. I regret my words and actions. I hope you're okay. 2 times I read the email. I had a tiny hope that the real world would make her a decent person. I didn't reply. I clicked archive, put my phone down, and watched the snow fall. I was free for the first time in my life. At my brother's college party, Dad said, "He'll take the Mustang." I spent 14 months rebuilding it. I said, "Not happening." A week later, the title was gone. So as a 24-year-old boy, I've spent my whole life living in my brother's shadow. My younger brother, 21-year-old Lucas, has always been treated as if he were God's gift to humanity, and I am essentially the invisible kid who no one cares about. It has been like way since we were little. I clearly recall winning first place in the district science fair when I was in 9th school. I spent weeks developing this awesome solar-powered water filtering system. When I returned home with the blue ribbon, my mother just murmured, "That's nice, dear," and returned to assisting Lucas in creating a poster for his social studies assignment, which was due the next day. He received a B- on it, and they treated him to ice cream to commemorate his hard work. Christmas was always a total farce in our household. Lucas' pile of presents would reach the ceiling. All the latest gaming gear, the greatest clothing, and everything else he'd been moaning about for the previous 7 months. My pile consisted of whatever was inexpensive, a flannel shirt if I was lucky, and the rare item that was genuinely beneficial for my endeavor. Mom would say practical presents with a smug smile on her face, as if she earned a medal for purchasing me work gloves while Lucas received a Nintendo. Dad was usually in the backyard with Lucas, teaching him how to toss a football or helping him create scientific projects. I'd be in the garage alone, watching YouTube videos to learn how to fix things since no one had time to teach me. When I asked Dad for help, he always said, "In a minute." A minute that somehow stretched into years. I eventually stopped asking. The golden child BS extended much beyond gifts and attention. Lucas would physically ruin Mom's car and they'd just brush it off. "Accidents happen, honey." I'd arrive home 7 minutes after curfew from working a late shift at the hardware store and be grounded for 3 weeks. Different world, different rules when you're the favored. When we were 17 and 15, Lucas went through a phase when he would borrow my belongings without asking. He once took my iPod to school, back when they were still popular, and some students stole it from his backpack. When I became upset, my parents advised me to be more sympathetic because he is going through a difficult time right now. The bottom line is that he did not make the JV basketball team's first string. They never replaced it, but Lucas received a fresh new one 3 weeks later since he needed music for his exercises. I realized quite quickly that nobody in our house had my back but me. So I shut up, lowered my head, and worked my ass off. I got my first job washing dishes at a greasy spoon cafe. I saved every penny and began studying skills via YouTube and the old folks at the hardware shop, where I ultimately found work. I didn't need their approval anyhow. My parents had a blind spot that perfectly matched my size and form. They'd remember to get Lucas's favorite cereal but forgot I was sensitive to peanuts. They'd drive 5 hours to witness Lucas's regional baseball game, but couldn't bring themselves to attend my high school graduation since it was such a long event and parking would be a headache. It sounds like I'm making this stuff up, but I promise I'm not. It's as if I'm a supporting role in a bizarre sitcom that no one remembers. Then, oh yeah, there's another kid too. My son. The truth is that Lucas was just as awful as my parents in his own way. He is entitled, greedy, and smug about his status as a golden kid. He repeatedly rubbed it in my face. Mom said yes to me, but she'd probably say no to you, Dad used to say with a chuckle when I was younger. Or he'd accidentally smash my belongings and then play innocent when I got furious. By the time we reached high school, I had pretty much accepted my place in the family hierarchy. Keep your expectations modest so you do not be disappointed. So I concentrated on things I could control. My grades, occupations, friends and projects. So here comes my grandfather, a 74-year-old man. Grandpa Frank was the only person who ever actually saw me. Ironically, he was my father's father, a former Marine and old-school technician capable of stripping an engine blindfolded if necessary. He was a legend with his hands. While my parents were busy cheering on Lucas's soccer games or fretting over his school performances, I'd be in Grandpa's garage learning how to change oil, replace spark plugs and eventually rebuild carburetors. Those were the days when I felt like someone cared about me. You got something special in those hands, boy, he'd say as we worked side by side on whatever beater he was cleaning up. Your father never had the tolerance for this crap, always too busy pursuing the next promotion, the next great thing. He shook his head, as if unsure where he went wrong with his kid. Grandpa saw right through my folks' partiality nonsense. My parents once forgot my 16th birthday. Like, I completely forgot. They recalled the day before that Lucas had a swimming competition the next day and the entire family had to go. My mother remarked, "Oh, it's your birthday tomorrow, isn't it? We'll celebrate next weekend." They didn't even bring me a cake. When Grandpa discovered out, he was furious. He arrived at our place that night with a toolbox covered in newspaper. Inside came a stunning pair of precision screwdrivers that I'd been coveting for months. "Happy birthday, kiddo," he announced loudly enough for my parents to hear from the kitchen. Some are worth celebrating properly. Every Christmas, as I opened my parents' utilitarian gifts, socks, school supplies, etc., Grandpa would slip me something real. Quality tools. Most of it I still use today. One year my folks grumbled about it. My mother had the audacity to comment, "He doesn't need to be spoiled, Frank." As if a nice set was akin to the new iPhone Lucas had just gotten. Grandpa just gazed at her like she was an idiot. Recognizing talent isn't spoiling. It's investing, he said, winking at me. When I was 19, Grandpa was diagnosed with Parkinson's. Unfortunately, the news is not good. He couldn't drive anymore, so he contacted me one week and said he had something for me. They said it wasn't attractive, but it had nice bones. This was one of his favorite expressions. I drove over to his house, thinking he would be giving me some of his old tools or something. Instead, there was this 1968 Mustang Fastback parked in his driveway, faded Highland green, with more rust than paint, ripped seats, and an engine that made sounds I didn't know a car could make. But holy hell, that was the most stunning sight I'd ever seen. Grandpa handed me the keys and said he had been keeping them for me since I was 13. He said he had seen how my parents treated me over the years and felt I deserved something special. He had intended to fix it himself, but as Parkinson's disease progressed, his hands no longer worked properly. "Your dad never appreciated muscle cars," he added, brushing his fingers over the rusting hood. But you'll bring her back to life. I'm not going to lie. I had to step away for a moment. I got something in my eye, or whatever. When I drove that rust bucket home, my folks chuckled when they spotted it in the driveway. When I informed my father about it, he didn't even glance up from his phone. Just remarked, "Don't waste your money on that death trap." My father was too preoccupied with this pile of garbage. A pile of junk? Nah. Now I understand what Grandpa was trying to tell me. Mom just grumbled about the oil spots on the concrete. When Lucas saw it, his eyes glowed like Christmas morning. "Wow, that's going to be so badass when it's fixed up," Grandpa exclaimed, despite the fact that he had never shown it to me. And for once, I felt like I possessed something he coveted. He couldn't just complain to our parents about it. For 14 months I dedicated every spare minute to that automobile. Following rent and food, every paycheck was spent on parts. I learned how to weld and repair an engine by watching countless YouTube videos and reading forums. My hands were permanently coated with grease, my fingernails were never totally clean, and my arms were covered in minor burns and scratches. My room was packed with Chilton manuals and wiring diagram printouts. I'd fall asleep thinking about valve timing, then wake up, contemplating bodywork. When things went bad at home, as they always did, I'd go to the garage and bury myself in the restoration. Working on vehicles has an almost meditative quality to it. When you enter the zone, it's just you and the machine. Everything else melts away. I sourced parts from junkyards, swap meetings, and internet forums, rebuilt the 428 V8 piece by piece, sandblasted the body down to bare metal, and meticulously repaired the rust patches, learning to weld and shape metal along the way. I painted in my buddy's uncle's shop after hours. I traded work for booth time, completely reupholstered the inside. The day I finally got that engine to operate properly, hearing the deep rumbling of the V8 come to life, it seemed like everything I'd worked for had finally paid off. The Highland green paint shone in the sunlight. Yes, I choose the bullet color. Sue me. The black leather upholstery smelt like a fresh start. And when I took her for her first real drive, windows down, engine growling, I realized that for the first time in my life, I truly owned something. Something I constructed with my own two hands that no one could claim credit for. She was my success, and no one could take that away from me. Growing up as the overlooked kid teaches you to accept that others don't actually want your goods. Nobody fought over borrowing my clothing or playing with my games, since in their opinion, Lucas always had the superior version. So I was surprised by what happened when, for the first time in my life, I had something worth envying. And wow, Lucas envied that Mustang. So after I had the Mustang operating correctly, Lucas couldn't stop raving about it. Every time I drove it, he'd be at the window, staring like a kid at an ice cream truck. When I pulled in, he'd dash out to the garage. "Can I sit in it for just a minute?" At first I didn't mind too much. It was good to have someone recognize all of my efforts. My folks didn't care. Dad simply moaned about equipment taking up room in the garage, while Mom continued making passive-aggressive remarks about squandering money rather than investing for a true future, whatever that meant. But then Lucas's request became increasingly bothersome. It changed from, "Can I sit in it?" to, "May I drive it to prom for one night? I'll be very careful." Then it was, "Let me take it to the beach this weekend." My friend would freak if I picked him up in this, he said, his voice full of arrogance. Of course I would say yes, since that is what everyone has always done with Lucas. I always declined, not because I wanted to be a jerk to my brother. I replied no since I knew Lucas. This is the youngster who broke 4 phones in a single year. The child who borrowed his father's costly golf clubs for one afternoon and somehow lost half of the set. The child who never cared about anything since he didn't have to. Something was usually replaced when he broke it. He didn't have to be held accountable for anything since of course my parents had his back. And you think I'm insane for letting him drive my beautifully restored vintage Mustang after witnessing that track record his whole life? Hell no. The anxiety continued building. Lucas would roll his eyes when I declined, saying things like, "It's just a car, dude. You're so crazy anxious. Just an automobile. Just a car." As if I hadn't spent 14 months and every spare cash repairing the darn thing. Then my parents started making these small comments at dinner, like, sharing is part of being a good brother, and that car usually sits in the garage. Anyway, we have a conventional layout at our house. What Lucas wants, he gets. Except this time, I wouldn't budge. My father attempted to guilt trip me one night. When I was your age, I was often sharing with my brothers. That's what family does. I nearly laughed in his face. This is from the guy who physically hid the excellent food in his office so he wouldn't have to share them with his children. I just answered, when you were my age, did you rebuild a classic car from the ground up with money you earned while working your ass off in college? That silenced him for approximately 7 minutes. My mother attempted a different angle. She cornered me in the kitchen one morning, holding her coffee cup and giving me that false worried face. Honey, I'm afraid about you becoming too tied to material possessions. It's only metal and rubber. You know, relationships are what count in life. It's interesting that they worry about keeping a solid connection with Lucas. Things came to a head when Lucas was accepted to State University. My parents prepared a huge party and invited everyone they knew. I mean, excellent for him, but State isn't Harvard. It's a respectable institution with a 65% admission rate. But he barely got in due to his terrible grades and Dad's alumni connection, so whatever. I showed up and complimented him. During supper, Dad stood up and revealed that they had a surprise for Lucas. Dad began talking about how Lucas would need transportation to campus, which was approximately 45 minutes away, and then looked directly at me, stating they felt I should allow Lucas use the Mustang while he was at school. The entire table turned to look at me, expecting me to smile and play along as usual. Like I was about to respond, sure, take the car. I spent 14 months repairing the one possession I own that meant something to me. No problem at all. I just answered, no, that's not happening. They all responded as if I had suggested we sacrifice the family dog. There was dead stillness at the table. Dad attempted to smooth things up by stating we'd talk about it later, but I shut that down as well. I told him there wasn't much to discuss. That was my automobile. This is the end of the narrative. Mom jumped in, telling me not to be selfish, since Lucas needed reliable transportation at this critical period in his life, as if college was somehow more essential than, I don't know, my entire existence. I ordered them to purchase him a car just like they did with everything else he requested. That's when Dad became enraged, slapped his hand on the table, nearly knocking over the gravy bucket, and claimed I was being foolish about a vehicle. I stepped up and finally spoke what I had been keeping in for years. I told him it was my car, that I rebuilt myself, that I had the title for, that I paid for with my own money, and that I wasn't handing it to Lucas just because he asked for it. I told them that for once in their life, they could say no to their lovely golden kid. He suggested Lucas understand what it's like to struggle for something rather than have everything delivered to him on a silver platter. Mom glanced at me, as if she couldn't believe I was sticking up for myself. Dad looked like he was about to rupture a blood vessel. Lucas merely sat there with that grimace, undoubtedly annoyed that his regular want-what-I-get approach had encountered a stumbling block. I left before anyone could say anything else. The next morning, Dad tried again. He attempted a new approach this time. Listen, son, he began, as though we were discussing a deal. I know you've put a lot of work into that automobile. What if we compensated you for this? We could put some money toward another project car for you to work on while Lucas drives the Mustang. He needs it right now. I just chuckled. You don't understand, do you? It's not about money. I do not want another project vehicle. I want my automobile, which I have previously restored. And don't repeat the phrase "it's just a car," because it isn't. It means far more to me than that. Then he attempted to be selfish again. Lucas has an opportunity here. This has the potential to significantly increase his chances of success. Don't you want the best for your brother? I was so sick of that line. How about what is best for me, Dad? Has that ever crossed your mind? The expression on his face spoke everything I needed to know. It actually hadn't. Things at home remained strained for several weeks. My mother used the quiet treatment, as if I were the one being unreasonable. My father continued making small jabs about team members and family sacrifice. Lucas alternated between pouting and attempting to cheer me up with his unexpected brotherly interest in my life. I simply kept my head down, concentrating on my studies and job. I spent as little time at home as possible. I really considered obtaining my own apartment, despite the fact that rent in our neighborhood was exorbitant. But I began planning. I believed they'd ultimately get over it and get Lucas a car like any other parent would, one that they could afford. But they didn't want to, since why invest money when they could get my automobile for free? After 10 days, I received a call from my aunt in Michigan. Grandpa Frank's health has taken a severe decline. Parkinson's disease was worsening, and at a routine exam, physicians discovered several other concerns. They were concerned about heart issues. Apparently, I panicked and decided to go up to Michigan to visit him. It was roughly a 7-hour journey, and I planned to remain for a long weekend. I told my parents I was leaving, despite the fact that we had scarcely spoken since the dinner dispute. Mom simply nodded and told them to offer Grandpa his love. Dad grumbled something about me skipping work. Classic. I was irritated because they didn't care about Grandpa. My friend Mason, who has always enjoyed my grandfather's stories, was aware of the trip. He became sad for him and offered to drive with me. I've been eager to see this great man, he explained. I considered taking the Mustang, but Michigan roads in late spring are sheer horror, with potholes the size of kiddie pools from winter freeze-thaw cycles. I didn't want to risk damaging the recently rebuilt undercarriage. Furthermore, Mason's truck had greater heat, and Michigan was still cold in May, so we took that instead. When we arrived in Michigan, my whole demeanor altered. Grandpa was in bad shape. Seeing this powerful old Marine who used to carry me on his shoulders, now hardly able to handle a coffee cup, truly upset me. His body was failing him, but his intellect remained keen as ever. "Did you take your time coming here?" When we came in, he muttered and smirked, letting me know he was kidding. We sat down with him, and he began giving us war stories and historical tales, which Mason thoroughly enjoyed. It was nice to see Grandpa happy again, even if just for a moment. Mason had to return after the first weekend for work, but I opted to remain longer. Grandpa's condition was worse than I had anticipated, and I wanted to be present. I slept on a cot in his assisted living facility room, supported him in moving, and ensured he ate appropriately. We had several nice conversations throughout those nearly 3 weeks. He inquired about the Mustang, of course. I showed him photos of the completed restoration on my phone, and his eyes lighted up. "Damn, buddy, you did well. Really fantastic job." "I am proud of you, kiddo." Then he asked about my parents and Lucas. Saw right through my hazy responses. "Aren't they giving you crap about that car?" I nodded. I told him about Lucas wanting it for college and the major battle. Grandpa simply shook his head. "Your father never understood the importance of working with your hands. I've always wanted the easy way." He then looked me full in the eye. "Don't give in. Do you hear me? That automobile is yours. You constructed it. You keep it," I promised him. After almost 3 weeks, Grandpa had stabilized enough that I felt comfortable returning home. The nurse had an excellent schedule with him, and my aunt visited him every day. I took the Greyhound bus back. It was a long, unpleasant journey, and I was fatigued. When I arrived at our town's bus terminal, I ordered an Uber to drive me home because no one in my family offered me a ride, despite the fact that I texted my estimated arrival time. When I pulled into our driveway, something seemed strange right away. The Mustang was not in the garage where I had parked it. I assumed my father had relocated it to work on his own project vehicle, so I looked everywhere, including the street, parking lot, and side yard. Nothing. I raced inside and discovered my mother in the kitchen. "Where is my car?" I demanded. She startled as if astonished to see me and quickly tried to change the conversation. "Oh, you are back. How's your granddad doing?" "Where is my Mustang?" I repeated, not allowing her to deflect. She refused to meet my gaze. She became quite interested in the dish she was drying. "Lucas transported it to college. He needed an automobile for school. And since you were gone..." My blood ran cold. "He drove my car to campus after I said no to everyone." "Are you serious?" Dad walked in, and I could tell by the look on his face that he understood what was going on. "Now listen," he began in his courtroom voice. "We tried to call you, but reception was spotty up there." I fired back. "I had a signal the entire time. I texted you every day with updates on Grandpa. You didn't call because you knew what I was going to say." Dad carried on. "Look, what's done is finished. Lucas needs the car more than you do right now. So what am I doing? Just existing. That is my car. I'm heading to campus right now to get it." "That might be difficult," Dad said. "The title has been transferred legally. Lucas now owns the car." For a moment, I thought I misheard him. "You did what?" I swear my brain captured a screenshot. He said it in a way that suggested he was discussing the weather. It just makes more sense for him to have it right. "Did you transfer my title? How in the hell did you do that without my signature?" They exchanged a look that revealed everything I needed to know. "So, about that. We forged your signature." "Are you really kidding me? That is illegal." Don't be so dramatic, Mom snapped, finally giving up the sweet act. We're your parents. We were simply making the right decision. I pulled out my phone and began dialing. Who are you calling? Mom inquired, suddenly nervous. The police. Dad lunged forward, grabbing my phone. Do not be stupid, you're going to regret it. I looked at them. They were already boiling. Yes, someone will regret this. But it will not be me. I took my phone back and walked out. I called Mason, and he immediately came to pick me up. What happened, dude? You look like you saw a ghost. I told him everything. What the actual hell? Was all Mason could say at first. I crashed on his couch that night, too angry to even consider returning home. I kept picturing Lucas driving my car around campus, flaunting it like he owned it, and my parents believing they'd gotten away with it. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Mason's father, Richard, returned home late from work. Fortunately, he is a lawyer. Mason told him what had happened, and then he joined us. He told me that what they did was clearly illegal. Grand theft, auto forgery, and fraud are all felonies. But he warned me that I should think carefully about whether I want to go down this road with my family because they could face serious consequences. But guess what? I had no os to give. Allow them to face whatever hell was coming because they deserved it. That night, my phone was flooded with texts from my parents, all variations of, "Come home so we can talk about this. You're overreacting, and family comes first." I ignored them all and slept, knowing I was about to teach them a lesson. That is when Operation Takedown began. The following day, the first stop was the DMV, the most boring place on the planet. But man, was it worth the 3-hour wait? I requested records of the Mustang's title transfer. Sure enough, there it was. My signature on the transfer papers was dated precisely when I was sitting in a hospital room in Michigan with Grandpa. I also obtained copies of the original title, which showed that the car was legally mine since Grandpa signed it over. Next, I went through all of my files at home while my parents were at work. I had always kept meticulous records for the Mustang restoration. I had every receipt, every before and after photo, and every piece of evidence that it was my project from the start. I had the original bill of sale from Grandpa to me. I even received texts from my parents acknowledging that it was my car project. Then Richard suggested we get proof that I was in Michigan when the title transfer occurred. This was the clever part. I went to my bank and obtained ATM camera footage that showed me taking cash from a Michigan ATM on the same day the transfer. Documents were signed. I was about 0.2 miles away from the DMV when my signature appeared on the paperwork. While everything was going on, my phone was constantly blowing up. My parents left frantic voicemails that began with wrath. How dare you not answer our calls? Complete indignation turned to shame. We're so worried about you. Finally, they settled on manipulation. If you love your brother, you'll come home and we can work this out as a family. I didn't answer to anything. I was finished chatting. This was much beyond anything a family reunion could resolve. With all of the proof in hand, Richard and I headed to the police station to report grand theft, auto forgery, and fraud. Walking out of that police station seemed like I had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just accepting whatever garbage my family wanted to dole out. I fought back. The wheels of justice moved slowly, but they did spin. It took them roughly a month to address my concern. My parents' attempts to reach me have escalated during the last 4 weeks. The messages were increasingly frantic. Stop being dramatic and come back home immediately. And you're tearing the family apart for a crappy car. And my particular favorite, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. They took my automobile, faked my signature on legal documents, and intimidated me when I confronted them about it. But, yes, I was overreacting. I kept myself occupied during those weeks. I worked additional shifts at work, helped Mason's father around the home to thank them for letting me remain, and began looking for my own apartment, deciding it was finally time to break away from my family's BS. After almost a month of silence from the police, the detective phoned. We're moving on your case, he said. Officers are on their way to your brother's dorm to recover the vehicle. As I hung up, my pulse pounded. It was really occurring. I was partly certain the officers would just dismiss it as a family affair. But when the officers arrived at Lucas's hostel to reclaim the Mustang, it was not there. According to his roommate, Lucas took it to a friend's house for safekeeping after receiving concerned texts from our parents. Because obviously, he had. That's when things became extremely serious. What began as a family squabble quickly escalated into a criminal probe. The cops traced the automobile to a storage place approximately an hour away from school. The flat was rented under a false name, but they tracked the payment back to my father's credit card, where they discovered my Mustang under a tarp with the VIN plates already removed. The detectives claimed it was obvious proof that they intended to either sell it illegally or make it disappear forever. Removing VIN plates is a criminal in and of itself. The following day, Lucas was arrested in his room for receiving stolen stuff and conspiracy. My parents were arrested at work and accused with forgery, fraud, and tampering with evidence. The local newspaper published a piece titled, "Family Charged in Classic Car Theft Scheme." There was even a photo of my parents being led into court for their arraignment. My phone practically burst after that. Relatives I hardly knew called to inquire what the heck was going on. High school pals were messaging to see whether the reports were real. My parents, now desperate, were phoning hourly with sobbing appeals to dismiss the charges in their wildest dreams. "This will ruin Lucas's future," Mom wailed on one voicemail. "He could go to jail. Is this what you want for your brother?" Another from Dad. "You are a complete jerk. The legal expenses are depleting our finances. We could lose our house." I did not call back. Not once. They had made their decision when they thought stealing from me was acceptable. Now they were sucking it up. My extended family had divided. Some people were outraged by what my parents had done, including my aunt in Michigan. Naturally, others sided with my parents. My mom's sister left me a nasty message about how I was ruining the family over a silly automobile. I didn't respond. What was the point? Despite the uproar, I remained calm, as if nothing they said or did could touch me anymore. I'd spent my entire life as the nice child, the sensible one, the one who swallowed it up and coped with whatever injustice came my way. And where had that led me? Nowhere. The most startling call came from Lucas at the county prison. He seemed desperate, which was unlike his normal confident tone. He began by claiming that everything was a misunderstanding, and that he assumed I was okay with his having the automobile since our parents had stated so. I stopped him off right then and ordered him not to lie. He knew precisely what he was doing since I warned him directly at dinner that he would never have my automobile. After a moment he confessed it. He stated he assumed I wouldn't file charges since families stick together or something like that. He wrote, "My father claimed it wasn't a big deal because they're my parents, and that the car was a waste on me anyway because I just worked on it instead of driving it somewhere worthwhile." Pure entitled BS, but precisely what I've faced with my entire life. Then he had the arrogance to beg me to dismiss the charges because they were going to ruin his life. I just chuckled, welcomed him to the world of consequences, and hung up. As the investigation progressed, I received regular updates from the detective. The evidence was overwhelming, he stated. The prosecution was certain they had a good case based on the falsified signature, ATM footage confirming I was out of state, and the removal of the VIN plates. "Your parents' attorney has reached out about a plea deal," the detective informed me. "They want to make this go away." I believe they did. But it wasn't going away. Not this time. Edit 1. I didn't anticipate this to draw so much attention. Thank you, everyone. Edit 2. For those who have requested an update, I will provide one as soon as possible. Things are a little messy right now, so please pardon me till I am free. So here's a roundup. Hello Reddit. It's been a little over a year since my initial article went viral, and many of you have messaged me asking for an update. And let me tell you, there is a lot to say, so buckle up. So the judicial system is sluggish as hell, but it gets there eventually. Over the following few months, I observed from a distance as my family's pristine image crumbled. It turned out that the prosecution was not interested in any plea negotiations. Lucas received a felony conviction for grand theft auto and tampering with evidence, was sentenced to 10 months in county prison, 4 years probation, and 600 hours of community service. When the conviction was announced, State University dismissed him immediately. No appeals and no second chances. My parents did not fare much better. Dad was charged with forgery, fraud, conspiracy, and tampering with evidence. Mom faced the same accusations because it was shown that she was the one who faked my signature. They were both sentenced to 24 months probation, huge penalties, and 45 days in county prison, which the court refused to let them serve on weekends despite their requests. Dad lost his accounting job. It turns out that corporations dislike having convicted fraudsters around to handle money. Their immaculate reputation was entirely shattered. In addition to the criminal accusations, the civil suit I brought with Richard's assistance impacted them hard. They had to sell their home to pay court expenses and damages. Last I heard, they were living in a squalid apartment and barely making ends meet. They attempted to declare bankruptcy to avoid the civil judgment, but the court refused them. They made one final attempt to contact us via their court-appointed counsel. I offered to take out a second mortgage on the property they were already selling to pay for the car and more if I just dismissed the charges. Said we were still a family and could overcome this. I returned one line through Richard. We stopped being a family when you picked Lucas over me for the final time. The Mustang was finally removed from the storage container. The court ordered that it be returned to me, plus damages for attempted theft and mental anguish. It returned with a damage in the fender and other scuffs, but nothing I couldn't repair. While all of this legal crap was going on, I had been staying with Mason and his family, but I realized I needed a more permanent answer. I wasn't just looking to move out, I wanted to get out of that harmful atmosphere totally. So I made my selection. I packed up all I had, which was not much. It's amazing how little you need when you start new. I resigned my job and came to Michigan to live with Grandpa Frank. His Parkinson's was not improving, and he required more continuous care than my aunt could provide with her work and children. It was truly the finest decision I'd ever made. I transferred my community college credits to a nearby school and began working part-time at a local vehicle restoration company, where they valued my abilities. The first weekend after I moved here, I took the Mustang up to see Grandpa. He seemed really exhausted. The sight of him crushed my heart. I assisted him to the parking lot so he could see the car well in the sunshine. He brushed his shaking palm across the fender. The smile on his face was adorable. He was ecstatic that I moved in with him. Living with Grandpa for a few months was the finest thing that could have happened to both of us. I'd help him with everything, even cooking his meals, while he sat at the kitchen table giving me advice on compression ratios and valve timing. We'd watch classic westerns together in the evening, him falling asleep halfway through but insisting I tell him how they ended anyhow. After Grandpa's health deteriorated, my parents attempted several visits. He declined to see them. He claimed he didn't want to see those two hypocrites. Grandpa passed away roughly 7 months after I moved into his home. He passed away quietly in his sleep. I was with him last night, telling him about the 1970 Charger that the shop had just taken in for restoration. I wept for him. Still do. My family attended the funeral. Lucas looked like horrible following his time in county jail. My parents seemed worn down and aged. I maintained my distance even when they attempted to converse. I didn't trust myself to say something that wouldn't cause a scene. And Grandpa deserved more than that. On his last day after the funeral, I was astonished to see that Grandpa had left me everything: his home, tools, and small funds. My father appeared to have been smacked when the lawyer read the will. I guess he was banking on an inheritance to aid with their financial issues as a result of the legal turmoil. The lawyer then handed me an envelope containing a letter from Grandpa. The letter began with, "To my real son." He stated that the last several months with me were the happiest he'd been in years. He even asked that I maintain the Mustang running smoothly. I couldn't help it. I sobbed when I read it. I still kept the note in the Mustang's glove compartment. Still in Michigan, living at Grandpa's home. I've made some good friends, have a job I enjoy, and my future seems promising. Every Sunday when the weather is nice, I take the Mustang for a long drive along the coastal roads near the lake we drive on. My relatives called me several times, pleading for assistance. I always blocked them and told them to go to hell. The door is closed and secured. My daughter insulted me for her glamorous mother-in-law. I sipped my wine and cut the $1.25 million invisible safety net funding her life. My name's Martha Sterling. I am 62 and have spent my adult life building something I am proud of. The organization offers financial consulting and wealth management in a quiet Boston area. I created this company at 32. I lacked investors, unfunded trust. I had $15,000 in a tattered savings account, a second-hand oak desk from a shutting insurance office, and a framed company license that I mounted center on a freshly painted beige wall to prove my fearful leap of faith was real. After 24 years, I sold a controlling stake in that firm, which managed $410 million for 250 high-net-worth clients. I mentored 4 of our 14 outstanding, devoted colleagues, promoting them from timid junior associates to formidable senior partners. I know money. I know how it grows, disappears, hides, and most importantly, changes those who have it and those who want it. I was never flamboyant. This character trait is key to understanding the horrible events that follow. I've never desired a massive Hamptons vacation home. I never leased a luxury European sports car to impress strangers at traffic lights. I drove a reliable, unsexy 14-year-old Subaru Outback for much of my 50s since the title was in my name. The engine purred like a pleased cat, and I believed cash should be put in growth, not vanity assets. Historic and sturdy, my 5-bedroom colonial in a quiet Massachusetts suburb has superb public schools and inexpensive property taxes. I hand-painted every room in this house. I did it because I enjoy the methodical, rhythmic manual labor of rolling paint onto drywall, and because paying a stranger $4,500 to apply eggshell white to my living room felt like an insult to every financial principle I had spent 3 decades teaching my clients. I don't disclose uninteresting facts to illustrate my morality or asceticism. This will help you understand what my daughter Chloe saw when she looked at me, and why Victoria Vance attracted her so thoroughly, naively, and fatally. Mother of my son-in-law David was Victoria Vance. I knew Victoria for nearly 12 years when Chloe and David started dating in their senior year of college, a degree I fully supported, but that is a complex ledger item I will handle soon. Victoria transformed a room's atmosphere when she entered. She boldly challenged bystanders with her age. She had the extremely precise, irresistible glitter of someone who had spent decades building a towering, impenetrable mythology about herself and repeating it so loudly, regularly, and for so long that even she had lost the ability to discern it from reality. Victoria softly discussed Radiant Beauty, her cosmetics brand, like a Silicon Valley visionary. She clutched a crystal wine glass in her manicured hand, and told dramatic tales of long nights, painful early sacrifices, and the vast, sweeping vision that nobody believed in until her genius pushed them to. Her tale of secretly mortgaging her small first apartment to meet payroll during the company's first year was wrenching. She told this narrative so precisely and emotionally that I, a financial planner trained to spot dishonesty, never questioned it. That story thrilled Chloe. Actually, Chloe loved everything about Victoria with a fervent, almost religious devotion that I had spent a decade convincing myself was healthy, normal, and nothing to take personally. I was the boring, pragmatic mother who talked about index funds and compound interest. Victoria was the glamorous, globe-trotting mentor who talked about manifesting destiny and smashing corporate patriarchy. I should have trusted my quiet, analytical mind. I should have checked porcelain cracks. At dinner on a crisp, unusually cool Saturday evening in late October, our family's tectonic plates collapsed. She hosted at her magnificent home. Her table, her delicious cooking, her husband David, their 2 teenage children, Leo, 16, and Emma, 13, myself, and a months-long, vicious fight about Victoria. Actually, tension increased earlier that afternoon. I dropped off Emma's birthday gift, a luxury drawing tablet she wanted at their residence. I accidentally entered from the side. On the phone, Chloe paces the kitchen laughing her peculiar, crazy laugh for Victoria. I know, Victoria, I know. You're honestly just incredible. I don't know how you do it. Chloe hung up, startled to see me, and began a breathless monologue about Victoria's high-stakes talks to launch a revolutionary new skincare line, flying to Los Angeles to meet with massive private equity investors, and being the most impressive, awe-inspiring voice. With a wrapped gift worth more than my first automobile, I remarked, "That's very nice, sweetheart." Chloe looked at me. Pity was a sight I had seen 1,000 times but was frightened to call. Pity and deep secondhand shame. By dinner, Victoria adoration had escalated from a murmur to a roar. David, a smart, grounded man I liked, casually suggested a small mortgage refinancing tweak they were considering. A typical financial fluctuation. Chloe instantly politicized the interest rate conversation, making it a vote on my life versus Victoria's. Well, Victoria actually gave me some brilliant advice about leveraging debt. Chloe swirled her Pinot Noir. Victoria might approach this differently, but then again, Victoria took nothing and built a great empire from sheer, unadulterated will. She never leaned on anyone. She never compromised for safety. Chloe paused, the candlelight highlighting her malicious smile. She literally hit me in the eyes. My mother-in-law built everything herself, Mom. She's everything you're not. The entire dining room presumably vanished in that short time. Ambient jazz from the smart speaker muted. Stop clinking silverware. I heard her statements as the inevitable, catastrophic coming of a train I had been watching for 20 years, scared on the tracks and reluctant to believe it would hit me. I kept calm. Not surprised. I carefully placed my silver fork on my lap's linen napkin. I stared at my beautiful, goofy, blind daughter across the table. I said, "Well," emotionlessly, "then I suppose I will just let Victoria pay your bills from now on." Chloe laughed. No nervous, shrinking laugh. Laughter of disbelief. A laugh that shouts, "You feeble old woman. You cannot be serious. What bills, Mom? Those 3 words. What bills, Mom? 3 painfully dumb comments told me everything about my last 20 years. I watched her in her clean dining room and well-maintained life and thought, of course she doesn't know. How could she? In my infinite, wrong maternal knowledge, I never made it a transaction. I never made her beg. Never made her ask. I never meant my financial support to be a burden, guilt trip, or emotional leverage, just paid. Paying quietly, efficiently, and often. I paid because she was my only child. Leo and Emma were my family, and I believed unconditional love did this. Reduce friction to let them fly. I wasn't loud, I didn't cry, no table flipping. I pushed my heavy wooden chair back, rose up with good posture, stated I was tired, kissed my surprised grandsons on their foreheads, and left the front door into the cold October night. I drove my vintage Subaru silently to my paid-off Colonial. I slept none that night. My home office has a spectacular east-facing bay window. At 4:13 a.m., while methodically opening digitally stored bank documents from the past 2 decades, you can see the sky slowly, agonizingly shift color while mathematically deconstructing your identity. The sky went from bruised, violent purple to freezing slate gray to piercing light gold in early New England fall dawn. Watching a lovely sunrise illuminate a sterile Excel spreadsheet that says you've been a ghost for 20 years is strange. I accessed everything, every vault, every encrypted file, automatic clearinghouse payments, international wire transfer confirmations, whole life insurance policy documents, automobile loan statements, educational trust disbursements, master financial planner. I can locate cash. Using shell accounts, I can calculate compound interest on invisible gifts and track capital bleeding. I did this for strangers my whole career. I never utilized those terrifying forensic skills on my family. I had written 3 pages of properly recorded, perfectly categorized information at 7 a.m. when my coffee was ice cold. Looking at the numerals burned them into my eyes. Chloe's Penn State tuition, room, and board, $72,000 paid straight to the bursar over 4 years. My liquidated trust paid her $95,000 NYU Stern MBA, which she hustled to complete. I framed the down payment for her and David's first starter home as a small, one-time wedding gift because David's entry-level job couldn't cover it and I didn't want to stress them out. Wuan Wutian Mayorn. Leo and Emma paid $7,200 each month at Crestwood Preparatory Academy, after Chloe lamented that public schools weren't challenging enough, and David's promotion failed, every month. The last 6 years. Just that line item cost $518,400 and increasing. Cost of gold-tier health insurance for their 4-person family during David's 1-8-month finding himself, period, $35,000. Chloe's gorgeous Audi Q7's 4-year vehicle loan, $1,200 per month, auto-drafted from my secondary account. The $900 emergency foods debit card I gave Chloe when Leo was a baby and quietly topped up every month for 14 years. Emma's private cello lessons. Calculus AP tutoring for Leo. The expensive, multi-generational family vacation to a Bahamas luxury resort that I enthusiastically advocated and fully sponsored because I wanted to spend time with my grandchildren, and Chloe couldn't afford flights or seaside cabanas. Little things. Not visible. Endless. Suffocating. The spreadsheet's bottom stated $1,250,000 in black Arial. eBay Arshawu Mayorn. Spread thinly, delicately, and wonderfully over 20 years. My daughter may sit at a candlelight table, drinking wine I probably bought her, and ask me, what bills? In confusion. I shut the laptop carefully. In the quiet house, the hinge clicked hard. From my ergonomic chair, I watched the glorious October sunlight and imagined invisibility. I thought about how I had purposefully made myself a financial ghost, because true parental love required self-effacement. Chloe, calling Victoria, self-made, without cognitive difficulty puzzled me. Because Chloe's carefully maintained, perfectly insulated life contained everything she possessed. The top school, beautiful residence, organic goods, and perfect security were there. Similar to oxygen. Nobody worries where the air comes from since they've never suffocated. I grabbed my phone. My main bank's senior relationship manager's private line was phoned. I skipped business hours because she checked her texts. Brenda, I said sleepily when she answered. I apologize for the hour. I need to execute a series of immediate, hard-stop cancellations on a massive block of automatic payments and standing wire transfers. Brenda handled my accounts for a decade. She recognized my tone. Of course, Martha, good morning. Let me log into the terminal. How many specific transfers are we discussing terminating? All of them, I said. Deadpan was my tone. Everything, Brenda. Every single standing order connected to my daughter's accounts, my son-in-law's accounts, and the grandchildren's educational portals. The mortgage supplements, the tuition drafts, the auto loans, the grocery card, sever every single umbilical cord. Immediately. A mechanical keyboard clacked rapidly and paused long on the other end of the connection. The silence of a seasoned banker observing a massive liquidity loss. Martha. Are you absolutely certain? Brenda sympathized, shedding her banking persona. Some of these are massive recurring life expenses. The shock to their ecosystem will be violent. If a payment bounces on that Crestwood tuition, the penalty fees alone. I am a wealth manager, Brenda, I whispered. I know exactly what the penalty fees are. I know exactly what I am initiating. Burn the bridge. I must describe the terrible, surreal 3 weeks between Brenda's 7 a.m. call and the last violent encounter, since it wasn't passive cancellation. I didn't pout at night. I was doing something else entirely. After the shovel touched the dirt, I couldn't stop digging. Investigating. Unrelated to Victoria, Diane Vance is a dear friend. After 35 years as a ruthless, brilliant FBI white-collar crime division forensic accountant, Diane retired and founded a top, covert private consulting firm. Over 20 years, I had secretly referred Diane, dozens of my most difficult, desperate clients. Rich people came to my office crying with knotted, blood-soaked books, hidden offshore assets, and cheating spouses, needing a microscopic forensic eye to analyze the financial chaos. Diane owed me several professional favors. I called her on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I called her, Diane, without greeting. I need a comprehensive colonoscopy-level financial picture of a company called Radiant Beauty Cosmetics, and its supposed founder, a woman named Victoria Vance. Diane didn't blink. Is this a professional inquiry for a client, Martha, or is this personal? Does the classification change your hourly rate or your methodology? I asked. Not in the slightest, she purred predatorily. Give me 10 days, don't call me, I'll call you. She called 8 days later. When I answered the phone, Diane's voice was harsh and flat, as if the financial pathology report was worse than imagined. Martha, Diane whispered. I am going to send a heavily encrypted zip file to your private server. I strongly advise you not to open this in a public place. Have a stiff drink ready. After shutting the heavy oak door, and consuming 3 fingers of neat scotch, I decrypted the document in my home office. The contents contained 22, meticulously sourced legal documents. Total syllable reading. Radiant Beauty Cosmetics was not founded by Victoria Vance. It was founded in 1984 by her father, Hector Silva, an industrious, calloused Bogotá native who had immigrated to the U.S. with a suitcase in his early 20s. Hector worked hard for 40 years in a warehouse to build a legitimate, profitable mid-market cosmetics distribution network in New Jersey. He died abruptly from a heart attack in 2010, leaving Victoria with the debt-free, successful company. Victoria celebrated her dazzling, empowering empire at cocktail parties, but it was 26 years old when it fell into her groomed lap. She inherited it free. She then wasted 12 years trashing her father's legacy with astounding incompetence. Diane's documents showed financial ruin. I have every legal right, I whispered. These are entirely public court dockets, state probate filings, and verified Department of Labor records. I did not fabricate a single syllable of this dossier. If you can provide documentation that disputes a single line item in that packet, I welcome you to present it right now. Victoria looked around wildly. Let me explain David's expression when she looked at him. Chloe stared at the $1.25 million ledger like a bomb, silently crying. She looked at Leo, who was reading pay theft allegations with the confused focus of a teenager learning adults lie. Victoria took her faux fur coat from David's chair. She stopped talking. She ran from the room. Stilettos sounded like gunshots on the floor. Antique windows shook in their frames, and crystal wine glasses shivered on the table as the oak front door crashed. Only Chloe's raspy breathing remained. Emma, my 13-year-old granddaughter, stared at me with huge, tearful eyes after 10 minutes of horror. She asked weakly, Grandma, did you really pay for everything? Her sight broke my heart 1,000 times. Yes, sweetheart, I did. For my school? For the house? For all of it, Emma. For a very long time. Emma slowly grasped this terrible situation. Daughter saw mother hyperventilate into napkin. Leo glanced up from the doll complaint. His voice was exceptionally deep and steady. So, Leo pointed to Victoria's broken door. Literally everything Grandma Victoria ever told us about herself. Her company, her money, her struggles. It was all a complete lie. Not just that, Leo, David said. David's voice was shattered. He had stared at the dining room wall, face slack, absorbing a devastating internal collapse for 5 minutes. A gentle turn to me. Never forget his eyes. He looked like a man who discovered there was no floor. Mrs. Sterling, David shook. He always called me Martha. There is something else. Something I found 3 days ago. I didn't know how to bring it up. I thought I was crazy. I mean, Perhaps the room quieted. A large logistics company employed David as a mid-level corporate finance director. He was meticulous and pathological. With shaking hands, he took a folded paper from his suit jacket's inside breast pocket. 2 weeks ago, while I was reconciling our quarterly household statements to figure out why our checking account was hemorrhaging, David said, his tone dull, I noticed a bizarre, recurring automated transfer that I could not identify. It was for $750 a month. It was being routed out of a secondary joint savings account that Chloe and I rarely use, and it was being sent to an external routing number I didn't recognize. The transfers dated back 18 months. Chloe stopped sobbing. She watched her husband. David, what are you talking about? I spent 2 days tracking the routing number, David said. I traced it to a secondary checking account opened at a regional bank 3 towns over. An account opened entirely in my name. Using my social security number. Using my birth date. David handed me the paper across the table. Bank account opening paperwork was printed. I did not open this account. David whispered. But the signature on the paperwork. It's incredibly close to mine. It's a forgery, but a practiced one. And the mailing address linked to the account is my mother's apartment. Looking at the paper below, the knot in my stomach was hard and icy. Someone, David choked, crying. My own mother, used my stolen identity to open a shadow account, and she has been siphoning $750 a month from my family's savings for a year and a half to pay her rent. 18 months. Costs. $750. Month. Dollars. $13,500. Chloe screamed and sobbed. She covered her face with hands. A terrible moment passed as I stared at the fake signature. Inhaled deeply. I yelled, David, ending the argument. You are going to take your family home right now. You are going to put the children to bed. And then, you are going to call the fraud division of your bank tonight. Not tomorrow morning. Tonight. And first thing Monday morning, you are calling a criminal defense attorney. David hesitated. Martha, do you really think my mother? I do not know what your mother's internal justifications were, I said gently. I know that you have documented, legally actionable evidence of federal identity theft and financial misappropriation. That is no longer a family disagreement, David. That is a felony, and it is a conversation for law enforcement. David nodded slowly, captivated. He got up, grabbed his crying wife, gently took his terrified children to the door, and left into the cold night. Avalanche-like, 8 weeks followed. First time in 20 years, I wasn't snowplow driver. David hired Robert Vance, an aggressive, respected attorney, unrelated. After 30 years prosecuting financial crimes, Robert switched to civil litigation. My attorney Helen briefed Robert on Diane's forensic dossier, including Department of Labor complaints and eviction dockets, the following Monday at my request. Robert reported David's fake banking documents and stolen transfer chronology to the police. Detective Miller of the Massachusetts State Police Financial Crimes Unit began a criminal investigation. Victoria's sloppiness and arrogance accelerated the investigation. I was subpoenaed to give Detective Miller sworn testimony at his sterile downtown office on a dreary Tuesday morning. After reading Helen's dossier page by page, he looked exhausted. Mrs. Sterling, Miller crossed his pen on the file. How exactly did you, a private citizen, obtain these highly specific Department of Labor settlement documents? I am a retired wealth manager with extensive contacts in forensic accounting. Whispered. The documents are public record. They were compiled by a licensed professional. I also utilized one personal source who was directly party to a separate wage dispute, who provided the information legally. He said, and you had absolutely zero prior knowledge of the fraudulent bank account opened in David Vance's name? None whatsoever, I said. David discovered that discrepancy entirely on his own, and brought the documentation to my home during a family dinner. Detective Miller relaxed. Mrs. Sterling, this is an unusually comprehensive, utterly devastating intelligence packet to drop at a family dinner party. Looking him dead in the eye. Detective, I spent 30 years protecting my client's assets from predators. When someone attacks my family, I do not raise my voice. I do my homework. Victoria's life forensic audit was awful. Victoria effortlessly took David's personal information when she helped him file his taxes right out of college to create the fake account. She stole $13,500 from their pooled funds, but wire fraud remains wire fraud regardless of the amount. 10 weeks after the dinner party that ruined our family, Victoria Vance was arrested for felony identity fraud, wire fraud, and financial misappropriation at her penthouse apartment. Her arrest started a chain. Robert Vance helped Castaneda and Co.'s attorneys renew their massive civil suit after Victoria's insolvency claims delayed it. Criminal fraud charges pierced the corporate veil. After hearing about the criminal investigation, 3 former warehouse workers openly documented her oppressive business practices. Helen, who worked closely with Robert, gave me most of these I deliberately avoided the criminal case. I witnessed and orchestrated her unmasking, then returned to the shadows, which was ideal. Chloe called me on a serene Thursday afternoon 5 weeks after dinner. Unhurried voice, it wasn't defense. Weary, hollow, and quiet. Mom, can I come over? She arrived an hour later. She looked 10 years older. We had our first brutally honest conversation in 20 years at the kitchen island where she did her high school homework. I answered her inquiries unprotected. She cried twice. I wasn't manipulated by her. Her sobs were deep, terrible tears of someone who realizes they've been lying. She said, I didn't know, Mom, looking into her teacup. I swear to God, I didn't know about the money. I didn't know about the tuition. I didn't know about the grocery card. I know you didn't, Chloe, I said. She cried, but I should have known, staring at me in agony. Shouldn't I have known? How could I be so stupid? How could I just assume the money was magic? Her question was carefully considered. Her mother instantly comforted her, told her it wasn't her fault, and relieved her guilt. I protected her from conflict for 20 years, and look where we ended up. She deserved the harsh reality. You didn't know, because I intentionally made it incredibly easy for you not to know, I gently said. I genuinely thought that was what love was. I thought being a good mother meant removing every single obstacle from your path, so completely that you never even had to feel the bump. And I halted. I think Victoria was a master at telling you a highly intoxicating, cinematic story about what strength and success look like. And I was very, very bad at telling mine. So, you bought her story, and you entirely ignored mine. That is not entirely your fault, Chloe. But it's not entirely mine, either. Excruciating quiet. Chloe said. She charged David interest, breaking. A shaky breath, she said. She charged her own son 5% interest on a $2,000 loan, while she was stealing 13 grand from his savings account. And all that time, while we were drowning. While I was sitting at your beautiful table, drinking your wine, telling you that she was everything you're not. I didn't say thank you, Mom, not once. No, I muttered, you didn't. Chloe carried my hand over the marble island like life. I am so deeply, profoundly sorry. Not all right. Since it was wrong. Unacceptable for long. Squeezing her hand. I believe you, Chloe, I said. And I want things to be fundamentally different going forward. For both of us. She wiped her puffy eyes with her sleeve. What do I owe you? For the $1 million, we can set up a payment plan. David is talking to his firm about a massive salary advance. Stop, I said. I am not calculating a debt. That money was given freely, albeit foolishly. I am not a loan shark. I am not taking it back. I looked. What I demand from you going forward is absolute, brutal honesty. I want you to ask me directly when you need help. I want to know when you and David are struggling. I refuse to be an invisible ghost in your life ever again. She nodded frantically. Okay. But what about Leo and Emma's tuition? The school is threatening expulsion next week. Hid. You told me 3 years ago that you had been daydreaming about going back to work, about starting your own boutique consulting firm. You said, you missed the intellectual challenge. I did, she whispered. Then I think it is time for you to stop daydreaming and start building, I said. I will bridge the Crestwood tuition for exactly 1 more semester while you and David stabilize your finances and recover from the theft. After that semester ends, the tuition comes entirely out of your household budget, not mine. If you can't afford it, they go to public school. That is the new deal. Chloe shed tears laughing. A deal? I'm a financial planner, sweetheart, I added. Everything is a deal. 6 months later, Victoria Vance took a harsh plea deal to avoid federal prison. She received 3 years of highly monitored probation, $13,500 in reparations to David, and 500 hours of arduous community service. Castaneda & Co. legal suit drained Radiant Beauty's meager assets, destroying the enterprise her father battled for. Her incarceration time was light. In public, she lost everything. She lost tale. She lost myth. The glamorous concept of the self-made, globe-trotting female titan who had courageously won the corporate world was demolished. David knew. Most importantly, Leo and Emma knew the truth, Chloe. Once the curtain rises, the miserable magician controlling the levers will be remembered. My nightmare was most influenced by Leo, my grandson. I was proud when Leo wrote his last AP English persuasive essay that spring. His teacher praised his morality and emotional maturity. The essay arrived at my house on Thanksgiving, and he looked guilty as he handed me the papers. I read it quietly at my kitchen island while he pretended to watch football in the living room, monitoring my reaction. Great and insightful essay on creating something meaningful in the world. Creating a legacy is very different than inheriting. He beautifully described the unsung heroes who work tirelessly, without credit. It's easy to mistake an ocean of silent, Unyielding strength for nothingness your whole life, he said. His entire essay was about me. Because certain holy, emotional occasions are private, I didn't cry in front of him. I hugged him, told him I loved him, and cried until I couldn't breathe in my garage car that night. Next morning, I traveled to work with my junior partners and rethought generational wealth transfers. Chloe had never learned the words for invisible help. Nobody but me would teach my clients how to tell their kids about that sacrifice. Chloe contacted me exactly 1 year later, approximately a week after that terrible evening. Her speech was wild and energetic, unlike anything I'd heard in a decade. She said, "Mom, I just landed my first major consulting contract. It's a 6-month, project-based engagement with a tech startup. It's exactly the kind of logistical restructuring I used to do before Leo was born." Saying, "Chloe, that is spectacular news. It's not a massive cosmetics empire," she said, beaming. "It's not a multi-million-dollar buyout, but Mom, I built it. I pitched the executives myself. I wrote the entire 50-page proposal from scratch. I didn't beg anyone for a favor." Paused. "Well, actually, I did. I called you last week to help me run the financial modeling projections." "I just reviewed the math, sweetheart," I whispered. "You built the house." A long, heavy line stopped. "Mom," Chloe whispered. "Thank you. Thank you for everything. Not just the money." Pause. "Especially not just the money." I sat looking out my east-facing office window. It was October again. The sky turned from gray to that same piercing light yellow I saw a year earlier while picking apart my life spreadsheet by spreadsheet. "Thank you, Chloe," I sobbed. "Thank you for coming back to me." I often sit in my calm home and wonder what would have happened if Chloe hadn't spoken those terrible, arrogant dinner comments. She may have spoken gently or silently. If I'd swallowed the insult and endured the pain like I had for 20 years with every other financial and emotional burden, I probably would have paid. I picture the big, invisible ledger rising in darkness. A life without gravity would have been great for Chloe. Victoria would have kept her successful grotesque pantomime. We would have moved forward in our comfortable, suffocating lives. Those 3 foolish words, "What bills, Mom?" finally smashed the glass. 3 words delivered with dreadful sincerity by a girl who loved me but had never learned to identify love without a marching band. I doubt Chloe intended to kill me that night. I worry she lost the ability to distinguish the other kind after being force-fed a stunning, cinematic story about power and strength, loud, sharp, visible, and aggressively self-declared. The silent power of darkness, those who pay the mortgage without thanks. It constructs a strong wall around its loved ones and lets them think they're independent. For 62 years, I was invisible. I turned on the lights to reveal the ghost. My sister stole my husband, and bragged about it. Then, my entire family abandoned me. Now I'm rich. Engaged, watching their lives crumble from the top. I was standing in my custom botanical skincare lab, holding a vial of absolute jasmine, when my sister walked in soaked from the rain, holding a baby that didn't belong to my ex-husband, begging me for a place to stay. I looked at the woman who had intentionally destroyed my marriage, remembered how my parents left me homeless to protect her, and simply smiled before telling her to get the hell out of my life. I'm a 26-year-old female, and as I sit here in my beautiful, sunlit Boston penthouse, looking at the diamond ring on my left hand, I find myself thinking about how much my traumatic childhood shaped the ruthless, successful woman I am today. So, here goes everything. I grew up in a wildly average, middle-class family on the East Coast. You would think that meant we had a normal, boring upbringing. But when it came to favoritism, my family made it painfully, excruciatingly obvious who the absolute star of the show was, and it sure as hell wasn't me. My older sister Chloe, a 29-year-old female, was the undisputed golden child. She was stunningly beautiful, effortlessly confident, and the absolute apple of my parents' eyes. I'm not saying she didn't have some talent or deserve some love. She was charismatic in her own manipulative way, but the way my parents treated her compared to me was like comparing a diamond to a piece of gravel. I honestly cannot remember a single moment in my entire childhood where I didn't feel like the backup plan, the afterthought, the burden they just had to tolerate. Let me give you a few glaring examples that still burn in my memory. When Chloe was 12 and decided she wanted to take up horseback riding, an incredibly expensive hobby, my parents didn't even blink. They signed her up at the most elite equestrian center 3 towns over. They would spend their entire weekends driving her to the stables, sitting through hours of practice, buying her $800 custom riding boots, and taking her out for expensive dinners after every single showcase. They proudly displayed her participation ribbons in the living room like Olympic medals. Me? When I was 11, I desperately wanted to join a local community center pottery class. I was super into working with my hands, sketching, and creating things. I begged my mom to sign me up for the 6-week program. It cost exactly $150. My mom looked at me, sighed heavily, and told me, "Maybe next year, Maya, things are just too tight right now." You know how much Chloe's riding gear costs. Next year came and went. And guess what? No pottery class. Instead, Chloe got private tennis lessons because she decided horses were too smelly. Then there was the whole birthday disparity, which honestly still makes my blood boil. For Chloe's 16th birthday, my parents went completely insane. They bought her a car. No, it wasn't a brand new Mercedes, it was a used SUV, but it was still a freaking car with a giant red bow on the hood. They invited all her friends over, threw a massive barbecue, and treated her like absolute royalty. When I turned 16 2 years later, I didn't even bother asking for a car. I knew better, but what I actually got was a slap in the face. I got a plastic container of stale, marked down cupcakes from the local drugstore and a generic card that my dad had hastily signed. "We're so proud of you, Maya." Proud of what? Surviving another 365 days as the invisible ghost haunting their house. Graduation was the exact same miserable story. When Chloe graduated high school, my parents rented out a local country club banquet hall. They catered a massive buffet, invited half the neighborhood, bought her a designer dress, and made a huge, tearful toast about her bright future. When it was my turn to graduate, we had a small, pathetic dinner in our cramped kitchen. My mom made spaghetti. My dad actually had the audacity to say, "Well, we already spent so much on the big bash for Chloe a few years ago, so we thought we'd keep yours a bit more low-key to save money." What really stung, what truly solidified my complete lack of worth in their eyes, was how they handled our college educations. I worked my absolute butt off in high school. I had straight A's, I volunteered at a local botanical garden, and I got accepted into one of the top university programs in the country for cosmetic chemistry and skincare formulation. It was my ultimate dream to create custom, organic skincare lines for people with severe skin issues. When I ran into the living room waving my acceptance letter, my parents barely looked up from the television. My mom just flatly said, "That's great, Maya, but we can't help you with tuition. Chloe's PR degree payments are still a lot, and you know she's struggling." Chloe had moved back home after college because she didn't land her dream job in public relations right away. My parents bent over absolutely backward to make her comfortable. They completely renovated the guest room into her own private studio apartment, paid her car insurance, covered her cell phone bill, and even paid $15,000 for her to go to an elite marketing boot camp because she decided PR was too boring. Meanwhile, I worked 2 exhausting part-time jobs, one at a coffee shop and one at a local apothecary, just to afford my textbooks, my cramped dorm room, and instant ramen. No help. No handouts. Just me grinding my bones to dust while they acted like Chloe's personal, heavily funded cheer squad. Whenever I managed to scrape together enough money for a bus ticket to come home and visit, little things constantly showed how much they favored her. Chloe would casually mention she needed new outfits for an upcoming networking event, and my mom would instantly take her on a $500 shopping spree at the mall. I would save up for 3 months to buy a single pair of decent work shoes, and my mom would roll her eyes and say, "Oh, didn't you just buy sneakers a year ago? You need to learn how to budget better, Maya." If I needed a ride to the train station to go back to college, they acted like I was asking them to donate a kidney. But when Chloe wanted to borrow Dad's car to go to a party, he practically threw the keys at her. There was also this incredibly toxic, weird habit my parents had of actively brushing off my achievements to prop up Chloe. When I finally landed a highly competitive internship at a boutique cosmetic lab in Boston, I was practically vibrating with excitement. I called them during dinner. My mom's immediate response was, "That's nice, Maya. Did you hear Chloe finally got a second interview for that social media manager job?" It was always like that. "Cool that you cured a disease, Maya, but Chloe just learned how to use a new Excel spreadsheet." I just wanted 5 seconds of their undivided attention. I remember one specific Christmas that permanently altered my brain chemistry and solidified how much of an afterthought I was. My parents always went all out with gifts for Chloe. Designer handbags, the newest iPhones, expensive jewelry. That year, Chloe opened a gorgeous, $600 custom leather trench coat and a new Apple Watch. I opened a $30 Amazon gift card and a multi-pack of generic white ankle socks. And the absolute worst part? They actively gaslit me into thinking it was equal. My mom looked me dead in the eye and literally said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, so don't get jealous." Sure, Mom. $30 and some cotton socks is totally equal to $1,000 in designer goods. This blatant favoritism wasn't just annoying, it fundamentally destroyed my self-esteem for years. I constantly walked around feeling like I was inherently defective, like I wasn't good enough to be loved. Like no matter what I achieved, no matter how hard I worked, Chloe would always be the golden idol they worshipped, and I would just be the dirt under their feet. And the thing is, Chloe absolutely noticed. She didn't just notice, she reveled in it. She would bask in the attention, throw it in my face, and treat me like a peasant lucky to be in her presence. It wasn't until I was much older that I realized how deeply this toxic dynamic had shaped me. I developed a severe overachiever complex. I worked 10 times harder than anyone else because I felt like I had to justify my existence on this planet. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to matter. But, simultaneously, I built massive emotional walls. I learned to be fiercely, aggressively independent because I knew, deep in my soul, that I could never rely on anyone else, especially not my own flesh and blood. I don't think my parents woke up every day plotting to be evil. I think they genuinely, deeply believed Chloe needed more attention because she was exactly what they valued: loud, outgoing, superficially charming, and fitting their exact mold of success. But intention doesn't negate impact. It doesn't make the abuse and neglect right. I'm sharing this massive backstory now because I know I'm not the only one who grew up feeling like the forgotten second choice. If you've been there, reading this, just know you aren't crazy. You aren't being too sensitive. You noticed the pattern because the pattern was real. Anyway, let's fast forward to my final year of university. I was juggling a million things: full-time classes, my internship, and my job at the boutique apothecary in downtown Boston. It wasn't a glamorous job, the pay was barely above minimum wage, but I was obsessed with it. I spent my days surrounded by walls of amber glass bottles, inhaling the scents of crushed lavender, bergamot, and sandalwood. I experimented with essential oils and botanical extracts whenever my boss let me, helping customers find the perfect custom skincare routine. For me, it wasn't just a retail job, it was my sanctuary. It was the only place I felt truly valued. That is exactly where I met Julian. Julian came into the apothecary one rainy Tuesday afternoon looking for a custom beard oil and a sensitive skin regimen. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, and carried this aura of effortless, quiet confidence. At first glance, I assumed he was just another wealthy, arrogant finance bro who wanted something ridiculously expensive to brag about to his friends. But he completely surprised me. He actually seemed deeply interested in the formulation process. He leaned over the counter, asking highly intelligent questions about the botanical ingredients, how the carrier oils absorbed into the skin, and what inspired my specific blends. We spent nearly an hour and a half working on the perfect custom formula for him. By the time he paid and left, I was genuinely impressed by how grounded and down-to-earth he was. He clearly had money, but he didn't flash it in my face. He came back exactly a week later to pick up a refill. And instead of just grabbing the bag and leaving, he stayed for 40 minutes just to chat with me. Over the next month, Julian became a regular at the shop. He would stop by on his lunch breaks just to bring me coffee and talk about business, art, and life. I eventually learned that he was the founder of a highly successful tech startup that had recently secured massive funding, but he never gloated. He was infinitely more interested in hearing about my cosmetic chemistry studies and my dream of opening my own lab. Literally no one in my entire life had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in my passions. Not my parents, not my sister, no one. Eventually, he asked me out to dinner. I remember being completely paralyzed with anxiety. I didn't know if I was ready for anything serious. I was broke, exhausted, and drowning in student debt. The idea of dating a wealthy, successful CEO like Julian felt terrifyingly out of my league, but he made me feel incredibly safe. He didn't care that I was a broke student working retail. He actively admired my relentless drive. He looked at me like I was the most fascinating person in the world. Our relationship moved incredibly fast, but it felt right. Julian was supportive in ways that literally brought me to tears. When I had brutal, all-night study sessions for my finals, he would have high-end, healthy takeout delivered to my dorm so I wouldn't starve. When I was having panic attacks about my chemistry exams, he would drive over at 2 a.m., hold me, and remind me to breathe. He wasn't just a boyfriend, he became my entire support system. He was my loudest cheerleader. When Julian proposed to me just 14 months after we started dating, I was completely stunned. I knew we were deeply in love, but I didn't expect a ring so soon. He planned this breathtaking, elaborate evening. He rented out a private rooftop botanical garden overlooking the Boston skyline. There were hundreds of candles, a string quartet playing softly in the background, and a private chef. When he got down on one knee and pulled out a flawless diamond ring, I didn't even hesitate for a fraction of a second. I sobbed and said yes, because for the absolute first time in my 23 years of life, I finally felt like I was someone's absolute first choice. Of course, when I called my parents to tell them the incredible news, their reactions were as toxic and predictable as ever. My mom barely even acknowledged the fact that I was getting married before saying, "Wow, Julian must be doing exceptionally well with that little computer company of his. I hope he's going to take good care of you, considering your student loans." My dad's response was just as gross. "Well, at least you won't have to worry about being broke anymore, Maya." They didn't ask a single question about the proposal. They didn't ask to see the ring. They didn't ask how I felt, or when the wedding would be. It was entirely about Julian's bank account and what he could provide. But the real nightmare started at our official engagement dinner. My mom leaned over the table, gripped my arm tightly, and whispered, You know, Maya, Julian must have some wealthy, successful friends in his industry. Chloe could really use a man like him. She's been so unlucky. I tried to aggressively brush it off as a one-time, wildly inappropriate comment, but it wasn't. It became a relentless campaign. Every single time I spoke to my mom over the next 6 months, she would find a way to shoehorn Chloe into the conversation. He claimed I was mentally unstable, and harassing his new partner, and that my presence was a liability to their business. I was officially completely broken. I had no husband, I had no sister, I had no parents, I had no job, I had no money. I moved into a tiny, roach-infested studio apartment on the bad side of town. For 3 weeks, I did nothing but sleep on a mattress on the floor, eat plain rice, and stare at the peeling wallpaper. I vividly remember sitting in the dark, watching the headlights of cars pass by my window, wondering if I should just end it all. I felt like the universe had violently ripped away every single thing I had ever loved or worked for. But then, one night at 3 a.m., something inside my brain just snapped. I was mindlessly scrolling through Instagram, looking at pictures of Chloe and Julian vacationing in Aspen, flaunting their disgusting new life. Chloe had posted a picture of herself wearing my favorite designer coat that I had left at the house, captioning it, "Sometimes the universe removes the wrong people so the right ones can find each other. Number soulmates, number blessed." The sheer, unadulterated audacity ignited a fire in my chest so hot it burned away all the grief. I stopped crying. I sat up on my mattress. I looked at my hands. I had a degree in cosmetic chemistry. I knew how to formulate products better than anyone in the city. I knew the suppliers. I knew the market. I thought, I am not going to let these worthless parasites be the end of my story. I am going to build an empire, and I am going to make them choke on my success. I took out a terrifyingly high-interest microloan. I used the absolute last $800 in my savings account. My cramped, disgusting apartment became my makeshift laboratory. I bought raw botanical ingredients, glass beakers, hot plates, and hundreds of amber bottles. I worked 20 hours a day, sleeping in 2-hour shifts. I formulated a line of highly potent, luxury botanical serums and healing oils targeted at severe acne and rosacea issues I knew people were desperate to fix. I named the company Aura Botanica. I hand-designed the labels. I built a sleek, minimalist website using free templates. I sent free, full-sized samples to exactly 50 mid-tier skincare influencers on TikTok and Instagram, writing personalized, handwritten notes to every single one of them. For a month, nothing happened. I was down to my last box of ramen. Then, on a random Tuesday, a beauty vlogger with 800,000 followers posted a completely unsponsored, 10-minute rave review of my Midnight Rose Cell Renewal Serum. She showed her dramatic before and after photos, crying about how my serum had completely cured her cystic acne in 3 weeks. My phone started pinging. Then it started vibrating continuously. Within 4 hours, my entire inventory was sold out. I made $14,000 in a single afternoon. The next 2 years were an absolute blur of relentless, psychotic grinding. I didn't take a single day off. I poured every single penny of profit back into the business. I moved out of the Roach apartment and rented a massive, sunlit industrial loft in downtown Boston that served as both my home and my lab. I hired an assistant, a brilliant girl named Sarah, to handle shipping and customer service. By the end of my 2nd year, Aura Botanica wasn't just a small indie brand anymore. We were doing 7 figures in revenue. Major luxury boutiques in New York, Los Angeles, and London were fighting to carry my products. I was featured in Vogue and Allure magazine as a rising star in the clean beauty industry. I was wealthy. I was entirely self-made. And most importantly, I was completely, unapologetically happy. During this time, I also met Leo. Leo was the lead corporate attorney who helped me trademark my formulas and negotiate my retail contracts. He was the exact opposite of Julian. Where Julian was flashy, arrogant, and manipulative, Leo was fiercely loyal, grounded, and incredibly kind. He didn't want to control me, he wanted to build with me. When Leo proposed to me on a private beach in Maine, handing me a stunning sapphire ring, I finally understood what healthy, unconditional love felt like. I had completely blocked my entire family on every single platform. I hadn't spoken a single word to my parents or Chloe in over 2.5 years. They were dead to me. Then came the rainy Wednesday afternoon that brought the past crashing through my front door. I was in my private lab space at my newly opened Boston flagship store, mixing a custom batch of neroli and sandalwood oil, when I heard the heavy glass door of the shop chime. I thought it was a delivery driver. I wiped my hands on my apron and walked out to the front counter. And there she was, Chloe. I literally stopped breathing for a second. She looked absolutely horrific. The golden child, the glamorous man-eater who had stolen my billionaire husband, looked like a walking corpse. Her blonde hair was matted into a greasy bun. She had deep, purple bags under her eyes. She was wearing a stained, cheap raincoat that was soaked through. And wrapped tightly in her arms was a screaming, red-faced infant wearing a faded, second-hand onesie. I just stood there behind my marble counter, staring at her in complete shock. Maya, she whispered, her voice cracking violently. Please, I didn't know where else to go. I didn't move an inch, I kept my face entirely devoid of emotion. What do you want, Chloe? She shifted the crying baby in her arms and looked around my gorgeous, high-end boutique. I could see the flash of sheer jealousy still burning in her eyes, even in her miserable state, but it was quickly overshadowed by desperation. I need help, Maya. She sobbed, tears mixing with the rain on her cheeks. Julian kicked me out. He completely cut me off. I have zero money. I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Please, let me stay with you. Just for a little while. I almost let out a psychotic laugh. Julian kicked her out? The great, epic soulmate romance of the century had failed? Shocker. Julian kicked you out? I asked, leaning casually against the counter, crossing my arms. Gee, I wonder why. Did the magic wear off? Did he find someone younger? She flinched like I had physically struck her. Maya, please. I know I made mistakes. I know I destroyed our relationship. But I am desperate. I have a baby. She thrust the infant slightly forward. This is your nephew. Maya. Look at him. Don't you want to meet your own nephew? I looked at the baby. He was just a kid. Innocent. But then I looked back at Chloe, the woman who had slept in my bed with my husband, who had mocked my poverty, who had laughed while my life burned to the ground. Any microscopic shred of human sympathy I might have possessed instantly evaporated. Why don't you call Julian? I asked coldly, isn't this his son? He's a billionaire, tell him to buy you a house. Her face turned a violently dark shade of crimson. She stared at the floor, her lip trembling uncontrollably. He's not Julian's baby. I blinked. Excuse me? It all came violently spilling out of her mouth like verbal vomit. Apparently, after Chloe had successfully stolen Julian, she quickly realized that being married to an arrogant, controlling tech CEO wasn't a fairy tale. Julian treated her like a decorative lamp. He constantly belittled her intelligence, controlled her spending, and ignored her. So, naturally, being the toxic narcissist she was, Chloe started aggressively cheating on him with a 24-year-old personal trainer from her luxury gym. She got pregnant. She tried to pass the baby off as Julian's. But Julian wasn't an idiot. When the baby was born looking absolutely nothing like him, Julian secretly ordered a paternity test. The day the results came back, Julian went absolutely ballistic. He immediately filed for eviction, froze all of her credit cards, packed all her designer clothes into garbage bags, and threw her and the baby out onto the street. The personal trainer, of course, instantly blocked her number and vanished. I have been sleeping in my car for 3 days, Maya, she sobbed hysterically, dropping to her knees right there on the pristine hardwood floor of my boutique. Mom and Dad won't help me. I have nothing. I am begging you. You're so rich now. You have this massive company. You have a penthouse. Please, just give me a place to stay and some money to get on my feet. I'm your sister. I stood there, looking down at her pathetic, kneeling form. I felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace wash over my soul. This was the moment. This was the closure I didn't even know I needed. You have absolutely lost your damn mind, I said, my voice dangerously low and steady. She stopped crying and looked up at me, confused. You didn't care that you were my sister when you were unbuttoning your shirt in my kitchen, I said, stepping out from behind the counter and towering over her. You didn't care that I was your sister when you bragged on Instagram about stealing my husband. You didn't care that I was your sister when you let Julian get me fired, leaving me starving in a roach-infested apartment while you spent his money on Prada bags. Maya, I was stupid. I was manipulated, she screamed. No, you were cruel. I corrected her sharply. You made your choices, Chloe. You wanted my life, and you took it, but you were too stupid to keep it. And now you expect me to bail you out with the money I made from the ashes of the life you burned down? I have a baby, she shrieked, using the child as a human shield. That sounds like a massive problem for you and your personal trainer, I replied icily. Go to Mom and Dad. They loved you enough to abandon me. Let them deal with your mess. They can't, she wailed. They're broke. I paused. What do you mean they're broke? Through her hysterical sobbing, she confessed the rest of the pathetic saga. When Julian had initially cut Chloe off a year ago because of her insane spending habits, before the baby was even born, Chloe had gone crying to our parents. To keep their golden child living in the luxury she demanded, my parents had secretly taken out a massive second mortgage on their house to pay off Chloe's secret credit card debts. When the interest rates skyrocketed and they couldn't make the payments, the bank foreclosed on their home. The house they had lived in for 30 years. Gone. Because of her. They live in a one-bedroom apartment in the slums now. Chloe cried. Dad is driving for Uber 12 hours a day. Mom is taking in laundry. They don't have room for me. Maya, you are the only one with money. You have Lake. I stared at her, absorbing the sheer magnitude of the absolute karmic justice the universe had just handed me on a silver platter. My parents, who had thrown me away like garbage to protect their perfect daughter, had lost everything because of that exact same daughter. I walked over to the front door of my boutique and pulled it wide open, letting the cold, rainy Boston air rush into the warm, lavender-scented shop. "Get out," I said, my voice echoing with finality. Chloe stood up, clutching the baby, looking at me like I was a monster. "You're a sociopath," she spat venomously. "You are going to let your own flesh and blood freeze on the street because you're holding on to a petty grudge? You're disgusting." "I'm not holding a grudge," I smiled, looking her dead in the eyes. "I'm just protecting my peace. Have a nice life, Chloe." She stared at me for 3 agonizing seconds, realizing that her golden tears had absolutely zero effect on me anymore. She turned around and walked out into the pouring rain. I shut the heavy glass door, locked the deadbolt, and flipped the sign to closed. I walked to the back room, poured myself a glass of expensive champagne, and drank it in complete silence. It tasted like absolute victory. It has been a year since that day in the shop. I have never seen or spoken to Chloe again, but because gossip is a currency in my hometown, I hear things. Karma didn't just stop with Chloe and my parents. It absolutely decimated Julian, too. After he threw Chloe out, she didn't go down quietly. She went completely scorched earth on social media. She posted screenshots of his abusive text messages, his illegal offshore tax evasion schemes, and his toxic workplace behavior. The tech industry is incredibly fickle. Once the public backlash started, his major investors got spooked and pulled their funding. Julian's startup hemorrhaged money and completely collapsed. He was forced to sell the company for pennies on the dollar just to avoid bankruptcy and federal tax charges. A few months ago, Julian actually had the unmitigated audacity to email me. It was a pathetic, 4-paragraph essay about how he had made the biggest mistake of his life, how Chloe was a demon who ruined him, and how he never stopped loving me. He begged me to meet him for coffee so we could discuss rebuilding our empire together. I didn't reply. I forwarded the email to my lawyer, had a cease and desist letter drafted, and had it legally served to his tiny, rented apartment. As for my parents, they are still trapped in their miserable, cramped apartment. My dad's health is failing from the stress of driving all day, and my mom spends her days aggressively posting passive-aggressive quotes on Facebook about how true family forgives everything, and money changes people for the worse. They occasionally send me desperate, groveling emails begging for a family reunion or asking for a small loan to help with medical bills. I immediately send them straight to the spam folder. They made their bed, they funded the golden child, and now they get to sleep in the squalor she created. Chloe is currently working at a miserable, minimum wage call center, living in a subsidized, roach-infested apartment complex ironically, very similar to the one she forced me into years ago. She is a single mother, miserable, aging rapidly, and completely stripped of the unearned arrogance that used to define her entire personality. As for me, I am sitting here writing this while looking at the final seating chart for my wedding. Next month, Leo and I are getting married in a breathtaking, 14th-century villa in Tuscany, Italy. We have rented out the entire estate for our 50 closest friends and chosen family. I am wearing a custom couture gown, and I have spent the last 3 months meticulously formulating a bespoke, signature perfume for the wedding day, a blend of wild Italian fig, white amber, and orange blossom. None of my blood relatives are invited. They don't even know I'm getting married. Looking back at the traumatized, broken 2-3-year-old girl who sat sobbing in her car in the middle of the night, I wish I could go back in time and hug her. I wish I could tell her that the worst thing that ever happened to her was actually the universe violently clearing the path for her true destiny. Sometimes, the trash doesn't just take itself out. Sometimes, it sets itself on fire, burns down the entire toxic house, and leaves you standing alone, untouched, with the matches in your hand. I built my empire on the ashes of their betrayal, and I have absolutely zero regrets. Life is beautiful when you finally cut the dead weight loose. Thanks for letting me vent. Reddit. My sister testified against me, my ex-wife's lies ruined my life and I lost my kids. Then, a new witness proved she faked it all. My ex-wife and I went through what I expected to be a fairly typical amicable divorce 5 years ago. At the time I was 40 years old and she was 39. After 15 years of marriage we had just grown apart. It wasn't anybody's fault, really. We both felt it was time to move on, and we decided to split everything 60-40, including custody of our 2 children, who were 8 and 6 at the time. We even discussed utilizing a mediator to make things simple and straightforward. I assumed we were managing things like grown-ups. Honestly, I was very proud of how mature we were. But gosh, I was so mistaken. Things took an unexpected turn. My ex suddenly began making ridiculous charges against me. She accused me of being financially abusive during our marriage, claiming that I had complete control over the money and provided her an allowance. She said I was emotionally abusive and a neglected father. She even hinted at financial impropriety, like if I had been concealing money or something. Nothing was true. The fact was that we had always had joint accounts. I never restricted her spending or limited what she could do with our money. In fact, I encouraged her to handle the finances with me since I believed we were a team. And as for being negligent or harsh, it simply wasn't me. I adored my children and was always active in their lives. Throughout our marriage, I had never heard her complain about any of this. It seemed like she was rewriting our entire past to depict me as a nasty person. Then things got worse. She filed court filings accusing me of being a distant father, verbally assaulting her, and controlling her every move. She twisted little details from our marriage and made them into something nasty. It was like living in a nightmare, when the person you trusted the most abruptly transformed into someone you didn't know. What made it much more difficult was how my family reacted. I assumed they'd at the very least have my back. They recognized me. They had recognized me as a spouse and parent. Surely they'd see through the falsehoods, correct? Wrong. They sided with her. My own parents and siblings trusted her above me. They said things like, "Well, she's always been so great with the kids. And why would she lie about something this serious?" They didn't seem to care about hearing my viewpoint. My sister even testified against me in court. She said she had witnessed me being domineering, which was completely crazy. I'm not sure if she truly believed that, or if she was simply trying to keep my ex happy, but her remarks were the final nail in the coffin. Based on her evidence and my ex's charges, the court sided significantly in her favor. I lost nearly everything. She was granted full custody of the children, and I was only given supervised visitation. Supervised as if I were a threat to my own children. On top of that, I had to pay far more in alimony than we had previously planned. The whole thing devastated me. It wasn't only that I lost my children or received an unjust settlement. It was treachery from all sides. My ex, my family, and the legal system. It seemed as if my entire universe had been ripped apart, with nothing I could do about it. The aftermath of everything was just awful. For the following several years, I focused on cleaning up the pieces of my life and being strong for my children. I only saw them every other weekend, so each departure seemed like a fresh wound. It was awful, but I promised myself I would not give up. I began capturing everything. I saved every email, chronicled every encounter, and even dug up old financial documents from our whole marriage. I wanted to be prepared in case the truth came out. At the same time, I began treatment. I needed help dealing with the betrayal, solitude, and ongoing anguish of losing not just my marriage, but also my family's support. Meanwhile, my ex was prospering. She had played the victim so brilliantly that the community rallied around her. Everywhere I went, including the grocery store, school drop-offs, and community gatherings, I felt judged. People would look, murmur, or completely shun me. Some even had the audacity to confront me, asking things like, "How could you treat her and your kids like that?" It was frustrating, but I stayed quiet. Arguing wouldn't help, and I didn't want to start any more turmoil that may harm my children. To make matters worse, she launched a blog about surviving an abusive marriage. She talked about how courageous she was in leaving me and reconstructing her life. She portrayed me as a monster, and people fell for it. She received pity, attention, and even applause for her bravery. It was frustrating, but I forced myself to stay focused. My children were my anchor. They were the only thing keeping me going. Then, last month, everything changed. My ex started seeing a guy she met at her therapy group. At first I didn't think much of it, but then he came out of nowhere with some stunning facts. It turned out that my ex had told him how she made up the abuse charges. She admits she did it to protect her future and ensure she had full custody and financial support. Apparently, when this gentleman noticed she was beginning to control him in the same way, he decided it was enough. He presented me with text messages and recorded chats in which she openly boasted about how she had deceived my family. She'd been tugging the strings the whole time. She knew my family had a history of being protective, particularly after my aunt suffered financial abuse years ago, and she took advantage of that. She taught them all they needed to know to turn against me. Worse, she admitted to teaching our children to speak negatively about me during custody reviews. When I viewed the proof, I felt a combination of relief and wrath. Finally, the truth was revealed, but I couldn't believe how far she had progressed. I immediately submitted everything to my attorney. Now we're revisiting the divorce settlement. But that is not all. I've also chosen to pursue legal action against my family members. My lawyer feels we have a compelling case for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress, particularly against my sister. Her misleading testimony contributed significantly to the negative outcome of my divorce. As you may guess, my family is completely shocked. Suddenly, I'm receiving sobbing apologies left and right. My parents kept stating that they were only attempting to protect someone they felt was a victim. My brother thinks they were also influenced and should not be blamed. My parents have begged me to abandon the case, claiming it will destroy the family. But here's the deal. How do I forgive them? Their acts did not merely harm me. They have cost me years with my children. They ruined my reputation inside our community. They abandoned me to cope with severe emotional pain. And I've spent thousands on treatment in an attempt to heal. It is not as simple as saying sorry. Sorry does not take away the sorrow or remove the damage they did. And now I must determine if I can ever completely forgive them, or whether they even deserve it. For the past 7 years, I have had to rebuild my life from the ground up. It has not been easy. My job suffered significantly as a result of my ex's claims. In a small town, word spreads quickly, and it is difficult to repair your reputation after people have formed negative opinions about you. Jobs that I was qualified for did not contact me again, and possibilities I had worked for vanished overnight. But the most difficult thing wasn't my job or the judgmental stares. It was everything I missed with my children. There were so many things I should have been present for. School performances, birthday celebrations, first days of school, and even simply reading them bedtime tales. Those are things you cannot get back, no matter how much time passes. The thing that touched me the hardest happened lately. My daughter, who is now 18, sat me down and asked why I hadn't fought more to be in her life. I didn't know how to answer. I fought. I battled with everything I could, but the system was set against me. Her remarks broke me because they made me feel as if no matter what I did, I had failed her. And now my family, the same folks who accepted my ex's falsehoods and turned their backs on me, wants to reconcile. They profess to recognize the folly of their conduct and wish to put things right. But, here's the deal. How can I win their trust again? What they did was not a little error or misunderstanding. These were purposeful decisions. They opted to believe her falsehoods without giving me the opportunity to clarify. They opted to testify against me, knowing that it may ruin my life. And it did. Even if I win this legal struggle, I know the scars they've caused will never be completely healed. The years I missed with my children, the harm to my reputation, and the nights I sobbed myself to sleep, wondering why my own family had betrayed me. You can't simply apologize and pledge to do better. So now I'm wondering if I'm going too far by taking legal action against them. Is this the only way to hold them accountable for the suffering they have caused? Part of me believes I have every right to pursue justice. They contributed to my life falling apart, and there should be repercussions. But another part of me worries whether this is only going to make matters worse. Will it provide the closure I need, or will it resurrect old wounds and cause further pain? I do not know what to do. I'm not sure if I should listen to my angry and wounded feelings, or if I should let them go and attempt to move on. It's difficult to envision a way ahead when the individuals who were supposed to support you helped bring you down. I'd welcome any suggestions or perspectives. Update 1. First and foremost, thank you all for your incredible support. Reading your remarks has been a lifeline during a particularly difficult period. Your opinions and suggestions have kept me grounded and reminded me that I am not alone in this struggle. Many of you had questions, so I wanted to answer them and provide an update on what has been occurring. Yes, I have complete evidence of everything, including the financial losses, emotional toll, and falsehoods used to destroy my life. The financial implications alone have been enormous. My lawyer believes that the overall losses will be about $400,000. This includes lost earnings from having to leave employment due to my tarnished reputation, therapy costs, legal fees from the first divorce, and ridiculous alimony payments. I'll never get that money back. But honestly, the emotional toll has been far greater. I've spent the last 7 years reconstructing my life, attempting to preserve any form of meaningful contact with my children. And let me tell you, it has not been easy. My daughter, who is now 18, recently asked me why I didn't fight harder to stay in her life while everything was falling apart. That completely shattered me. I battled with everything I could, but the system was set against me. I tried everything I could, but in the end, it wasn't enough. Things are finally starting to improve, and a large part of this is due to Aaron, not his real name, the man my ex began seeing. He provided a sworn document outlining months of discussions with her. He also released text exchanges in which she openly brags about how simple it is to turn my family against me. Reading those messages was upsetting. She portrayed me as naive, claiming I'd never fight back because I'd be too preoccupied with protecting the children. She even chuckled at how predictable I was. Aaron informed me he decided to come forward because he noticed her spreading the same type of falsehoods about him. Apparently, when he questioned her about certain strange financial activities, she began accusing him of being controlling. This was the last straw for him. He didn't want her to ruin someone else's life as she ruined mine. Since the truth was revealed, my children have started staying with me more frequently. They're outraged with their mother, but also perplexed. I've done my best to convince them that they don't have to take sides. It's been challenging though. My daughter asked me the other day why her mother would say such negative things about me. I didn't know how to respond without making matters worse, so I informed her that people make stupid decisions when they are terrified or upset. It wasn't the perfect answer, but it was the best I could do at the time. My son has also been more open recently. He informed me that when he was younger, he felt bad about spending our weekends together since his mother would become unhappy if he talked about it too much. That completely devastated me. No youngster should have to feel that way. The legal struggle is still underway. My ex's visitation has not yet been halted, but we have a hearing next week. My lawyer is optimistic that the additional information will result in modifications in the custody arrangement. In the meanwhile, I'm concentrating on restoring trust with my children and providing them with a feeling of stability. My family situation is difficult. My sister arrived at my place a few days ago, weeping and imploring me to abandon the case. She stated that if this becomes public, she may lose her teaching position because her school board is highly choosy about their personnel. She continued stating she was duped by my ex, just like everyone else. But I reminded her that she looked me in the eyes in court and lied under oath. She had an option, and she chose to betray me. When I brought this up, she accused me of being vengeful. Can you believe it? After all she's done, she's attempting to make me the bad person. My parents are now attempting to mobilize other family members to pressure me into abandoning the lawsuit. I've had calls and texts from relatives, aunts, uncles, you name it. They all say the same thing. Family comes first. This isn't what your grandparents would have wanted, or think about how this will look to the community. It's frustrating. None of these folks supported me when I needed them the most. None of them questioned the falsehoods my ex was telling. Now that the truth is out, they are more concerned with appearances than accountability. On the other hand, some of my ex's former pals have contacted out. Several of them confessed that she would joke about playing the system after drinking too much. They are now offering to produce statements detailing what they knew. One woman even apologized, stating that she had always had reservations about my ex's statements but did not want to jeopardize their connection by speaking out. It's upsetting to hear this now that the harm has been done, but I'm glad they're finally coming forward. The sympathy I've received from strangers online has been in stark contrast to the betrayal I've suffered in real life. Your encouragement has reminded me of why I'm waging this fight. Some of you have asked if I am concerned about the emotional toll this will have on my children. Honestly, I am. However, I feel it is critical to demonstrate to kids the importance of sticking up for themselves. I want children to understand that ethics and responsibility are worth fighting for, even when it is difficult. Update 2. The hearing went better than I expected. The judge became clearly agitated after hearing Aaron's testimony and reading the sworn affidavits of my ex's former pals. But the moment that really touched home was when they played a video of my ex laughing about how my sister would believe anything because she always wanted to be the family hero. Hearing that in court was weird. It seemed as if everything just clicked. My sister's willingness to pick sides and present herself as the rescuer made reasonable. At the same time, it exacerbated the betrayal. The judge did not hold back. They temporarily restricted my ex's visitation to supervised visits until a thorough custody review could be completed. For the first time in years, I feel like I've genuinely won. When I informed my children about the monitored visits, their emotions were divided. My daughter appeared relieved, as if a weight had been removed from her shoulders. My son, however, was more apprehensive. He's concerned about what this implies for his relationship with his mother. I'm doing my best to convince them that none of this is their fault, and all I want is for their life to be happy and stable. It's a difficult line to tread, however. I want to be open and honest with kids, but I don't want to ruin their perception of their mother. She's still their mother, and I want them to have a positive connection with her, even if it's only supervised for now. Shortly after the hearing, my lawyer received an intriguing call from my family's attorney. They proposed a settlement. The agreement includes a public apology, reimbursement for my treatment charges, and assistance with the legal expenditures for reopening the divorce case. At first glance, it appeared to be a positive stride forward, but there were some severe warning signs. They're providing far less than the damages we're asking. They also require a non-disclosure agreement. They basically want me to sweep everything under the rug. That does not set well with me. For years, I've had to live with the weight of falsehoods, being portrayed as an abuser while they played the part of concerned family members. Why should they be able to silence the truth just because it is inconvenient for them? I'll confess that I'm torn. Taking the deal would spare me and my children from more turmoil and lengthy legal fights. However, I believe that the truth should be revealed. My sister did not simply hurt me. She's a teacher who has testified in previous divorce cases, using her expertise to influence choices concerning children's lives. How many more families has she affected by her partiality and lack of integrity? Exposing what she did may prevent her from harming someone else in the future. My ex tried to undermine Aaron by suggesting he was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend. That exploded in her face when he presented communications from her pals to back up his claim. 3 of her closest friends have already testified under oath about how she used to brag about manipulating the divorce process. One of them even admitted to being uncomfortable at the time, but chose to remain silent in order to preserve their connection. It is encouraging to see them step up now, but it is also disheartening. If they had spoken out sooner, perhaps some of this might have been averted. Meanwhile, my folks are still attempting to negotiate, as they put it. They've started coming up uninvited at my house, leaving notes, and even attempting to use my children to deliver messages. It is exhausting. They're so concerned with maintaining their own image that they can't recognize the harm they've created. My father even had the gall to warn me that I should consider how this is harming your mother's health. I could not believe it. Where was all this concern while I was losing my career, reputation, and valuable time with my children? On a more positive note, several neighbors have begun to reach out now that the truth has been out. People who had maintained their distance for years are now popping by to apologize or give assistance. A few have even delivered dinners or asked me over for coffee. It's bittersweet, to be honest. While I appreciate the goodwill, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if more people had questioned the falsehoods earlier. I've also heard that my ex's social position is declining. Her social circle is dwindling as more people understand the truth. While I don't like her collapse, I can't help but feel a sense of vindication. For years she played the victim and lived on sympathy, leaving me to clean up the damage. She is finally confronting the repercussions of her behavior. My kids are adapting slowly but steadily. My kid has started spending more time with me, assisting with supper and seeking assistance on school assignments. My son is still reticent, but he's beginning to open up. He recently requested if we could make a birdhouse together. These simple moments remind me why this struggle is worthwhile. My children need to see what a stable, caring household looks like, and I am committed to provide them with that. I'm still on the fence regarding the settlement. On the one hand, it would provide faster relief and allow me to focus on rebuilding my life and improving my relationship with my children. On the other hand, fighting until the end might create a precedent. It isn't just about me. It's about demonstrating that lies and treachery have serious repercussions. For the time being, I'm taking things gradually. I'm relying on my lawyer's counsel and the encouragement of those who have stuck by me. No matter what happens next, I finally feel like I'm regaining control of my life. That alone is a success after years of feeling helpless. Update 3. After much thinking and discussion with my lawyer, I've decided to decline the settlement offer. It was not an easy decision, but here's why I did it. First, the settlement includes an NDA, which prohibits me from alerting others about the hazards of false testimony in divorce proceedings. I can't agree to brushing things under the rug after all I've gone through. Second, the payment falls well short of fully compensating for the harm my family has caused. It feels more like a ruse for them to save face than a genuine endeavor to set things right. But the main reason I rejected it was that my children ought to know that standing up for what's right is important. I want kids to understand that integrity and responsibility are non-negotiable, no matter how difficult. Today was our first court date for the civil complaint, and it was stressful. My family's counsel attempted to explain that they were also victims of deception, and that they should be excused since they meant well. Fortunately, the judge did not buy it. He emphasized that people are accountable for their own decisions, and that having good intentions does not justify perjury. Hearing that in court made me feel validated. For years, I've been persuaded to believe that I'm the one overreacting, so having a neutral person acknowledge what happened was quite beneficial. Aaron was crucial again today. He went on to explain how my ex would gloat about manipulating my family, referring to them as easy targets due to their protective instincts, and my sister's desire to be the family hero. His evidence presented a clear picture of her deliberate conduct, making it impossible for my family to argue they were innocent victims. He also provided additional proof, and now some ladies from the same treatment group are speaking up. They've discussed how my ex advised them on how to embellish their divorce settlements, including fabricating abuse claims. The district attorney is currently investigating probable perjury charges against both my ex and my sister. It's a bittersweet sensation. It's encouraging to see them face repercussions, but it's difficult to comprehend that it had to get this far. The children are doing better in therapy, but it's evident they're still processing a lot. My daughter startled me the other day when she asked to speak at the custody court next month. She wants the court to understand how much she enjoys spending time with me and how safe she feels in my home. Her comments devastated my heart in the best possible manner. It's unfair that she needs to defend herself like that, but it also demonstrates her strength. My kid, albeit quieter, has been asking more questions about the court process, and I've been trying to answer them as honestly as possible without overwhelming him. My ex is, of course, sticking to her narrative. She's claiming that I'm doing all of this for revenge. She even filed a petition to postpone the custody hearing, claiming that the stress of the legal dispute is impairing her ability to focus on the children. Thankfully, the court refused it, stating that with all of the additional information, it is critical to move forward and reevaluate custody. Meanwhile, my family is still working on damage control. My parents have started phoning extended family members, accusing me of pulling the family apart. I've had several calls and texts from aunts, uncles and cousins, all encouraging me to be the larger person and think about the family. It's frustrating. Where was this concern when they were all testifying against me and supporting my ex? It's as if they can't see their own hypocrisy. I'm done trying to justify myself to folks who won't see the reality. The reaction at my sister's employment has been one of the more unexpected developments. Word has spread about her role in the case, which is making a stir at her school. Some parents are even asking if someone who lied under oath should be trusted with their children. As much as I do not want to jeopardize anyone's career, it is difficult to feel horrible when her actions have caused so much suffering to myself and my children. If this makes her recognize the implications of her decisions, perhaps it's for the best. The community appears to be shifting as well. More neighbors and friends I haven't heard from in years have contacted me, apologizing for assuming the worst about me. Some people have even offered to provide character references for the custody court. I appreciate it, but it's difficult not to feel a little bitter. Where was this support when I most needed it? Still, I'm trying to stay optimistic and use their support to enhance my case. Throughout all, I'm doing my best to instill in my children the values of resilience and integrity. I've been talking with kids about sticking up for what's right, even when it's difficult. I've also taught children the importance of forgiveness, but it doesn't imply letting others off the hook. My daughter's willingness to speak at the hearing demonstrates her fortitude, and I applaud her for wanting to be heard. I know some people believe I'm being overly harsh by pursuing legal action and rejecting the settlement, but this isn't about vengeance. It is about justice. It's about making sure the truth is revealed and that no one else has to go through what I did. Family ties do not entitle you to wreck someone's life, and it's about time my family figured it out. I'll post again after the custody hearing. Thank you again to everyone who has supported me. Your encouragement has given me the strength to continue fighting for what is right. Update 4. It's been a while since my previous post, and I wanted to share some excellent news. Following a lengthy and stressful struggle, the judge found in my favor. I have been given primary custody of my children. My ex still retains visiting rights, but they are now monitored based on the facts provided at the hearings. It is a huge comfort to know that my children will have stability and a secure environment to grow up in. What helped the most was that my daughter courageously said how much she enjoys being with me and how protected and supported she feels at my house. My son, albeit quieter, spoke with his therapist, who then informed the court about how much progress he had made while living in a calmer, more organized setting. When the judge made his ruling, he acknowledged all of this, which felt like vindication of everything I'd battled for over the last few years. I won't claim this trip has been simple, but the weight I've been carrying for so long seems lighter today. My kids are smiling more, opening up and finding the tranquility they deserve. For the first time in years, I feel free to breathe and look forward to the future. Thank you for your support one last time. Whether it was a nice word, advice, or simply following along, knowing I wasn't alone meant the world to me. My brother framed me for $500,000 and kicked me out. 4 years later in my penthouse, I revealed, I'm the anonymous CEO foreclosing on their mansion. Brother lied. I rotted because my family disowned me. I'm being begged to save them from homelessness. My negligence cost them everything. Because context matters and I don't want your sympathy, let me tell you who I am before telling you what they did to me. You should know how I caused this much destruction and how I deconstructed it. Marcus Vance is Arthur's oldest son. From blueprints on a sticky kitchen table and calloused and scarred hands by the time I could walk, my father built Vance commercial builds for 35 years. Commercial builds, mid-rise retrofits, municipal contracts, and heavy warehouse construction were its specialties. Not flashy. Really solid. Ironclad reputation, tight profit margins, and knowing where every dollar goes drove this business. I knew every dollar went. It was my main job from age 16 when I started working brutally hot summers in the lumber yard. I managed complex subcontractor relationships, reviewed massive bid packages, and compared multi-million-dollar invoices to project budgets by my late 20s. Arthur was front. He did client dinners, firm handshakes, and charm offensives to generate lucrative contracts. I was the unseen foundation. The credit wasn't needed. Work was done, the company made money that was most important. He was Julian. Julian is 3 years younger than me and never wore dirty clothes to work. He was named operations coordinator by Arthur at 24. A generous title for someone who mostly forwarded emails, complained about the Wi-Fi, and brought iced coffee to executive meetings. Not saying Julian was dumb. He wasn't. He was smart in a dangerous way that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with reading people. He could convince everyone in a room he was the most capable and important person in 10 minutes. His terrifying charisma started as a child. It thrilled our parents. They worshipped his path. We saw his charm for what it was. Manageable, I thought. I considered us fine. I've replayed it so many times in the dark that I can remember every tiny detail of the day everything ended. Sunday in early autumn. The mandatory family gathering at our parents' sprawling suburban house every few weeks. Nothing special, just Arthur's way of controlling everyone. Chloe, my younger sister, was there, mostly filming content for her social media platform from the massive kitchen island. She saw every family gathering as a brand-building opportunity. Julian entered the heavy oak front door while Arthur and I were discussing a concrete supplier issue in the kitchen. A thick manila folder was in his hand. His face was performing a calculated act, and I noticed immediately. It was that practiced expression that indicates reluctant duty. The loyal man who delivers devastating news and wishes he didn't. He requested an Arthur-only conversation. Wringing his hands, Arthur said, "Whatever it is, say it here. We don't keep secrets." Julian approached the kitchen table and opened the folder. Printing bank statements. Accounts in my name. 2 years of transactions. Someone worked hard to make withdrawals, offshore transfers, and shell company routing numbers look deliberate and insidious. Altogether, it cost $520,000. Julian said, "Dad," sounding agonized. I didn't want to believe it either. But, the auditors, they found this buried in the secondary ledger. Arthur took the pages. They were red. He never looked at me. My mother Eleanor entered from the living room. She probably noticed the room's sudden, suffocating energy shift. She was loud within 40 seconds of seeing what she was looking at. She wasn't querying. Not waiting for a reply. She accused me of stealing. She called me filthy. She screamed that I had looked my father in the eyes every day while stealing from his life's work. The phone camera clicked. It was Chloe in the doorway, her phone pointed at me, the red recording light blinking. I kept still. In seconds, my analytical brain noticed 3 obvious things on those papers on the table. 1. Bad font. Bank statements are formatted in a proprietary sans serif. Very close, but not exact. It had slightly off header spacing, resembling Helvetica. 1 routing number in the account details didn't match mine. 1 digit transposed, but obviously wrong. 3. Julian had not looked at me since entering. His gaze was fixed on Arthur's chin. Take a breath and speak. Dad, check the routing. First time my father looked up from the pages, his eyes were dead. He said, I don't want to hear it. To me, his eldest son, who had run his company's infrastructure for a decade. 6 words. In 6 words, his 32 years as son are erased, the door closed forever. No argument, I wasn't mad. After passing them, I went upstairs to my childhood room, pulled out my heavy canvas duffel bag, and packed what mattered. My laptop, passports, and clothes. Probably 8 minutes total. I visited the kitchen before leaving. Julian stood there with the folder on the table between us. No shouting, it was pointless. One day, I said, directly looking into his shifting, cowardly eyes, you will choke on this lie. Chloe filmed my back as I left the front door. The thing I didn't know standing in that driveway with my duffel bag was that Julian was already 3 months behind on payments to people who don't send polite reminder emails while I was packing. I didn't know. I would discover. My first home after leaving that house was a rundown shared rental 12 minutes from a massive freight terminal on Seattle's rainy east side. 4 rooms, 6 grown men, 1 tiny bathroom with an ice-cold shower if you weren't in it by 4:30 a.m. A single window faced a concrete wall and a rusted radiator clicked all night like it was trying to communicate in Morse code in my room. My overnight dock crew job came within a week, lugging heavy freight into and out of shipping containers from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the freezing rain. The work was physically demanding and repetitive, leaving my mind alone with itself, which was unsafe and uncomfortable in those early months. I required pure, agonizing exhaustion. This was my only protection from emotional rash decisions. It was too expensive to make emotional decisions. Be brutally honest about those first few months. The cold reality of them is essential to understanding what came later, not to win your sympathy. Angry. Not loudly angry. The loud kind of anger burns quickly and leaves ash. I had quiet, freezing anger. The type that settles in your bone marrow and changes over time. A pointy thing. Something infinitely better. It settled. I wasn't calling. No social media efforts were made to clear my name. In panic, I didn't call a lawyer. I worked. Grease and freezing rain covered me at home. Sleeping 4 hours. Went back. After 6 weeks, I ordered my first textbook. Superior Forensic Accounting. It was a used copy with a cracked spine, and half of it highlighted in aggressive yellow marker. My tiny room's wobbly folding table was where I read it after dock shifts, still in my damp work clothes, eating cheap and fast. I then ordered Corporate Fraud Detection and Asset Tracing. Then I found a 3-night-a-week online financial forensics certification program that cost what I made in a month of backbreaking doc work. Clarify why I did this. There was no big film plan yet. I knew that understanding whatever Julian had done, and I was certain he would require very specific, highly specialized knowledge. Anyone could see the fake statements, but proving the crime required a scalpel. So I built the knowledge from scratch, without shortcuts, as usual. Through Sarah, a family friend, I received fragmented updates from home. Sarah was a longtime friend who had the decency to communicate quietly without drama. She rarely gave information, but sometimes did. Over the first 2 years, she passed on more pain than I expected. Arthur gave Julian complete operational control of the business weeks after I left. Permanent. Unconditional. Marcus disappeared. Access his admin codes here. The corner office is his. Contacts for master vendors. Go. Arthur brought Julian to high-profile industry events, introducing him as the loyal son who had stepped up when it truly mattered. He said the company was in great hands. His belief was complete. Eleanor reproduced this toxically in every social circle. She aggressively fabricated the situation rather than moving on. Marcus was difficult always. Julian had always been responsible. But she never said so. This was told to our relatives, neighbors, and Thursday lunches with wealthy women. Like pouring concrete over a grave, she built Julian's rosy reputation on my ruined one. She did it with the wholehearted conviction of a liar. Not surprisingly, Chloe made me happy. Twice in 4 years, once 14 months after I left, and once in year 3. She shared my name online. Unambiguous. Named. She twice called me a toxic thief, exploiting my supposed betrayal. A second post had hundreds of comments. Why would they question a grieving sister? People I had helped for years agreed with her. Sarah informed me of both posts. Both were screenshotted. They were encrypted in a folder. And I moved. I joined an advanced night class on corporate law basics 2 years later. I met Harrison there. The older, cynical former IRS auditor Harrison had the dry, ruthless demeanor that only comes from decades of watching wealthy people lie about their money. In a complex case study discussion, he saw something in me that wasn't common in that fluorescent-lit room. I was pulled aside after class and asked what I was doing. He got the short version. No flinching. The man nodded and said he knew people. Elena was a razor-sharp private tax attorney who made opposing counsel physically nauseous, and Victor was a quiet quantitative analyst who moved massive investment capital through anonymous corporate structures with terrifying efficiency that doesn't get discussed in public. All three had worked together. They carefully selected their friends. They admitted me, building Aegis Capital Group. No web presence. No fancy site. Brand free. Just a legal entity that bought distressed commercial debt and restructured it for maximum profit. Analytical engine. Victor managed complicated corporate structure. Elena facilitated legal exposure and underground deal flow. We had substantial capital within 18 months. I could stop looking forward and start looking backward after 3 years of liquid capital. Hiring Declan Hayes, a former federal fraud division. Harrison suggested he find things wealthy people think are buried forever. I gave him one open-ended task: pull all Vance Commercial Build's financials from 5 years ago. Every bank account, shell vendor, and document signatory. Exactly 4 weeks. He called me without a polite introduction. He stated, "Marcus, the company isn't in trouble. It's in a complete, unrecoverable freefall. And your brother doesn't just owe money to banks. He owes it to the kind of people who have started showing up uninvited at your father's active job sites." I asked Declan to send and explain everything in person. We met at a dim coffee shop near his office 3 days later. His fraud division survival skills led him to a door-facing corner table. His heavy, bound report was on the table between us. It was 40 pages, meticulously tabbed by section. He ordered black coffee and gazed at me as I read. "Let me explain that report. Everything. Because I need you to understand Julian's inhumane architecture." Each layer was desperate to last long enough for the next. Declan called the first section the initial bleed. Julian quietly used a primary business expense account he inherited 1 year after I left the company. He initially moved little. Withdrawals were gradual. If a trusted person manages the books, they don't trigger immediate banking scrutiny. He put stolen money in high-leverage cryptos. Through a personal, unregulated offshore trading account, not a sophisticated investment vehicle. He chased volatile assets and made panicked decisions that a financial expert would recognize as high-risk gambling. He lost often. He lost big. When a position failed, he didn't sell. He persisted. When one sector fell, he moved to another, even more volatile, to recover the theft. Over 18 months, he spent $345,000 in company capital. Every dollar was hidden in inflated vendor invoices, phantom suppliers, fabricated raw material costs, and line items disguised as construction overhead. Without looking for fraud, it read like a busy, expensive quarter. It was obvious in an afternoon if you looked. To the second tab. The secondary bleed. She stammered that she'd only heard what everyone else heard, and couldn't be expected to know the truth. "You filmed it," broke her off. Her terrified eyes met mine. "You filmed me packing my bags. You posted about it twice, by name, to farm likes. You called me a thief to your followers." Her mouth closed. The meeting went silent after she spoke. All along, Arthur was silent. He didn't defend himself when he spoke. Not a desperate negotiation. He simply said, "I should have listened to you." Across the mahogany table. And only that. Nobody explains. No justifications. I contemplated that sentence. When it came, it landed as I predicted. Not in relief, not arrogantly. Just with dull, hollow recognition of a thing arriving too late to change what it would have changed 4 years ago. Nodding, I acknowledged it. It wasn't rewarded. I advanced. Julian finally acted then. Standing up abruptly, his chair scraped loudly against the hardwood. His controlled panic became aggressive and cornered as his voice rose. A criminal vendetta. He said the court would aggressively challenge the documentation. He claimed his high-powered legal team would examine the acquisition structure, find the fatal flaw, and unravel it. As he leaned forward with both hands flat on the table, I saw him in that kitchen 4 years ago, holding a manila folder and playing the reluctant truth-teller. I let him rant entirely. Then I passed him the thicker, second folder across the table. It was examined. His eyes were on me. It was opened. Declan Hayes's full investigation was inside. Completely tabbed and annotated. Crypto trading records showing $345,000 loss, the hidden, fake vendor invoices, $210,000 predatory private loan agreements, betting transfer history to underground poker rings. Names of violent creditors whose enforcers visited Arthur's job sites. Arthur signed Julian's complete chain of documents over 14 months to forge his father's consent to bet the family home. At the back, separated by a heavy red tab, was a forensic analysis of Julian's bank statements from 4 years earlier. Page-by-page comparison with bank-issued formatting. The metadata extracted from the original digital files shows they were created using a cheap PDF editor on a personal device 11 days before dinner. Declan used a separate data point to match Julian's laptop to the device ID. Last section read by Julian. He scanned the page furiously. He slowly closed the folder. The cocky stance was gone. As if his strings were cut, he reclined. I whispered, "Those documents 4 years ago were fabricated," echoing in the silent room. "You know it. I know it. And a complete, certified copy of that entire report has already been submitted to the Federal Fraud Division." Deathly silence filled the room. Julian agonized over the closed folder. His voice dropped to a register I had never heard before when he looked up. Dislikable. Non-violent. Just stripped of his cowardice concealment. His words were, "What do you want?" "Stand up." Casually straightened my jacket. "I already have it." Suddenly, his chair scraped back as I faced the window. He charged forward, grabbing my arm. Non-violent. Pure desperation. The panicked grip of someone who has exhausted all options and lies and is holding on to the last physical thing in the universe. "You can't take the house." He choked, his voice cracking violently and tears overflowing. "Marcus, please. Mom and Dad didn't do anything. This isn't on them. This is entirely on me. Whatever you think I did, whatever I did to you, just punish me. Don't take the house." He was shaking my arm as I looked down. He retreated quickly. "You should have thought about that," I said neutrally, 4 years ago. Returned to the window. Down below, 2 marked county sheriff's vehicles were slowly pulling to the curb in front of my building on a sunny Miami street. In time. Just a few minutes early. I said, "The deputies are early," without turning. Julian's knees fell behind me. "Haven't returned home." It's important to clarify that because some readers may expect a film about me standing on the sidewalk in sunglasses, smoking a cigar, and watching my family get thrown onto the street. Some grand finale where I gloat. Not how I work, and not what I needed. I decided. Legal proceedings would proceed without my presence. Performing correctly means that. Well-built machines don't need you to watch them work. Declan was. I asked him to record everything. I wanted an accurate, unemotional account from someone I trusted without editorializing, not for legal reasons. He called me afterward and explained it in the same blunt, precise manner he did everything else. I heard, not asking him to repeat. "It happened like this. Family members destroyed my penthouse." Eleanor began. In the final minutes of that meeting, she stopped talking. By the time the private elevator arrived, she moved like a broken animatronic. Like a person who had exhausted all manipulation, and was operating on baseline biological function. They left with Arthur's heavy hand on her back. The elevator doors closed without him looking at me again. Respected that. He managed a dignified exit in extremely unworthy circumstances. Chloe left silently. Declan's confession made me notice that. Not that she was dramatic, she left without speaking. That spoke volumes to someone who always assumed a loud voice. Julian exited last. Long before this date, the family received solid legal notice. Elena ensured that. Certified mail, confirmed receipt signatures, full statutory window followed without shortcuts. Nothing was unclear procedurally, no judge can challenge the process. Everything was legal. Julian arrived at the family home to find deputies working. Typical foreclosure. They moved with board efficiency. After 1,000 previous attempts. The massive front door locks were being drilled out and changed when he arrived. And then it happened. The only way I could have understood it was if Declan described it without drama. The deputies changed the locks while Julian watched from the driveway. A part of him that had held on through the penthouse meeting, the silent drive over, and every step up the front walk gave out. Deputies weren't confronted. He didn't cause a police alarm. His body collapsed. Screaming, he sat in the front lawn grass with his knees to his chest. Non-words. Sound only. A primal, raw sound from below conscious thought, listening to a man realize his actions all at once. Neighbors watched the golden boy break from their windows. Looking tired, the deputies kept drilling the locks. Arthur carried a small cardboard box of personal medications they were allowed to retrieve on the walkway. No movement toward Julian. No comforting was offered. He stood there, watching his son scream, which he chose over me. Declan said several minutes passed. I pondered that information in my quiet penthouse. I felt. Not expected feeling. Not joyous. Some relief. I sensed something quieter and dirtier. Something like the feeling you get when a massive storm you've been preparing for hits, and confirms all your preparations but doesn't finish you. The way it is. Happened recently. Finally, something. The final knife twist Julian didn't discover until a week later. Federal fraud charges were filed 2 weeks earlier. Elena's office submitted Declan's report's financial trail, fabricated bank statements, and metadata extraction to the appropriate division. Within 60 days, she expected federal indictments. That process did not involve me. I stood back after handing them the loaded gun. The law does what it does. Remember crypto losses? Julian's $345,000 lost in bad margin trades? Declan discovered Julian's laptop metadata anomaly, which linked him to the fake bank statements. During his deep forensic dive, Julian didn't lose everything crypto. He panicked after losing some and deliberately put $280,000 in a cold storage wallet. He kept a huge secret nest egg to run away with and faked the total loss on the books to claim bankruptcy if caught. Declan discovered the fragmented seed phrase in a company server dummy image. Before the foreclosure and penthouse meeting, Victor and I legally seized the cold wallet as part of Aegis Capital Group's corporate asset recovery since Vance Commercial Build's initial funds were stolen. Fully depleted our wallet. I kept nothing. The entire $280,000 was anonymously sent to a legal aid organization that helps blue-collar wage theft victims. Workers who are manipulated, their credibility destroyed, and their assets taken by a suit. Not announced. Plaque wasn't my thing. It felt like the perfect place for certain funds. When Julian stopped crying on the lawn a week later, he sneaked into an internet cafe to access his secret cold wallet and flee the state before the federal indictments or underground poker enforcers found him. He logged in to find $0. He had nothing. The risky gambling network creditors he owed $115,000 to manage that for him was not my goal. He caused that problem and faced the violent consequences alone. I bought only what I needed. The rest remained. Next week, Vance Commercial Builds received full receivership. Auctions sold heavy equipment. Contracts were transferred to competitors or dissolved by mutual agreement. Arthur lost 35 years of vendor relationships in 10 business days. The company Vance Commercial Builds closed. No press release was dramatic. All active filings stopped showing it. Aegis Capital Group liquidated cleanly and remained secured. The family home and business assets sold for modest proceeds compared to what Aegis manages. For the company, it was not significant financially. This is my new reality for 8 months. Professions vary, none on social media. When the story moves through high-level professional networks, I feel less pulled than before. These things always travel in contractor and financial circles, regardless of your intent. None of my comments were directed. What it is, I accept. Sometimes I think of Dad. Occasionally. It rarely disrupts my day or keeps me awake. Arthur built something incredible from nothing and gave his empire to the wrong person, because they knew how to stand next to him and look trustworthy. Seeing a loved one make a life-changing mistake and being unable to stop it is a special kind of grief, most especially when that mistake was made to you. I won't pretend I can solve that neatly. As far as I know, accountability and grief are compatible. Arthur decided. He chose not to ask a single question when it mattered. Choice had apocalyptic consequences. My grief over what he was and the cold reality of what he did can coexist in my head without canceling each other out. Same for Eleanor. Hi Chloe. Each made conscious, weighty decisions. I no longer carry their burden. Sometimes I remember leaving that front door. I carry a heavy duffel bag. Behind me, Chloe's camera keep running. Julian stares at the floor in the kitchen, ignoring me. On my way out, I didn't threaten him. I consider word choice important. So I'll be precise. It wasn't a cinematic promise either. I just stated something I knew about his actions. Julian's lies aren't permanent. Regular maintenance is exhausting. New lies to verify old ones, a fake document, new tearful acts, manage and manipulate new people. The structure becomes too heavy, and the original deception, the rotten core, starts to show through the cracks. He choked. 4 years. I spent 4 years working freezing overnight doc shifts, reading cracked forensic accounting textbooks at a wobbly folding table, and building something real with ruthless people. I survived with a profitable firm, new lethal skills, and the full, documented truth of what happened to me. I delivered this truth to those who could act on it. I'm not going to say this makes me better. Maybe it does, but I don't care about morality. It made me more accurate. It taught me that cold patience, when used properly, is far more powerful than any screaming reaction I could have pulled at that kitchen table 4 years ago. As I write, I don't feel victorious. No hollowness here either. My feelings are like a man who knew what was stolen, took his time, and got it back in a form no one could argue with, challenge, or walk back. That can make me cold. Cold kept me moving for 4 years when warm would have got me nowhere. At my 32nd birthday dinner, my sister said, "I'm pregnant, your husband's the father." I toasted calmly, then exposed his infertility and destroyed them both. They say revenge is a dish best served cold. But let me tell you, when you've been betrayed by everyone you love, watching their world burn while you stand perfectly calm, that, my friends, is a symphony of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. This is the story of how I orchestrated that symphony. It was supposed to be my 32nd birthday, a glittering celebration at the exclusive LeBlanc restaurant. I sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the people I foolishly believed were my closest allies. Crystal champagne flutes clink-ticked, sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars, mirroring the fake joy in the air. My husband, Graham, his hand resting possessively on my shoulder, raised his glass. "To my beautiful wife," he purred, his voice dripping with that charming cadence that once made my knees weak. "Happy birthday, darling." Beside me, my sister Madison fidgeted with her water glass. She hadn't touched her champagne. It was a detail I might have missed if I hadn't already known the bombshell she was about to drop. Just as everyone was about to drink, Madison cleared her throat. "Actually," she interrupted, "I have an announcement to make." My mother Patricia beamed, annoying, almost triumphant smile already gracing her lips. Of course she knew. My mother always knew everything about Madison first. "I'm pregnant." Madison's voice rang out. A bell of false triumph in the private dining room. The stunned silence lasted exactly 2 agonizing seconds. Then she delivered the final crushing blow. "And Graham is the father." I felt Graham's hand tighten on my shoulder, not in guilt, but in anticipation. They all expected hysterics, tears, maybe even a dramatic scene. The restaurant staff hovered nervously, ready to intervene. But I just took a slow, deliberate sip of my champagne. "That's interesting," I said, my voice steady, almost a whisper. "Very interesting indeed, Claire," my mother began, her tone already sharp, that familiar scolding edge she'd perfected over the years. "Don't make a scene." I smiled, a slow chilling smile, and reached for my purse. "Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Mother. In fact, I have my own announcement to make." I pulled out a cream-colored envelope, crisp and official. "You see, I've been wondering why Graham and I couldn't conceive for the past 4 years." Madison's triumphant smirk faltered just a fraction. Graham's hand dropped from my shoulder. "Claire, this isn't the time," he hissed, a clear warning in his eyes. "Actually," I said, unfolding a medical report with meticulous precision, "it's the perfect time." My gaze locked with Madison's. "Because according to Dr. Caroline Hayes at the fertility clinic, my dear husband has what they call aospermia, 0 sperm count." I leaned in, my voice dropping. "In layman's terms, he's completely infertile." The sound of Evelyn's fork clattering against her plate echoed through the suddenly silent room. Madison's face drained of color so fast I thought she might actually faint. That's impossible," she stammered, her voice thin. "The test must be wrong." "That's what I thought too," I said, pulling out a second envelope. So, I had him tested again. Different clinic, different doctor, same result. I smiled sweetly at Graham, who was now utterly motionless beside me, a statue of shock. "Would you like to see the dates, darling?" Both tests were from 6 weeks earlier. "You had me tested without my knowledge." Graham's voice shook, not with fear, but with pure incandescent rage. "Oh, like you've been so honest with me." I turned to face him fully. 4 years of trying. 4 years of you telling me maybe I was the problem. 4 years of watching you comfort my sister through her tough times while I cried myself to sleep. Patricia stood up abruptly. This is absolutely inappropriate. No, mother, I countered, my voice rising for the first time, tinged with a delicious bitterness. What's inappropriate is your precious Madison sleeping with my husband and then trying to pass off someone else's baby as his. I rose, gathering my purse, my dignity perfectly intact. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to walk out of here with my head held high. And you too. I looked between Madison and Graham, their faces a mask of horror. Can figure out how to explain to everyone why you lied. That test. Graham grabbed my arm as I turned to leave. It was wrong, wasn't it? I leaned in close. So close I could smell his cologne. The same cologne I'd smelled on Madison's jacket 6 weeks earlier. Oh no, darling, I whispered, pulling my arm free. I double-checked twice. And I have so much more proof where that came from. As I walked toward the door, Madison's voice cracked behind me, raw with desperation. Claire. Wait. I can explain. I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. Save your explanation for your baby's real father, Madison. I'm sure he'd love to hear it. The last thing I saw as I left was Evelyn pulling out her phone. No doubt she was already dialing everyone in her considerable social network. By morning, everyone would know. And that was exactly what I wanted, because revenge isn't just about exposing lies. It's about watching them scramble to piece together a truth they can't possibly explain. And I was just getting started. The real story, the one they never saw coming, began 8 weeks earlier. I was in my home office when the first real, undeniable evidence landed in my lap. Not the subtle signs I'd been ignoring for months. The lingering hugs. The inside jokes. The way Madison's visits always coincided with Graham's work-from-home days. No, this was an actual email accidentally left open on our shared iPad. We need to be more careful, Madison had written. Claire is getting suspicious. A not Claire, not sister, just like I was some obstacle to be managed. I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas, igniting a cold, quiet fury. The next morning, I called Sam. I need you to meet me for coffee, I said, and I need you to not ask questions until we're face to face. 25 minutes later, we were in a corner booth at Café Luna, far from prying ears. Show me again, Sam said, squinting at the email on my phone. This could mean anything, right? Look at the timestamp, I replied, my voice flat. 2:18 a.m. Why is my sister emailing my husband at midnight? Sam's face hardened. What are you going to do first? I said, stirring my untouched coffee. I'm going to visit Dr. Caroline Hayes. Remember how Graham insisted on handling all the fertility appointments? How he always came back with vague explanations about keeping trying? You think he was lying about the results? I think I'm done letting other people tell me what's true. Dr. Caroline Hayes' office was exactly as I remembered it. Sterile, professional, with a faint antiseptic odor. The receptionist recognized me immediately. Mrs. Harrington, we have not seen you in months. I need copies of all of our test results, I told, my voice firm. Everything you have on file for me and my husband. She paused. Typically, Mr. Harrington handles all paperwork. I am aware, I smiled, channeling Madison's sweet manipulation. But as his wife and patient, I have a legal right to see our medical records, unless there is a reason I shouldn't. 20 minutes later, I sat in my car, hands trembling as I read through the documents. My results were, and had always been, normal. But at Graham's, there were no results, tests, or anything. He never took them. I told Sam later in the day. He tried for 4 years and was never tested. Sam whispered. That bastard? But why? Control, I stated simply. As long as we tried, he had an explanation for everything. My depression is only treated with hormones, my suspicions, baby stress, my isolation, and doctor's orders to reduce stress. I took out my planner, which Graham always teased me about. So I scheduled an appointment, told him it was a romantic dinner, and served him champagne laced with sleeping pills. Sam's eyes widened. Claire, do not worry, I reassured her. A perfectly safe dose, just enough to put him to sleep while the clinic ran tests. That's when I received the first results. The second test used the same method but was performed at a different clinic. I needed to be certain, I closed my planner. But that's not the most interesting part. I saw Madison 3 months ago at the same fertility clinic. She was leaving just as I arrived to get the second test results. Sam leaned in, captivated. Do you think she's really pregnant? Oh, I know she is. She's been avoiding wine at family dinners, citing antibiotics. I pulled out my phone and showed Sam a series of photos. She's also been meeting someone, but not Graham. Madison was photographed outside a cafe before getting into a car. The driver's face was clear in a single shot, a strikingly handsome man with dark hair. Tyler is her ex from college. I found him through social media. They've been liking each other's posts for several months, so the baby may not be Graham's at all. She's probably using their affair to trap him. Make him leave me. I laughed. A bitter, unfunny sound. The irony is that she is unaware that he is incapable of fathering children. He's also been lying to her. Sam reached across the table and squeezed my hand. What is your plan? I took out an invitation, cream-colored and elegant. My birthday dinner. I'll let them make their grand announcement. Let them believe they have won. My voice was steady and cold, and I was going to destroy everything they thought they knew. Claire, Sam spoke softly. This isn't just vengeance. This is nuclear. I met her eyes. They didn't simply betray me, Sam. They made me question my sanity, worth, and ability to be a mother. I put the invitation back in my bag. I don't just want vengeance, I want consequences, destruction, and accountability. And then I smiled, remembering the apartment I'd already leased, the lawyer I'd contacted, and the mountain of evidence I'd gathered. After that, I plan to create a life so good that they will choke on the ashes of what they have lost. By the way, if you're as hooked as I hope you are, don't forget to click the subscribe button. You won't want to miss the other crazy, unbelievable stories I have in store. The restaurant descended into chaos after I left. I could hear Madison's shrill voice through the glass doors. She is lying. She must be lying. I got halfway to my car before Evelyn caught up with me, her heels clicking quickly on the pavement. Claire, please wait. She gripped my elbow, her voice low. Madison always seemed off to me, the way she'd hang out at Graham's office parties, touching his arm and laughing too loudly at his jokes. Did you know? I suspected, but I did not want to see it. Evelyn looked back at the restaurant. What are you planning to do now? Now I'm going home to pack my bag. When I pulled into our driveway, Graham's car was already waiting. I found him pacing around the kitchen, phone in hand. Where have you been? I have called you 8 times. I walked past him into the bedroom, pulling out the suitcase I'd hidden in the back of my closet weeks before. Claire, stop. We need to discuss this. That test must contain an error. We can seek another opinion. 4 years, I said, not looking at him while packing. 4 years of watching me blame myself, take medications, and attend therapy while you slept with my sister. It wasn't like that then. What was it like? I finally turned to face him, my gaze hard. Explain to me, Graham. Explain how you could watch me cry every month when my period arrived, knowing you couldn't get me pregnant, even if you tried. His phone vibrated. Madison's face flashed across the screen. You should answer that, I said, zipping up my suitcase. Your girlfriend seems to need you. Where are you going? Away from you. My phone vibrated while I drove. Madison had sent several frantic messages. We have to stick to our story. She's not telling the truth. Please answer me. You are ruining everything. I turned off the phone and drove to Sam's house. She was waiting on her porch, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Evelyn called, she told me as I sat down. Madison apparently had a complete meltdown after your departure. You started screaming about how jealous you have always been of her. I took a large sip of wine. Remember 3 months ago when I mentioned seeing Madison at the fertility clinic? Yes, I did more than simply see her. I took out my phone and opened a photograph. I followed her indoors. Madison was talking to a nurse, her hand resting on her still flat stomach. She was there for a prenatal appointment, I explained. But get this. She used her old insurance card from when she was still with Tyler. Sam's eyes widened. Her ex? She has been secretly meeting with her ex for coffee. I showed her another photograph. Madison and Tyler stand outside a cafe, his hand on her lower back. I found his profile. He's been sharing cryptic posts about second chances and unexpected blessings. Sam took a deep breath and grabbed her laptop. Allow me to look him up. While she typed, my phone lit up with Evelyn's text message. Graham is telling everyone that you're having a mental breakdown. Madison is backing him up. We found him. Sam turned the screen toward me. Check out his social media. There it was. A hidden folder in Tyler's profile. Photos of him and Madison from various dates in the last few months. Carefully untagged but not deleted. Sam pointed out the timestamps. These are from right around the time she would have become pregnant. My phone vibrated again. This time it was my mother. Claire, she said as I responded, her voice tight with rage. What you did tonight was unforgivable. What did I do? What about what Madison did? She's your sister, and she's currently carrying your husband's child. I interrupted her with a bitter laugh. No, mother. She's carrying someone else's child and passing it off as Graham's. But don't worry, I'm confident it won't affect her status as your perfect daughter. You've always been jealous of her. No. I replied quietly. I've always been your scapegoat. But no longer. I hung up as Sam discovered something else. Tyler left a comment on one of Madison's photos from a holiday party 5 months ago. Claire, I had the best night of my life. Sam spoke slowly. You should talk to him. I nodded, mentally composing an email. Oh, I intend to, but first I must make a few calls, beginning with Graham's company. What are you planning to tell them? I smiled, recalling the financial documents I found while looking for evidence of the affair. The truth is that their VP of Finance has falsified reports, and that's only the beginning. Because revenge is more than just exposing lies. It is about pulling every thread until the entire tapestry unravels. I met Tyler in a quiet coffee shop downtown, far from my usual haunts. He was already there, fidgeting with a paper cup, looking exactly like his photos, handsome in that boy-next-door style Madison had always preferred. Thank you for meeting me, I said, sliding into the seat across from him. I am Claire, Madison's sister. He refused to meet my gaze. Look, I don't know what this is about. I believe you understand exactly what this is about. I placed my phone on the table, screen up, and displayed a photo of him and Madison outside the fertility clinic. 5 months ago there was a holiday party at the Grand Ring. Ring any bells? His face turned pale. She claimed she was single. Of course she did. I took a sip of my coffee. Tyler, she's pregnant. She's attempting to pass it off as my husband's baby. He knocked over his cup, spilling coffee across the table. She is what? Pregnant. I would say they are about 5 months along. Interesting timing. Would you agree? Tyler grabbed napkins and wiped up the spill with shaky hands. We use protection. She said she was using birth control. Madison has always been creative with the truth, I explained, pulling out a document. I need you to sign this. What is it? Consent to a paternity test, just in case. He stared at the paper for a long time. If I sign this, Madison will know I spoke with you. Madison is already about to lose everything, I said quietly. The question is, do you want to know the truth? He signed. Meanwhile, across town, Graham's carefully built world was collapsing. His assistant sent me an email chain. His colleagues avoided him. His boss was reconsidering his position, and the board convened an emergency meeting. I'd sent them an anonymous tip about the fake reports, along with copies of his fertility tests, and a carefully worded recommendation about trustworthiness. My phone vibrated with a text from Sam. Madison just showed up at your mother's house. Complete waterworks. I drove there and parked across the street. Madison was sobbing on the couch with my mother Patricia patting her hand as I watched from the living room window. The ideal victim, as always. I walked inside without knocking. How dare you? Madison jumped up, mascara streaking her cheeks. You're trying to ruin my life. You ruined your own life, I explained calmly. I'm simply exposing the truth. Truth. My mom stood up. The truth is, you're attempting to harm your sister because you can't keep your husband happy. Really, Mother? What's your take on this? I somehow coerced Madison into sleeping with my husband. Patricia spat. You've always been so cold. You're so focused on your career. What were you expecting? I laughed, the sound was sharp and bitter. I expected my sister to not be I expected my husband not to lie. I expected my mother to have a spine. Madison screamed, Get out. Get out of my home. Your house? I raised an eyebrow. You mean the house Graham bought for his mother with money he embezzled from his company? What about that house? Both of their faces lost their color. "What exactly are you talking about?" Patricia whispered. "Oh, you didn't know. Graham has been cooking the books for years, using company money to fund his side projects, including this house." I grinned. "The board is currently meeting to discuss it." My phone was pinging. I received an email from the testing facility. The paternity result was confirmed. Tyler Bennett. "Perfect timing," I said as I opened the attachment. "Would you like to know who actually got you pregnant, Madison?" She lunged for my phone, but I kept it out of reach. "Do not worry. Everyone will learn soon enough. Tyler will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn that he will soon become a father." "You." Madison swung at me, but I moved back. "You are lying. Like you lied about the baby being Graham's. Like you lied about being on birth control with Tyler. As if you've been lying your whole life." Patricia grabbed my arm. "Stop this. Stop right now." I pulled away. "No, Mother. I am done stopping. I'm done being quiet. I've had enough of Madison destroying everything she touches while you clean up her messes." Madison's voice shook as she said, "I will deny it. Nobody will believe you. They already do." I approached the door and paused in the doorway. "Graham's company just called. They are freezing all of his assets, including this house. You may want to start packing." As I walked to my car, I could hear Madison scream through the open window. However, for the first time in my life, they did not make me feel guilty. They made me feel free. The family brunch was my idea. I sent a group text suggesting that we all meet to discuss things civilly. Sam thought I was crazy, but she didn't notice my smile when everyone agreed. I chose the country club because it was neutral territory and had plenty of witnesses. More, it featured an excellent audio-visual system for presentations. Madison arrived first, dressed in a flowing dress that highlighted her small baby bump. She had clearly been crying, but her chin was up in defiance. "I'm only here because Mom insisted," she explained, sliding into her seat. "Of course you are." I smiled as I watched the others enter. My mother Patricia, Evelyn, Graham, and a few extended family members had heard about the drama. Claire and Graham started. "Can we speak privately first?" "Oh no, darling. I will say everything in front of everyone." When everyone was seated, I stood up and smoothed my dress. "I'd like to apologize for my behavior during my birthday dinner." Madison's face lit up with satisfaction. My mother nodded in approval. "I should not have revealed your lies so quickly," I continued. "I should have been more thorough." Before anyone could respond, I took out a remote and clicked it. The club's large television screen came to life. "What's this?" Madison demanded. I said with a chilling calm in my voice, "These are the paternity test results I received yesterday." The document appeared on screen, emphasizing the match between Tyler and Madison's unborn child. "Congratulations, sister. Tyler is going to be a dad." The room erupted. Madison jumped up and knocked over her water glass. "You cannot do this." "I already did." I clicked again. Madison and Tyler's photos appeared. Their secret meetings, fertility clinic visits, and holiday celebration. "Do you remember Tyler, Graham? Madison's ex, whom she was sleeping with while attempting to trap you." Graham stood up so quickly that his chair fell backward. "You said he was out of the picture." "She tells everyone what they want to hear," I explained calmly. "Just as you had told me I was the reason we couldn't have children." "Claire, please stop this immediately." My mother's voice shook with rage. "Why?" "Because it is embarrassing. Because it shatters your idealized image of your perfect daughter." I clicked again. Bank statements appeared on screen. "Speaking of ruined images, let's discuss how Graham paid for your house, Mother." Patricia turned pale. "What? Company funds?" I explained, embezzled. "Of course, along with the money he's been sending Madison for her pregnancy expenses. I suppose sleeping with two men at once can be expensive." Importantly, Madison lunged at me, but Evelyn grabbed her arm. "Do not," Evelyn warned. "You have done enough damage." "Me?" Madison screamed. "She is the one destroying everything." "No, Madison. You ruined everything the moment you believed you could take what was mine." I turned to Graham. "By the way, your company's legal team would like to meet with me tomorrow. Something about being a material witness." Graham slumped into his chair, head in his hands. His carefully constructed world came crashing down around him. "You've lost your mind," my mother said, her voice wavering and uncertain. "Actually, I replied, a small, triumphant smile spreading across my lips. I finally found it. I clicked one final time. A video started playing. Madison and Graham are in his office, planning how to tell me about the pregnancy and how to break me. How did you get that? Graham demanded, his eyes widening in fear. You really should change your email password, darling, I advised. I'm gathering my purse and checking your office for recording devices. Oh, and Madison, Tyler's lawyer will contact you. Something about fraud and emotional damage. I will deny everything, she hissed. With what proof? The paternity test is legally binding. The financial records are clear. This video speaks for itself. I shrugged, but please try to deny this. I'm sure the media would like to hear your perspective. What about the media? Madison's voice cracked, filled with dawning horror. Did I forget to mention that Evelyn has been live streaming the entire conversation on social media? I motioned to Evelyn, who held up her phone, still recording. Say hello to your followers, Madison. Madison's face crumpled as she watched the comments pour in. You thought you enjoyed being center stage? I spoke softly. How does the spotlight feel right now? My phone vibrated. Graham's company called again. I responded on speaker. Hello, Mrs. Harrington. This is Michael Carter from Legal. We need to talk about some irregularities in your husband's financial documents. Of course, I said, watching Graham's face lose color. I will bring everything I have to our meeting tomorrow. I hung up and faced my shattered family for the last time. I would love to stay and talk, but I have a meeting with my lawyer. Divorce papers do not file themselves. As I walked out, I could hear Madison's raw sobs, my mother's desperate attempts to console her, and Evelyn's quiet voice still narrating to her followers. But I did not look back. I did not need to. The truth finally came out, and it was more devastating than any lie they could have told. My mother arrived at my temporary apartment the next day, uninvited and unannounced. She appeared older than I'd ever seen her, as if the weight of scandal had accelerated her age. We need to talk about what you've done, she insisted, pushing past me into the living room. What have I done? I quietly closed the door. Not what Madison did. Not what Graham did. I always feared you'd inherit your father's coldness. She sat down, smoothing her skirt with trembling fingers. This calculated revenge is exactly what he would have done. Don't compare me to him. I remained standing. He abandoned us. I am protecting myself by destroying your sister's life and your husband's career. They destroyed themselves. I just exposed the truth. My phone buzzed, Sam texting that she'd found something else. Before I could read it, my mother spoke again. Madison is devastated. She can barely eat, barely sleep. Like I did for 4 years. I cut her off while she was sleeping with my husband, while you were helping her hide it. Patricia's face went white. I never saw it. Evelyn told me everything. The girls' lunches, where you helped Madison plan how to tell me, the money you helped her hide. I pulled out my phone, showing her the transfer records. Did you think I wouldn't find out? I was trying to protect the family. No, you were protecting Madison, like always. I sat across from her. Tell me something, Mother. When did you stop loving me? Don't be dramatic. Was it when Dad left? When I refused to play the perfect daughter role? Or was it when I started succeeding without your help? The silence stretched between us until Sam burst through the door, waving papers. Claire, you need to see this. Oh. She stopped short at the sight of my mother. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, I said. What did you find? Sam glanced at Patricia before continuing. Graham took out a loan in your name. $65,000 transferred to Madison's account 4 months ago. My mother's sharp intake of breath confirmed what I'd suspected. You knew about this too, didn't you? Madison needed help, Patricia whispered. The fertility treatments, the prenatal care. The fertility treatments she didn't need because she was already pregnant by someone else. I laughed bitterly. Or the prenatal care she charged to Tyler's insurance. Sam handed me the loan documents. There's more. The bank is investigating fraud. They froze all joint accounts. Good. I turned to my mother. You should probably warn Madison. Her credit cards might stop working soon. Patricia stood up, swaying slightly. You're going to regret this vindictiveness. No, Mother. I regret the years I spent trying to please you. I regret believing Madison could change. I regret trusting Graham. I opened the door, a cold finality in my voice. But this, I'll never regret. After she left, Sam poured us both a glass of wine. You okay? I stared at the loan documents, feeling the weight of years of deception. No, but I will be. My phone rang. Jonathan Jack Mercer, my lawyer. Claire, we need to meet now. 45 minutes later I sat in his office, listening as he laid out the full extent of Graham's financial fraud. It's worse than we thought, Jack said, spreading documents across his desk. He's been embezzling for years, using company funds for personal expenses, falsifying reports, and the loan he took out in your name. We can prove fraud. Your signature was forged. He leaned back. The company wants to press charges. They're asking for your cooperation. I thought about Graham's smug face every time he dismissed my concerns. About Madison's triumphant smile at my birthday dinner, about my mother's constant defense of their betrayal. What do you need from me? Everything. Emails, texts, financial records. Jack smiled grimly. They want to make an example of him. Good. I pulled out a USB drive because I have everything. That night, alone in my apartment, I finally broke down. Not over losing Graham. That pain had dulled to nothing more than wounded pride. Not over Madison's betrayal. I'd always known she was capable of it. No. I cried for the years I'd wasted trying to be the perfect daughter, wife, sister. For the family I thought I had. For the life I'd built on lies. My phone lit up with a text from Sam. Turn on the news. There it was. Graham's company announcing an internal investigation into financial fraud. Madison's social media accounts going dark after a flood of negative comments. My mother's country club membership being reviewed due to recent events. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and beneath it lay the ugly truth. They had all chosen their roles in this drama. Now they had to face the consequences of their performance. The security alarm woke me at 2:40 a.m. I was already reaching for my phone when I heard glass breaking downstairs. Claire, Graham's voice slurred, angry. I know you're here. I pressed the emergency button on my phone, which Jack insisted I install after filing the restraining order. Then I called Sam. He's here, I whispered. Police are on their way, she stated. Do not engage. Stay in your room. However, Graham was already stumbling up the stairs, his steps heavy and uneven. You ruined everything, he exclaimed. My job, my reputation, and your ability to steal money, I replied, reaching for the baseball bat I'd started keeping by my bed. Your chance to play happy families with my sister. He appeared at my doorway, disheveled and smelling of alcohol. You think you're so clever, he sneered. But you are just a cold, bitter woman who couldn't make her husband happy. And you're a pathetic thief who can't keep it in his pants. I held the bat ready. Leave before the police arrive. He lunged forward, but his reflexes had slowed due to years of drinking. I dodged easily, bringing the bat down on his knee. He howled in agony, crumpling to the ground just as police sirens blared outside. You violated the restraining order, I said calmly, watching him rise. That will look great in court. Moments later, the police arrived with their weapons drawn. Graham was still cursing as they handcuffed him and read him his rights, despite his drunken protests. I pointed to my security cameras and told the officers that they should add breaking and entering to the charges. I have everything on video. The next morning, Sam arrived with coffee and news. Madison's influencer status is plummeting. She has lost nearly 2/3 of her followers overnight. Scrolling through the headlines, I said, how tragic. Madison Pierce, the maternity queen who was exposed in a family scandal, was popular. She's been attempting damage control, Sam continued, claiming that everything was a misunderstanding, and that you are mentally unstable. Is this why she has been hiding from Tyler's lawyers? I showed her an email from Jack. They're bringing a civil lawsuit. Apparently lying about paternity for financial gain is frowned on. My phone vibrated. Evelyn sent a text. Madison had just tried to get into the country club. They revoked her membership. She had a meltdown in the lobby. Sam said dryly, your sister has always enjoyed having an audience. Speaking of audiences, I visited a local news website. Graham's arrest made front-page news, along with his mugshot and details about the financial investigation. Have you heard from your mom? She has been calling non-stop. I showed her my blocked call list. Probably wants me to drop the charges against Graham. Save your family name. Some family. I decided to end this chapter where it began. At the cafe where Madison first met Tyler. She was already there when I arrived, looking smaller, her designer clothes replaced by plain maternity wear. Come to gloat? She asked as I sat down. No, I've come to give you this. I gave her a gift bag. She carefully opened it, taking out a pacifier wrapped in newspaper clippings about her scandal. Her face wrinkled. Why are you doing this to me? Because you need to comprehend something, Madison. I leaned forwards. This isn't about vengeance anymore. It's about the consequences. Every decision you made, every lie you told, led to this point. I never intended. Yes, you did. You intended to steal my husband. You intended to pass off another man's child as his. You intended to destroy my life. I stood up. But here's the thing with destruction, Madison. Sometimes it recovers. I hate you, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. No. You hate yourself. And that's no longer my problem. I dropped a manila envelope on the table. Tyler's lawyers asked me to give you this. They want full custody once the baby is born. Her sobs followed me out of the cafe, but I didn't turn back. I didn't have to see her pain to believe it was genuine. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from Jack. Graham pleads guilty to all charges. The company wishes to settle. High 6 figures. I smiled, thinking of the new life that awaited me, the freedom I'd fought for, and the peace I'd finally found. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't simply revealing the truth. It's letting karma do its job while you walk away unscathed. The moving truck drove away from my new apartment, leaving me alone in a space that was finally all mine. Sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the wood floors. There are no traces of Graham or echoes of Madison. Only peace. My phone rang, and Sam arrived with housewarming wine. This place is beautiful, she said, taking in the city view. How does it feel? Like freedom. I uncorked the bottle. Have you seen the news about Graham's sentencing? Given what he stole, 7 years seems like a short time. The money was not the point. I gave her a glass. It was the lies, the manipulation, and the way he made me question myself for years. Speaking of manipulation, Sam took out her phone. Madison had the baby yesterday. I understand. Tyler's attorney called me. I grinned. The DNA test was completed immediately. He is requesting full custody due to her unstable behavior and history of fraud. Your mother must be thrilled. I wouldn't know. I haven't spoken to her since she attempted to bribe me to drop the charges against Graham. I sat on my new couch and ran my hand over the soft fabric. She chose her side. She can now live with it. The doorbell rang. Evelyn arrived with a plant and a thick envelope. She handed me the envelope saying, I thought you might be interested in seeing this. Graham's sister mailed it. She found them while cleaning out his office. Inside, there were photos of me and Graham from happier times, family gatherings and holidays. At the bottom was a letter from Madison to Graham, dated 4 years before. She's overly focused on her career. Too cold. You deserve better. We deserved better. They'd been planning this for years, I said quietly, the realization sinking deep into my chest. And now they have nothing, Evelyn replied. Graham is in prison. Madison lost her baby to Tyler. Your mother's home is being seized as part of the settlement. Sam was amused by Karma's skill as an architect. My phone lit up with a text from Jack. The settlement check has cleared. You are officially a very wealthy woman. What are you going to do with it? Evelyn asked. Already finished. I showed them my laptop screen and a confirmation email for a significant donation to a fertility support organization. They assist women who have been manipulated or abused during fertility treatments. Sam spoke softly, transforming something ugly into something beautiful. That's the thing about vengeance, I explained. It is not about destroying others. It is about rebuilding yourself. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a large package from the fertility clinic where I first learned about Graham's lies. There was a letter inside. Dear Miss Harrington, we were moved by your story and donation. We would like to offer you our services for free whenever you are ready to start your own family on your own terms. Are you going to? Sam asked. Maybe, I said as I walked to the windows and watched the sunset paint the city gold. But not because I need a baby to be whole. Not because people expect it. Only if and when I decide. Behind me, Sam and Evelyn discussed dinner plans, their voices warm and genuine. Genuine friendship, not the phony support my family had provided. My phone buzzed one more time. Madison called from an unknown number. I declined and blocked the call. Do you know what I learned from all this? I turned back to face my friends. They expected me to collapse, break down, and crave their version of love so much that I would forgive anything. But you didn't, Sam explained. No. Instead, I built a balcony to watch them fall. I raised the glass. To karma. They echoed karma. Later that night, alone in my new home, I discovered one final photograph at the bottom of the envelope. As a child, I smiled fearlessly at the camera. Before Madison's manipulation, Graham's lies, and my mother's conditional love. I pinned it to my mirror as a reminder of what I had found, rather than what I had lost. My strength, worth, and voice. Because watching your enemies fall isn't always the best way to exact revenge. It has risen so far above them that they are now only a cautionary tale in your success story. I took one last look at the city lights before closing the curtains. Tomorrow would present new challenges, opportunities, and chapters. But tonight, in this space I'd created out of their devastation, I felt completely at peace. I'm glad my parents tried to poison me at my graduation. My sister drank it instead. Their crime was exposed. She survived, and they went to jail. This isn't just a narrative about a family breaking up. It's about the time I discovered my own father, a respected businessman, was attempting to poison me at my graduation celebration. A treachery so horrible and frightening that it shattered every illusion I had and drove me to discover a power I had never known I possessed. It was a terrifying and surprising realization all at once. So, imagine this. I'm Ava, a 23-year-old humming with accomplishment. I recently graduated from Northwestern with a biochemistry degree, something my parents, Richard and Catherine Hale, never approved. Despite this, I was attending a spectacular graduation celebration. I mean, it was over the top, lavish, and, to be honest, a little strange, given that they had just labeled me a useless leech the week before. When I was watching the bubbles dance in a glass of absurdly expensive champagne, my heart stopped. I noticed my father, Richard, slipping a small white powder into my drink. He assumed no one was looking. My own father tried to poison me. To begin to grasp why they perform such awful things, you must first learn about the Harisas. We were not a loving family. Definitely not. My father, Richard Hale, developed Hale Pharmaceuticals into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. His commercial techniques are notorious and brutal. Competitors might unexpectedly lose funds. Regulatory impediments would just arise. But in public, he was the epitome of a philanthropist and the ideal family man. Catherine, my mother, comes from a wealthy family with a long history of pharmaceutical development. She integrated her family's business with my father's and got preoccupied with appearances with the Hale name. Our house appeared in periodicals. Her charity galas were the buzz of Chicago society. But behind closed doors, she was icy cold, scrutinizing everything about me and always finding flaws. And then there was my sister, Madeline. 4 years older, straight A's, debate team captain, and Harvard Business School with honors. She slipped into the family business, the ideal heir apparent, without a thinking. My parents never missed her tennis or piano recitals. Their house was a temple to her trophies. When she talked at supper, everyone hung on every word. My experience was different. Even though I was a straight A student, my accomplishments were usually treated with cold disdain. That is what we expect of a Hale. My father would grumble, scarcely looking up from his newspaper. When I won the state science fair in 11th grade, my mother's sole criticism was that my hair appeared unkempt in the images. They only attended my activities if it appeared suspicious. NATO. My future has been planned since I was very little. I'd study pharmaceutical sciences, join the family firm, and manage the research section while Madeline handled the business side. My complaints were completely interested in environmental science in high school, especially how pharmaceutical waste affects ecosystems. My father dismissed it as tree hugger nonsense. During my junior year, I applied especially to Northwestern's environmental science department. The conflict that ensued was really intense. My father threatened to cut me off financially. My mother wailed about family obligation and tradition, But I held firm. I reasoned that even if I didn't follow their identical path, I could still make a difference. After weeks of quiet torture, they eventually gave in. But under certain circumstances, they would pay for my schooling. However, I had to minor in biochemistry and complete summer internships at their firm. College provided a glimpse of independence, but the anxiety grew with each passing year. Every holiday break was peppered with passive hostile comments about my phase and how I'd soon come to my senses. During my junior year, the pressure really increased. They provided me job descriptions for several roles in their research department. When I accepted an internship with an environmental nonprofit instead, they threatened to stop paying my tuition. I declined. I took out a loan for my last year. What they didn't realize until lately was that my maternal grandmother, Catherine's mother, Evelyn, had given me a substantial sum in trust. It would become available when I reached the age of 24 or graduated from college, whichever occurred first. Grandma Evelyn was the only family member who really supported my freedom. She was a great chemist who had been forced to labor under her husband's shadow. Before Mom died when I was 17, she made me swear to pursue my own path. My parents found out about the inheritance 4 months before I graduated, when their attorney mentioned it by mistake. Madeline subsequently informed me her dad became white with wrath. The trust was watertight, with independent trustees, and would provide me with total financial freedom. Approximately $14.5 million would have gone to them if I had never graduated or, more importantly, died before earning it. The months before graduation were unusually silent. My parents ceased their regular bombardment of messages and phone calls urging me for job interviews at their firm. Instead, they immediately became interested in my graduation plans. My mother called to say they wanted to throw me a full Hail-themed celebration. Their rapid shift in conduct. That should have been my first caution flag. Ignored. When I became. The morning of graduation was sunny and beautiful. A lovely May day in Chicago. I stood in front of my apartment mirror, adjusting my headgear. My stomach is twisting with a mix of pride and worry. I had done it after years of hard effort, a 3.8 GPA, and a purposeful departure from my family's oppressive heritage. My phone vibrated with a text from my mother. Car service will pick you up at 9:30 a.m. Do not be late. I met my folks outside of the auditorium. My father was, of course, scanning emails on his phone, while my mother examined my looks. Couldn't you have done something else with your hair? She inquired as a hello. The photographer will take family photographs later. No congratulations, no pride. Only criticism. Madeline stood slightly apart, offering me a gentle, encouraging grin. Ava. Brianna, my best friend, spoke forward and broke the silence. She dashed over, her own graduation gown flowing, and our other close friend Haley followed closely after her. They'd been my lifeline throughout college. I chose my own family. We made it. Brianna held me closely, whispering, "Your parents still look like they smell something bad whenever they see you." "Some things never change," I said. As my friends enthusiastically discussed the wedding and our plans to share an apartment, I observed my parents move away for what appeared to be a heated discussion. I couldn't hear much of it, but my father's comments filtered through. "We must address this issue immediately before it escalates." My mother nodded grimly and noticed me watching them. Her features instantly shifted into that perfected social grin. "Darling, let's locate our seats. The ceremony will commence soon." The graduation ceremony was a jumble of speeches, name-calling, and the pleasant weight of the diploma in my hands. Brianna and Haley cheered excitedly when Ava Elizabeth Hale's Summa humor resonated across the auditorium. My parents merely politely applauded, with unreadable looks. Following the ceremony, the car service took us to the Peninsula Chicago. My parents had reserved the entire rooftop terrace for my graduation party. I was astounded at the excess. Ice sculptures, champagne fountains, exquisite cuisine, and even a tiny orchestra. Fresh flowers adorned every surface, and a professional photographer circulated. "Quite the production your parents have put on," Dr. Nathan Carter said, approaching me with a glass of water. He had been my father's research partner for decades before leaving to teach at Northwestern, and he had become a mentor to me, one of the few links to my family life that I treasured. "Congratulations, Ava, on your excellent achievement." "Thank you." "Isn't it a bit much?" I responded, eyeing the expanding crowd. "Not their style. At least not for me. Actually, I'm startled by the guest list. Half of these folks I hardly know." Dr. Nathan Carter followed my eyes to where my father was talking with two guys dressed in nice clothes. He said that they were business associates. Graham Whitaker, your family's attorney, is over there with your mother. He dropped his voice. Things have been tight at the workplace recently. There have been rumors of abnormalities in various clinical studies. Your father has been attending closed-door meetings for weeks. My stomach constricted. What type of irregularities? He shakes his head. Nothing specific, but take care, Ava. Your parents appear. He hesitated, carefully picking his words, since he was particularly interested in preserving the Hale heritage just now. As the celebration got into full flow, I noticed something peculiar. My parents were always observing me, not out of pride or disappointment, but with a cold, calculating focus that made my skin crawl. Whenever I joined a new chat group, one of them would casually shift themselves to keep me in their line of sight. Madeline curled up next to me as I grabbed an Orerve. Something weird is going on, she mumbled. Dad asked me 3 times if you had discussed your intentions after graduation. Mom continues checking her watch, as if she is waiting for something. Before I could react, my father clinked his glass to get my attention. In 12 minutes, we will have a special champagne toast to the graduate, he said, his businessman's smile firmly fixed. Everyone, make sure you have a glass for the occasion. I watched as waiters started preparing flutes on silver platters. My father motioned to the head waiter, pointing to a particular bottle of champagne with a gold label. I overheard him remark, "For the family only." With 12 minutes till the toast, I excused myself to the toilet. There was a line at the main facilities, so I snuck down a service corridor to use the workers' bathroom. I had observed previously. As I approached, I could hear heated whispers coming from behind the corner. Are you 100% convinced this is necessary? My mother's voice was strained and higher than usual. Do you want to lose what we've accomplished? My father snarled back. The FDA inquiry is gaining speed. If they locate those test results, we're done. The trust provides her with enough money to live fully independently. What if she decides to be an environmental fighter and exposes the river contamination from the West facility? She has always felt self-righteous enough to do it. But if we drugged her at her own graduation celebration, Richard, we could talk to her once more. Nothing like that has ever worked for her. She's obstinate and naive. It is only enough to make her sick, not kill her. She will be hospitalized for many days due to what appears to be food poisoning. This provides us time to complete the paperwork and shift certain assets prior to the trust dispersal. The attorneys verified that if she dies before the official transfer next week, we become her next of kin. My mother whispered sharply, "Keep your voice down, as someone may hear us." My blood went to ice, and I pressed myself against the wall, scarcely breathing. They were intending to poison me, my own parents. The revelation was so horrifying that my mind immediately denied it. But the scientist in me interpreted my father's comments carefully, just enough to get her sick, a non-lethal dosage of something that would masquerade as food poisoning but bad enough to require hospitalization. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely check my makeup in the main bathroom mirror. I needed to appear normal, to think clearly. Years of dealing with my parents' emotional manipulation had taught me to compartmentalize, but this was beyond anything I could have imagined. Back at the party, I watched with new terrifying eyes as waiters arranged champagne flutes on a special tray. My father approached, carefully inspecting the glasses before selecting one and placing it slightly apart from the others. The special bottle with a gold label was opened, and the bartender began filling glasses. My father hovered nearby, making sure he knew which was which. I approached Brianna and Haley and said, "I need you to do something for me. No questions asked." Brianna quickly nodded, always faithful, without hesitation. "Record the toast on your phone, and include my father as much as possible, especially when he passes out the champagne." "Is everything fine?" Haley inquired, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Just a precaution," I said, trying a grin. "Family drama as usual." My biochemistry training kicked in as I considered what my father might use. Something difficult to detect, something that could plausibly occur naturally or appear to be food poisoning. Perhaps a compound from their own research facilities, something not yet on standard toxicology screens. The minutes passed slowly. If his plan worked, I'd need to be able to identify the symptoms as soon as possible. Nausea and vomiting would most likely be the first signs, followed by abdominal pain, dizziness, or respiratory problems, depending on the toxin. If I could do so quickly enough, I'd be able to tell medical personnel what to look for. As my father gathered everyone for the toast, I understood that I needed proof. If I just declined the champagne, they would just try again in a different way. I needed actual evidence that could not be argued away. The time of the toast came with a strange aspect. Waiters gave champagne to the general visitors, while my father personally handled the glasses from the special bottle. The family should have the finest champagne for this important occasion, he proclaimed, jovially to adjacent friends. My father's large signet ring glinted as he held the stem, practically forcing the glass into my hand. He handed a glass to my mother, then Madeline, and finally to me, his eyes meeting mine with a smile that never quite reached them. I watched in slow motion as he presented the glass, and with absolute certainty, I saw a slightly cloudy quality at the bottom where a powder had not fully dissolved. He spoke loudly to Ava, lifting his own glass, and wished her a bright future. The double meaning was not lost on me as I accepted the poisoned champagne, cautious not to let it brush my lips as the guests took their first taste. Before we all drank, my mother gently interjected. "Richard, why don't you say a few words about our daughter on this important day?" My father cleared his throat, shifting into his public speaking persona. "Ava has always been determined," he began, carefully selecting words that sounded complimentary to outsiders but carried years of disapproval that only I could hear. "Today, we celebrate her academic achievement, despite her unconventional path." My thoughts raced as he continued his passive-aggressive rant. Brianna was filming as promised, her phone surreptitiously catching everything, and I needed to act quickly before the toast ended. The champagne in my palm could have been a live grenade. "And to Madeline," my father added, "surprise everyone by breaking from the typical toast to the graduate who has demonstrated what a real Hale can do in the business world. This is the epitome of family devotion." Madeline grinned awkwardly, clearly taken aback by being included in what should have been my moment. And at that instant, I made my decision. "Speaking about my beautiful sister," I added, moving forward with a bright smile, "I wouldn't be here without her support." I raised my glass to Madeline, who deserved a full toast as well, and extended my champagne flute to her. "This rare reserved champagne that father had chosen is too delicious not to share, so please take mine, sis." Before anyone could react, I had slipped my untouched glass into Madeline's hand and effortlessly taken her already partially drunk drink. My father's face froze in a mask of dread he couldn't openly exhibit, and my mother's knuckles became white around her own glass. "To family," I said, lifting Madeline's safe champagne and gazing directly into my father's eyes. Confusion flashed across Madeline's face, but social conditioning took over, and she smiled and raised my camping glass. "To family," she repeated, and drank deeply from the poison glass. I sipped from her original glass, never breaking eye contact with my father, whose face had become ash and a thin sheen of perspiration emerged on his forehead as he comprehended what had happened. My mother glanced quickly between Madeline and him, her fake smile becoming brittle around the edges. The moment passed, guests cheered, talks resumed, and the orchestra continued playing. I moved through the throng, making small chat while keeping Madeline in my peripheral vision. Guilt and terror battled within me. I hadn't had time to think of another alternative, but I had just let my sister to drink poison, meant for me. According to what I had overheard, the amount of Sepozetto was non-lethal, but what if my father had lied to my mother? What if Madeline had a negative reaction to whatever it was? 28 minutes after the toast, it happened. I was discussing with one of my instructors when I heard a gasp from across the room. Madeline had been speaking with one of the firm's young associates when she abruptly placed her palm to her forehead, trembling slightly. "I feel funny," I heard her remark, her voice slurring unexpectedly, "and I'm suddenly dizzy." I pushed through the mob just as Madeline's legs collapsed, and the colleague grasped her awkwardly as she slumped forward, calling for help. "Something is wrong." My parents ran over, true dread in their eyes now that their golden child was affected rather than disappointment. My father reached her first, cradling her head as she began to babble incoherently. Her complexion had turned grayish, and perspiration beaded on her brow. "Call an ambulance," my mother screamed, her composure gone. Dr. Nathan Carter stood at my side, his medical skills kicking in as he examined Madeline's pulse. "Her heart rate is raised and erratic," he said, unlocking her collar. "What was she doing before to this?" The colleague said, "She just had champagne at the toast. She seemed fine." Then suddenly my father's eyes snapped to mine, realization and fury mixed with primal fear. I stared back unflinchingly. Someone announced that the ambulance was on its way, with 4 minutes remaining. I crouched beside Madeline and took her hand. "Stay with her," I instructed my parents firmly. "I'll go downstairs to direct the paramedics." They nodded distractedly, all eyes on Madeline, who had started to shiver slightly. In the quiet of the elevator, I pulled out my phone and contacted Brianna. "Meet me in the lobby right now, bring your phone with the recording, it's an emergency." Brianna and Haley were waiting as the elevator doors opened, and Madeline slumped. I quickly stated, going toward the entrance, "I need you to give a copy of that toast recording to the paramedics and tell them I suspect poisoning, then send me a backup." "Poisoning," Haley repeated, frightened. "What the heck is going on, Ava?" "I'll explain everything later," I added urgently, "so just believe me. My sister is slumped upstairs, exhibiting symptoms such as dizziness, disorientation, irregular heartbeat, and tremors, and I have grounds to assume she consumed a dangerous chemical in her champagne." As the ambulances neared, I approached the first one. The paramedic stared at me intently. "You suspect poisoning based on what?" "I'm a biochemistry graduate, and the symptoms appeared quickly, approximately 25 minutes after ingestion." Before I could finish, my parents emerged from the elevator, Dr. Nathan Carter carrying a semi-conscious Madeline between them. The paramedics hurried ahead with a gurney, their expertise taking over as they rapidly examined her condition. My mother cried, her mascara pouring, and then fainted. "Please aid her." One paramedic recorded a blood pressure of 88/58 and decreasing, as well as a pulse of 126 and irregular. As they placed her into the ambulance, my father turned to me, his voice low and dangerous. "What did you do?" "Nothing," I said calmly, and she sipped from my glass. "Do you remember the special champagne you chose particularly for me?" His expression distorted with fury and dread. "And you purposefully switched the glasses. You knew." I maintained his eyes steady. "You what, father? That you put anything in my drink?" "Why would I think so?" "Unless you did." A paramedic intervened, saying, "She needs family with her. One person can ride along." "I'll go," my mother urged, already jumping in. My father grabbed my arm forcefully and shouted, "We'll all follow in the car." My father drove me to Northwestern Memorial Hospital, where Brianna and Haley had promised to meet me. The stillness was oppressive and claustrophobic. My phone flashed with a text from Brianna, and a video was sent to your email, plainly showing you exchanging glasses after your father handed you one. What should I tell the cops when they arrive? Police? Of course there would be police if poisoning was suspected, so I responded back quickly. Tell them what you witnessed. Show them the video. Madeline had been brought into a treatment area, and my mother was weeping passionately to anybody who would listen about her beloved baby and how she had suddenly collapsed for no reason. I approached the nurse's station directly. "I need to contact my sister's doctor right now because I suspect she consumed a poison, which I may be able to identify." The nurse was hesitant until I said, "I'm a biochemistry graduate specialized in medicinal chemicals. Please, time may be essential." Minutes later, I was chatting with Dr. Priya Nair, the emergency physician who was treating Madeline. "Your sister is experiencing symptoms consistent with anticholinergic poisoning," she stated. "Elevated heart rate, confusion, dilated pupils, dry mouth. We are treating her symptoms while doing toxicological tests. You must specifically test for cyclophenolate derivatives." I said that my father works with customized versions at Hale Pharmaceuticals, where they are investigating a novel class of drugs that would not appear on regular tox screenings. Dr. Priya Nair's eyebrows lifted as she made a very precise suggestion. "Why do you suspect this particular compound?" I took a big inhale, because I believe my father purposefully put it in my camping glass, but my sister drank from it instead. Her professional approach remained unchanged, but she reached for the phone. I needed to notify the police. Within an hour, the emergency room had turned into a crime scene, with 2 detectives interviewing staff and a uniformed officer standing outside Madeline's treatment room. My parents were separated for questioning, with my mother protesting the absurd accusations and my father demanding an attorney. I sat in a tiny consulting room with Detective Marisol Vega, a serious lady with sympathetic eyes that belied her firm manner. "Walk me through what happened again," she said, taking thorough notes. I recounted everything from the overheard conversation to seeing my father place powder in my camping gear to the split-second decision to switch glasses with Madeline. I had biochemistry training, and I recognized the symptoms as soon as they appeared. I never thought he would use something potentially lethal, but I couldn't be certain. "And why would your parents want to poison you?" she inquired gently. "My grandmother left me a trust worth about $14.5 million, which will be activated next week. If I die before then, it will revert to my parents. They also recently discovered that their pharmaceutical company is being investigated by the FDA, and they believe I may have information that could harm them. Detective Vega's attitude remained unchanged, but she jotted something down and highlighted it, implying a severe charge. I know, I replied softly. I have the video my buddy recorded of the toast, in which you can clearly see my father offering me a special glass and my decision to swap with Madeline. You can also interview Dr. Nathan Carter, who was aware of family and workplace conflicts. A knock on the door halted us, and Dr. Priya Nair entered with a tablet in hand. We have preliminary toxicology results, she declared, and we discovered elevated levels of a modified anticholinergic compound similar to, but not identical to cyclopentolate. It appears to be a research molecule that has not yet been commercialized. Detective Vega peered between us. Please speak English. It's a laboratory-created medicine that would produce symptoms similar to severe food poisoning, but with added cardiovascular consequences, I explained. It's exactly the type of molecule Hale Pharmaceuticals has been researching, and it's only available to those who have access to their research facilities. Will she be okay? I asked Dr. Priya Nair, nervously. We are delivering feisty as an antidote, she said. Her condition is critical but stable. If we hadn't recognized the chemical fast enough, there may have been irreparable heart damage. I closed my eyes quickly, relief flowing over me. Thank you. When I opened them, Detective Vega was staring at me, and I knew that, by your own admission, you had willfully permitted your sister to drink what you believed was poisoned champagne. My stomach fell. I didn't know what else to do in that moment. I needed evidence. I believed it was only enough to make someone sick, not life-threatening. My voice shook slightly. I took a horrible decision, and I'll have to live with the consequences. Before she could react, the door sprang open and my father came in, accompanied by a frazzled cop and a sharp-looking man in an expensive suit. This is terrible, my father said. My daughter is definitely mentally unbalanced and resentful of her sister's success. She has been making outlandish charges about our family for years. Mr. Hale, I must ask you to step outside, Detective Vega stated firmly, standing. I am Graham Whitaker, the Hale family attorney, and my client, Richard Hale, has no comment at this moment. The suited guy commanded my father not to say anything further, and he placed his hand on his arm. We have video proof of the champagne toast and preliminary toxicology findings indicating the presence of a research-grade pharmaceutical substance in Madeline Hale's system. Although Detective Vega stressed the last phrase, I recommend that he completely cooperate. My father's face raced through a fast sequence of emotions before settling into icy rage. Ava has always been troubled, he continued, his voice suddenly calm and logical. She was jealous of her sister, resentful of our expectations, and has threatened to destroy our family company out of spite. That is not correct, I objected. We indulged her environmental science whims despite her responsibilities to the family company, and he continued as if I hadn't spoken. We even threw this expensive graduation party to show our support, and she repays us by creating this elaborate drama and allowing her own sister to become ill. Graham Whitaker handed a business card on the table. Detective, we will completely help with your inquiry, but any more questions should be sent to me. The Hale family is well known in this community, and we expect caution. After they departed, Detective Vega picked up the card with 2 fingers, as if it was contaminated. Miss Hale. You have an interesting family. You have no clue, I responded tiredly. A disturbance in the corridor grabbed our attention. Dr. Nathan Carter had arrived and was disputing with the police outside Madeline's door. I'm her family physician, he said, and I need to review her treatment. As Dr. Nathan Carter noticed me, Detective Vega and I went out. Ava, thank God, what happened? They're saying Richard tried to poison you. Before I could respond, Dr. Priya Nair appeared from Madeline's room, asking for you, Ava. She's still sleepy but conscious. When I walked into the dimly lit hospital room, I couldn't help but feel guilty seeing Madeline hooked up to monitors and IVs in her arm. Her typically flawless look was unkempt, and her complexion still had an unhealthy pallor. As I approached, her eyelids flickered open. Hey, I whispered quietly, grasping her hand. How are you doing? Like I got hit by a truck, she said, her voice scratchy. Is it true what they told me? Did Dad actually try to poison you? I nodded slowly, tears welling up in my eyes. I'm so sorry you drank it instead. I simply reacted, without thinking. Why? She said, her eyes clouded with perplexity and grief. Why would he do that? Grandma Evelyn's trust, the FDA inquiry, the fear of exposing contamination at the West plant. Madeline's eyes widened, and the sealed reports, which had been kept on a secure server, became clear. She gripped my fingers weakly. I saw them last month, but I didn't know what I was looking at. Heavy metal readings, disposal records, and they'd been dumping research trash directly into the watershed for years. A soft knock interrupted us as Detective Marisol Vega entered with another plainclothes officer. "Miss Hale, we have just received some additional information I thought you should know. The FBI has been investigating Hale Pharmaceuticals for the past 7 months for fraud, environmental violations, and clinical trial data falsification." I looked at her. "The FBI?" "Yes, your parents were already under surveillance. When we contacted them about the poisoning event, they informed us that they had strong evidence of illegal activities and had already executed search warrants at your family's offices and house." Madeline's sensors beeped as her pulse rate soared. "Oh my God," she muttered. "I signed off on some of those documents." Richard explained that these were standard regulatory filings. "We will speak with you about that later, Miss Hale," the other officer said. "Madeline. For now, focus on your recovery." As they went, Madeline began to cry silently. "I absolutely trusted them, and I supported them whenever you complained about how they had treated you. And all this time, I clutched her hand hard. You didn't know. They controlled both of us, but in different ways." "What happens now?" she inquired, worry and doubt supplanting her normal assurance. "Now we tell the truth," I simply said. "All of it." 3 days later, the Chicago Tribune reported that a pharmaceutical CEO and his wife were jailed for attempting to murder their daughter, and that the FBI had discovered major fraud and environmental violations at Hale Pharmaceuticals. Our family name, long associated with achievement and generosity, has become instant shorthand for corporate greed and familial treachery. I temporarily moved into Brianna and Haley's apartment, unable to face returning to my own place where reporters lurked. Madeline remained in the hospital for 5 more days before being released into the care of our Aunt Veronica, my mother's arranged sister, who flew in from Seattle when she heard the news. I knew Catherine was capable of awful things, Aunt Veronica informed me over coffee in the hospital cafeteria, but I never anticipated this. I should have kept in touch with you girls. With search warrants in hand, the FBI uncovered a cache of damning materials at both the Hale offices and our family home, including emails detailing the systematic manipulation of safety data for 4 important medications already on the market. Environmental monitoring revealed years of illicit hazardous waste dumping that polluted groundwater. The West site, with anticipated remediation towns surrounding expenditures exceeding $120 million. During one of our meetings, Detective Vega informed me that the lab confirmed the compound was an experimental anticholinergic from your father's private research facility, which he had personally signed out 4 days before your graduation. We also discovered notes detailing dosage calculations in his home office. I cooperated with the authorities, telling them all I knew about the company's activities and my parents' behavior. Days passed in a blur of police questioning, meetings with prosecutors, and checking on Madeline's condition. I met with Special Agent Connor Shaw from the FBI 17 days after the event at his request, and he spread images over the table between us. "Do you know this location?" I viewed the photographs of what looked to be a storage facility, which included boxes of paperwork, multiple laptop computers, and, most frighteningly, files of different chemicals meticulously organized in temperature-controlled containers. I said, "No, I've never seen this place." "It's a storage facility hired in your name," he explained, carefully observing my response, "and it was opened 7 months ago with what looks to be a falsified signature." My blood raced cold. They had been planning this for months, preparing me in case the initial plan failed. Agent Shaw concurred that we discovered evidence of various contingency plans on your father's computer, with the poisoning attempt being Plan C. Plans A and B were more complex setups that would have implicated you in corporate espionage and data theft. As the lawsuit progressed, additional family secrets surfaced. Financial documents indicated that my parents had been siphoning corporate profits into offshore accounts for years, and former employees came forward with stories of being dismissed for voicing safety concerns. 3 families filed complaints, claiming that their loved ones perished as a result of adverse effects that Hale Pharmaceuticals purposely hid during clinical testing. Throughout it all, Madeline and I became closer than we ever had been. The Golden Kid mask cracked as she processed her own feeling of betrayal and manipulation. "I was their puppet," she revealed during one of our lengthy conversations in her recovery room. Everything I did was to please them. My entire identity was built around being the perfect Hale daughter. You were also their protection, I gently reminded them. As long as you were the successful, obedient one, they could dismiss me as the troublesome kid rather than scrutinizing their own conduct. 17 days after the event, we learned that our parents were being held without bail after the court judged them flight threats due to their significant offshore assets. Their preliminary hearing was planned for the next week. On the morning of the hearing, Madeline and I met for breakfast at a quiet cafe distant from the courtroom. Her body was still recovering from the poison, so she walked gently. "Are you prepared for this?" I inquired, swirling my unfinished coffee. "No," she conceded. "But we have to be there. I need to look them in the eye." The courthouse stairs were filled with reporters who yelled questions as we came. Inside, the hearing chamber went hushed as we arrived, all eyes turning to see the poisoned daughter and the target. Our parents sat at the defense table, both dressed nicely after weeks in jail. My mother's eyes welled up with tears when she spotted Madeline, but my father gazed straight ahead, refusing to recognize either of us. The prosecution provided devastating evidence, including a video of the toast that clearly showed my father handing me the precise glass and my subsequent switch with Madeline, as well as toxicology testing that showed the substance trace matching samples obtained in my father's own lab. A recorded phone call from my father's detention to a business associate, asking him to clean up the situation with those river samples and mentioning that Ava was always the problem child, never understanding family loyalty, revealed the motive: my trust fund, which would revert to them after my death. When the judge ruled that there was more than enough evidence to proceed to trial on all counts, including attempted murder, my mother burst into tears, while my father remained stone-faced, only his clenched jaw revealing his fury. Outside the courthouse, away from the tiny crowd of reporters, Dr. Nathan Carter waited with Brianna and Haley, my chosen family, who had been unwaveringly supportive throughout the process. "How do you feel?" Brianna asked, embracing me hard. "Free," I answered simply, like if I could finally breathe. In the months that followed, Madeline and I continued our separate but intertwined healing journeys. We sold the majority of our parents' personal assets, directing the proceeds to a victim compensation fund. I accepted a position with the environmental remediation firm, focusing specifically on the cleanup of the Hale West facility site. Madeline started her first semester of law school, determined to specialize in environmental law and corporate accountability. We kept the lake house as our shared refuge, a place that held happy memories free of our parents' influence. Sometimes we would sit on the dock, talking late into the night, processing our complicated grief for the family we had lost and the one we had never truly had. "Do you think you'll ever forgive them?" Madeline inquired one evening as we watched the sunset paint the water in gold and crimson. I thought about the question carefully. I'm not sure if forgiveness is the right word. I accept what happened and who they are. I released the anger because it was only hurting me. But forgiveness feels like it requires repentance from them, which I don't believe they are capable of. She nodded thoughtfully. I keep thinking about nature versus nurture. Were they born this way, or did something make them that way? In either case, what does that mean for us? It means we have options, I stated firmly. Their blood is in our veins, but their values do not have to be in our hearts. We have the ability to shape who we become. 14 months after the graduation party, as I stood at a podium addressing a conference on pharmaceutical environmental to remediation, I noticed Madeline in the audience, proudly recording my speech on her phone. Dr. Nathan Carter, Brianna, Haley, and a growing circle of friends and colleagues sat beside her, serving as our support system. The journey had been extremely painful. But standing there, I realized I'd discovered something I'd never seen in the Hale household. Genuine belonging. Mutual respect, shared values, and authentic care are the foundations of this relationship, not compliance, achievement, or genetics. My parents saw me as a problem to be solved, a threat to be eradicated. They had attempted to poison not only my physical body, but also my spirit, independence, and sense of self. I discovered my own strength and purpose by choosing to fight back and refusing to be either a victim or a villain in their narrative. Impact and disgust, innovative approaches. My grandmother left me a valuable inheritance, but her true gift was believing in my ability to break the toxic cycle. That faith had saved my life, and it was now guiding my future. Have you ever had to make a difficult decision to keep yourself safe from toxic family relationships? What gave you the strength to move forward? I hope my story serves as a reminder that blood relation does not entitle anyone to harm you, and that sometimes the most loving families are those we create for ourselves. If this spoke to you, please like and subscribe to hear more stories of survival and renewal. Remember that the most powerful antidote to poison is the truth. Thank you for hearing about my journey. My family banned me from Christmas because I was awkward. I funded them for 12 years and $95,000, so I cut everything off. Now they're collapsing. My name is Graham Holden, and I've served as the family's ATM for the past 35 years. Not the favorite son, not the success story to brag about at dinner parties, just the dependable one who pays the bills when everyone else fails. Miles Carter, my younger brother, has always been the golden child, the one with charm and big dreams. While I have been working double shifts to ensure that his dreams do not become nightmares. It all began when we were children. Miles was the athlete, the popular kid who could get himself out of trouble with a smile and a joke. I was the quiet one who got good grades, worked part-time jobs in high school, and always seemed to cover for Miles's mistakes. When he was 18, he crashed his father's car, and I gave him my summer job savings to cover the deductible. When he needed money for college applications, I worked additional shifts at the grocery store. It became a pattern that continued into adulthood. Miles married his high school sweetheart, Lauren Whitaker, after college, and they have 3 children, Chloe Carter and Ryan Carter. Beautiful kids, as smart as whips, and I adored them as if they were my own. Miles bounced from job to job, looking for the next big opportunity, the next get-rich-quick scheme. Lauren worked part-time as a dental hygienist, but with 3 children and Miles's fluctuating income, they struggled constantly. That is where I came in. Uncle Graham was the guy who never missed a birthday, never forgot Christmas presents, and always had money when the lights were about to go out. I worked as an IT manager for a mid-sized company, made decent money, lived modestly in a studio apartment, and spent the majority of my extra money on keeping Miles's family afloat. The number of things I had paid for over the years was staggering. Chloe's dance classes, Ryan's soccer league fees, emergency car repairs after Miles's transmission failed, groceries when the cupboards were empty, and the deposit on their new apartment after they were evicted from their previous one. I once calculated that over 12 years, I had given them nearly $95,000. Not loans, mind you, but gifts. Because family helps family, correct? My parents, Elaine and Richard Holden, lived comfortably on Dad's pension and Mom's part-time job at the local library. They weren't wealthy, but they weren't poor either. They'd occasionally helped Miles with small amounts, but the big emergencies were always my responsibility. Graham is so responsible, Mom would say. He doesn't mind helping out his brother. Except that I was starting to mind a lot. 4 months before Christmas, the breaking point began to build. Miles called me on a Tuesday evening, his voice tense from stress. Graham, man, I need a favor. I was sitting in my apartment, eating leftover takeout and watching Netflix after working 11 hours debugging server issues. What's up? Lauren's hours at work were reduced, and Ryan requires this specialized equipment for his football team. It's expensive, but without it, he can't play. And you understand how important this is to him. Ryan was 12 and decent at football, but he wasn't aiming for the NFL. I still cared about the kid. How long are we talking? $650 for the gear, plus team fees, for a total of around $1,000. I exhaled. Miles, I just covered your rent last month. I know, and I am grateful. This is different. This is for Ryan. You wouldn't want him to miss out because his father is going through a tough time, right? The guilt trip. Classic Miles. I transferred the funds the next day. 10 days later, I was scrolling through Facebook on my lunch break when I came across photos from Lauren's girls' night out. Expensive-looking restaurant. Cocktails. Her and 3 friends posing with plates of food that likely cost more than I spent on groceries in a week. The photos were posted on the same day I sent the money for Ryan's football gear. When Miles called the following month, asking for assistance with their car insurance payment, I inquired about the girls' night. Oh, that. Yeah. Lauren needed to let off some steam. Graham, work has been stressing her out with the money I sent for Ryan's football. Come on. We are juggling a lot here. We sometimes need to borrow from one thing to pay for another. It all balances out. It all balances out. That became Miles' catchphrase whenever I inquired about how my money was being spent. I saw photos of his new fishing rod and tackle box on Instagram after I had paid their electric bill. When Lauren posted pictures of her new highlights and manicure after I'd paid for Chloe's school supplies, everything was balanced out. Miles barely pretended any longer. He'd call, explain the situation, specify the amount required, and expect the funds to be in his account within 48 hours. And, like an idiot, I continued to send it. What made matters worse was how I was treated during family gatherings. Miles was always the center of attention, telling everyone about his latest business venture or the children's accomplishments. I'd sit on the sidelines, nodding politely as he took credit for providing opportunities that I had paid for. "Ryan's doing so well in football," he'd tell family. "We invested in getting him the right equipment, and it's really paying off. Chloe's dance recital was stunning. We're very proud of her. The lessons are expensive, but it's worthwhile to see her succeed. We invested. We are proud." No mention of Uncle Graham, who made it all possible. Miles announced his latest entrepreneurial venture over Thanksgiving dinner, 6 weeks before the Christmas incident. "I'm starting a landscaping business," he explained, gesturing with his fork. "I'm going to be my own boss and set my own hours. I have it all figured out." "That sounds wonderful, honey," Mom said, beaming. "You've always been so creative." I had heard this speech dozens of times. The food truck business lasted 3 weeks. The online retail store that never made a sale. He earned a personal training certification, but never used it. Each one would be the key to his ultimate wealth and independence. "The startup costs are fairly high though," Miles added, glancing in my direction. "We need to get a truck, equipment, and insurance. It'll probably cost between $18,000 and $22,000 to get it off the ground properly." The table became quiet. Everyone was looking at me, waiting for me to offer to fund Miles's latest dream. Instead, I cut into my turkey and said, "Sounds like you'll need to save up or get a business loan." Miles's expression fell. "Yeah, well, banks are pretty strict about lending to new businesses." "For good reason," I replied. "Most small businesses fail within the first year." The tension on the table was thick enough to cut with a knife. Lauren gave me a look that could have frozen water. Mom cleared her throat and turned the conversation to Chloe's upcoming dance recital. Miles cornered me in the kitchen after dinner as I was doing the dishes. "What was that about?" he inquired, his tone low and angry. "What was it about?" "So, what about the business loan comment? You've always been helpful." I put down the plate I was drying and turned to face him. "Miles, I have given you thousands of dollars over the years. Maybe it's time you learned how to stand on your own." "Stand on my own?" His voice rose. "Simple for you to say. You don't have children. You do not have any responsibilities. I don't have kids because I've been supporting yours." The words remained in the air between us. Miles's face flushed red. "Nobody asked you to do that. You literally ask me every month." "That is different. That's an emergency. This is my future we're discussing." I dried my hands on the dish towel and went to the door. "Your future isn't my responsibility, Miles." That conversation was the beginning of the end, though I didn't realize it at the time. Miles stopped calling as frequently, and when he did, his voice was colder than it had previously been. Lauren unfriended me on Facebook. The kids still hugged me when they saw me, but there was an awkwardness that hadn't been there before. 4 weeks before Christmas, I received a call from Mom. "Graham, honey, we need to talk about Christmas dinner." I was at my desk at work, attempting to resolve a network issue that had plagued us for days. "How about it?" "Well, Miles and Lauren believe it would be best if we kept it small this year. Only immediate family." I blinked, not understanding. "I am immediate family." Mom sighed. "You understand what I mean. Miles, Lauren, and the children. They're feeling a little stressed about money right now, and having someone there who they owe money to could make things awkward." The words hit me like a punch in the stomach. "Are you withdrawing my invitation to Christmas?" "It's not that we don't want you there," Mom replied quickly. "It's just that Miles feels it would be awkward. And you know how he reacts when he is stressed." "How does he react when he's stressed?" "Mom, I've been keeping his family fed and housed for 12 years. We appreciate it, sweetheart, but perhaps this year you could do your own thing. Visit friends and take a vacation." I sat in my office chair, staring at the computer screen, trying to figure out what I was hearing. My own mother was excluding me from Christmas because my financial support made my brother uncomfortable. "Let me get this straight," I said slowly. "Miles owes me thousands of dollars, hasn't paid back a cent, And now I'm banned from Christmas because my presence might remind him of that fact. Graham, please don't make this harder than it has to be. I hung up without saying goodbye. 15 minutes later, my phone rang. Miles, look, man. I heard Mom talking to you. Yes, she did. It's not personal. It's just that Lauren has been very stressed about the money situation, and having you there would make things awkward for everyone. Is it weird for everyone, or just you? Please don't be like that. You know how family things go. It's supposed to be relaxed and enjoyable. We can't relax if we're afraid you'll judge us or keep track of what we owe you. I laughed bitterly. I have never asked you to pay me back, Miles. Not once. I understand. But it's implied, isn't it? Every time you look at us, we can see you calculating how much we cost you. Maybe because you do cost me a lot. See, that is exactly what I'm talking about. This attitude. Christmas is supposed to be about family and not money, right? And it appears that losers like me have no place at the family table. The line became silent. I could hear Miles breathing. I could imagine him trying to figure out how to respond. I never said you were a loser. You didn't have to. I hung up and sat in my office, looking out the window at the December sky. The company holiday party decorations twinkled around me, but I felt empty. For 12 years, I'd put Miles' family before my own life, future, and happiness. In return, I was labeled as a burden, someone whose presence would ruin their Christmas. That evening, I made a life-changing decision. I opened my laptop and began reviewing my financial records, including automatic payments, bank transfers, and Venmo transactions. Over the last year, I've sent Miles and Lauren $14,750 for their rent, car payment, children's activities, and emergency expenses that seem to pop up every month like clockwork. I canceled all automatic payments, the ones for Chloe's dance classes, Ryan's sports fees, and the monthly contribution to their grocery budget that Miles persuaded me to set up because it makes budgeting easier when we know we can rely on it. Gone. All of it. Then I called my bank and blocked any future transfers to Miles's account that did not have my explicit approval for each transaction. By the end, I had severed all financial ties with Miles's family. It felt strange, like cutting the strings that had held me captive for a decade. However, it also felt liberating. I did not tell anyone what I had done. I simply went to work the next day, returned home to my quiet apartment, and, for the first time in years, did not check my phone obsessively to see if Miles needed money for some new crisis. Christmas came and went. I spent it alone, which should have been depressing, but instead felt peaceful. I cooked myself a nice dinner, watched movies, and didn't think about Miles's family without me. I did not send presents. I did not call. I just let Christmas happen without me. The first crack in Miles's perfect little family Christmas appeared on December 27th. Lauren called me. Graham, it's Lauren. I was surprised to hear from her. We hadn't spoken directly for months. Hi, Lauren. Listen, I understand things have been strange lately, but we have a problem. Chloe's dance studio has threatened to drop her from classes if we do not pay the balance by January 5th. I know you usually handle that, but the payment didn't go through this month. I canceled the automatic payments. There was silence on the other end of the line. You what? I canceled all automatic payments. I won't be covering Chloe's dance classes anymore. But Graham, she's been with this program for 4 years. She's finally getting good parts in the recital. You can't just. I can. So I did. Miles made it clear that there is no room for losers like me in your family. So I'm no longer a member of your family, so your family expenses aren't my concern. Graham, that's not. Miles didn't mean it like that. Oh, Lauren, how did he mean that? She stumbles over her words, attempting to explain away what cannot be explained away. He was simply stressed. You know how he gets. I understand exactly how he feels and what he means. Chloe's dance classes are now your responsibility. We can't afford them without your help. Then I guess Chloe will have to find a more affordable hobby. I hung up, feeling bad for Chloe but determined to stick to my decision. 7 minutes later, Miles called. What the hell, Graham? Lauren is crying because you are discontinuing Chloe's dance classes. I am cutting off everything, Miles, all of it. You preferred a Christmas without the loser brother. Congratulations, you also get a life without the loser brother. Come on, man. You are being petty. So we didn't invite you to a single Christmas dinner. A big deal. Get over it. It's not just one dinner, Miles. It's been about 12 years of being treated as an ATM rather than a brother. We don't treat you like an ATM. I laughed. When was the last time you called me just to talk? When was the last time you asked how I was doing? When was the last time we hung out and you didn't need money? Silence. That's what I thought. Listen, Graham. I am sorry about the Christmas situation. We can celebrate New Year's instead. Big family dinner, as always, with me paying for the groceries. So if you want to contribute, Miles, no, I am done contributing to anything. Rent, car payments, children's activities, and your wife's girls' nights. Done. You can't be serious. Dead serious. Figure it out for yourself. The following few weeks were blissfully quiet. There were no emergency calls regarding past due bills. There are no last-minute requests for grocery money. There will be no guilt trips about letting down the children. For the first time in more than a decade, my bank account increased rather than decreased each month. I used the money I would have given Miles to finally go on the vacation I had been putting off for years. I booked 10 days in Costa Rica, something I had always wanted to do but never did because there was always a family emergency that required my funds instead. While I was lying on a beach in Tamarindo, sipping a cold beer and admiring the sunset, my phone rang with increasingly desperate messages from Miles. Graham, call me. We need to talk. Dude, the mortgage company is threatening to foreclose. I need help. Graham, please. The kids are asking why you haven't called. I read each message, felt a familiar sense of guilt, and then deleted it without responding. This was Miles's test. Could he handle his own life without his big brother's financial support? The answer appears to have been no. I returned from Costa Rica to find 31 missed calls from various family members. Mom, Dad, Miles, Lauren and Lauren's mother had all called to tell me I needed to step up and help my brother. The first call I returned was to Mom. Thank you, Graham. Miles has been trying to contact you for weeks. I understand. I was on vacation. Vacation? While your brother's family is falling apart? My brother's family fell apart the day they decided I wasn't good enough to join them for Christmas. That is ancient history now, sweetheart. Miles needs your help. They are behind on everything. The mortgage, car payments, and children's school fees. They might lose their house. Then maybe Miles should get a job that pays enough to support his family. He has a job, part-time at a sporting goods store. Mom, that is not a career. That's what teenagers do after school. You can't just abandon them. I am not abandoning them. I'm setting boundaries. There is a difference. Mom sighed heavily. I don't understand what's gotten into you. What's instilled in me is self-esteem. I should have developed this years ago. The conversation with Dad went similarly, except that he used the disappointed father approach. Graham, I raised you better than this. Family cares for family. I've been caring for this family for 12 years, Dad. Where were you when Miles needed help? We helped when we could. You helped with $75 here and there. I was sending thousands because you make more money. I earn more money because I worked for it. I received an education, found a good job, and lived below my means. Miles chose to coast on my generosity instead of building a career. He's trying. He is 32 years old, Dad. How long will he try before he succeeds at something? Dad did not have an answer for that. The most heartbreaking call came from Chloe. She was now 13, old enough to recognize that something had changed, but not old enough to comprehend why. Uncle Graham, it's Chloe. Her voice was small and uncertain. It broke my heart. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? I'm fine, I suppose. My mother says I can't do dance anymore because it's too expensive. And Daddy's been really sad lately. I closed my eyes and felt the weight of her disappointment. I'm sorry to hear that, Chloe. Are you mad at us? The innocent question struck me like a truck. I am not mad at you, Chloe. Not at all. Then why aren't you coming over anymore? Ryan misses you too. We used to play video games all the time. Sweetheart, it's complicated. It's a grown-up issue between me and your father. Can't you just apologize to each other and make up? If only it were so simple. Maybe someday, Chloe. After I hung up with Chloe, I sat in my apartment, wondering if I was doing the right thing. These children did not choose to be born into a family in which their father was unable to provide for them. They did not deserve to suffer as a result of the conflict between Miles and me. But I also realized that if I caved now, nothing would change. Miles would realize that he could treat me however he pleased, and I would still be there to help him out. This pattern would continue indefinitely. I had to remain strong. Miles's desperation intensified in March. He'd lost his part-time job at the sporting goods store for being late too often. Lauren worked extra shifts at the dental office, but it was insufficient to cover their expenses without my monthly contributions. Miles began showing up at my apartment building, waiting for me in the parking lot when I returned home from work. "Graham, we need to talk." I saw him before he saw me and considered turning around and driving away, but this would only delay the inevitable conversation. "What do you want, Miles?" "I want my brother back." He looked awful. He had lost weight. His clothing was wrinkled. There were dark circles under his eyes. For a moment I felt sorry for him. "I'm right here." "No, you are not. You are angry and bitter, and you're taking it out on Lauren and the children." "I am not taking it out on anyone. I'm simply not paying your bills anymore." "Graham, we're about to lose everything. The house, the cars, and everything. Is this what you want?" "What I want is for you to take responsibility for your own life." "I'm taking responsibility. I am looking for a better job. I'm trying to get my landscaping business started." "With what money? Even with my financial support, you couldn't afford to start the business. How are you going to handle it now?" Miles ran his hands through his hair, a frustrated gesture I remembered him making as a child. "I need help, Graham. This is only temporary. Just until I'm back on my feet." How many times have I heard that over the last 12 years? This time is different. This time is different because I'm not falling for it anymore. Miles' expression hardened. "Do you know what your problem is? You're bitter because I have a family while you don't. You are alone and you are jealous. So you're attempting to destroy what I've created." His words stung because they contained a grain of truth. I was alone. I didn't have a wife or children, but I made the necessary sacrifices to support his family. "Do you know why I don't have a family, Miles? Because every time I saved money to buy a house, take a nice vacation with a woman, or improve my own life, you had an emergency that required my savings. I put my life on hold for 12 years to support yours. Nobody asked you to do that. You asked me to do that every month, every crisis, every time you called crying about being broke. I never cried. You're crying now." Miles wiped his eyes furiously. "This is not crying. This is frustrating. This is a consequence. Miles, for the first time in your life, you're experiencing actual consequences for your choices." "What are my choices?" "What about your decision to abandon your nieces and nephew?" Guilt trip. I had been waiting for it. I did not abandon Chloe or Ryan. I stopped enabling their father. They don't understand the difference. Then explain it to them. Tell them that Uncle Graham isn't their personal ATM anymore. Miles stood there for a moment, breathing heavily. Then he said what I expected. "If you don't help us, we'll lose our house. Chloe and Ryan will need to change schools. Lauren may have to quit her job if we relocate too far away. You are going to ruin the lives of 2 innocent children because you are angry with me. I'm going to let you be responsible for your own family." Same thing. "No, Miles, it's not." He left after that. But I knew he would come back. Miles would spend every month of the foreclosure process trying to guilt, manipulate, or persuade me to save him once more. April brought the divorce documents. Lauren filed for divorce and moved back in with her parents, bringing Chloe and Ryan with her. The official reason was irreconcilable differences, but everyone in the family knew the true reason. Miles was unable to provide for his family, and without my financial support, the entire house of cards had collapsed. Miles called me crying, this time for real. "Are you happy now? My wife left me. She took my children. I'm going to lose my house. Everything is falling apart." I felt truly sorry for him, but I also knew that this collapse had been unavoidable. I had just been postponing it with regular cash infusions. "I'm not happy about any of this, Miles." "Then help me fix it. I cannot repair your marriage. I can't change your relationship with your children. I can't change the fact that you're 32 years old and have no real job skills or career opportunities. You could help me keep my house. If I can show Lauren that I have the mortgage covered, she might come back with the money I give you. Only temporarily." "No, Miles. Lauren left because you cannot support your family. What happens if you get her back using my money and I stop giving you money? She leaves again? I'll figure something out by then. You've been saying that for 12 years. After losing his house, Miles moved into a studio apartment across town. He got a job at a call center with regular hours and a steady, albeit modest, pay. It wasn't glamorous, but it was legitimate work. Lauren and the children remained with her parents. The divorce proceedings were messy and costly, with both parties hiring attorneys they couldn't afford. Throughout this, I maintained my boundaries. There will be no emergency loans, temporary assistance, or any other form of bailout. It was difficult, especially as I thought about Chloe and Ryan dealing with their parents' divorce. But I knew caving now would simply restart the cycle. The turning point occurred in July. I was eating dinner at a downtown restaurant when I noticed Miles at a corner table. He was with a woman I didn't recognize, who was attractive and well-dressed and laughing at something he had said. I got angry for a brief moment. He was taking a woman out for an expensive dinner while claiming to be broke. But then I noticed something. Miles appeared different, healthier. He had regained the weight he'd lost. His clothing was clean and pressed, and there was something in his posture that I hadn't noticed in years. Confidence. Our gazes met across the restaurant. He said something to the woman before walking over to my table. Graham. Miles, could I please sit down for a minute? I motioned to the empty chair across from me. He sat down with his hands folded on the table. I owe you an apology. I waited. Actually, I owe you a lot of apologies and probably some money, but we both know I can't pay that back right now. What has changed? Everything. Losing the house, Lauren and the kids, and being forced to move into that crappy apartment and work at the call center. It was horrible. However, it was also the best thing that ever happened to me. How so? Because for the first time in my adult life, I had to figure things out on my own. There was no safety net or big brother to call when things got tough. It was just me and my problems. Miles returned his gaze to the woman at the corner table who had been patiently waiting for him to return. That is Natalie. She is an accountant. We met at work. She is unaware of everything that has happened with you, including the money. She thinks I'm just a normal guy who works at a call center and lives in a studio apartment. Isn't that who you are? Miles smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen him give in years. Yes, it is. And you know what? It isn't that bad. The work is steady. The pay is decent, and I'm not always worried about money because I live within my means. How about Lauren and the kids? The divorce will be finalized next month. Lauren and I are doing better as co-parents than we were as spouses. The children are adjusting. Chloe's in a community center dance program that costs $25 a month instead of $240. Ryan plays in a free community soccer league. They're happy. Miles reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. He counted 5 $20 bills and placed them on the table. This is all I can afford right now, but I'd like to start paying you back. $100 per month until I have paid everything I owe you. I looked at the money on the table. At $100 per month, Miles would take about 70 years to repay what he owed me. Keep it, I replied, pushing the bills back toward him. Take Natalie out for a nice dinner. Miles's eyes filled with tears. Graham, You do not owe me money, Miles. You owe me an apology and respect. And perhaps we could try being actual brothers instead of the dysfunctional relationship we had previously. I'd like that. We shook hands across the table, and for the first time in months, I felt like I had reconnected with my brother. Over the course of several months, the family gradually began to heal. Mom and Dad, who had initially blamed me for Miles's downfall, eventually realized that I had done him a favor by forcing him to stand on his own feet. Miles' transformation from entitled mooch to responsible adult was impossible to overlook. Christmas that year was unique. We ate dinner at Mom and Dad's house. We're all together. This time, Miles brought a bottle of wine and a homemade dessert. He did not ask for money. He made no mention of his financial problems. He simply enjoyed being with his family. Chloe and Ryan were also there, commuting between their parents' homes under the new normal of joint custody. They looked happier than I had seen them in years. Probably because their parents didn't constantly fight over money. Chloe said, "Uncle Graham," as we opened presents, "thank you for the dance shoes." I had purchased a pair of ballet slippers for her community center classes. They weren't expensive, but she acted as if they were gold. "You're welcome, sweetheart. Daddy says you've helped him become a better person. Is this true?" I looked at Miles, who was assisting Ryan in assembling a new Lego set. Your daddy helped himself become a better person. I just stopped making it so easy for him to avoid growing up. I don't understand. You will when you're older. As I drove home that night, I reflected on the previous year. It was probably the most difficult year of my adult life. There were times when I questioned whether I was doing the right thing. There were times when I was on the verge of sending money to help with a crisis. But seeing Miles now, truly happy and self-sufficient for the first time in his adult life, I knew I had made the right decision. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is to refuse to enable their flaws. Miles had sent me a text message. Thank you for dinner tonight, and for everything else. Love you, bro. I smiled and replied, I love you too. See you next week at Ryan's soccer game. It was a minor thing, making plans to see each other that did not involve money or emergencies. However, after 12 years of being treated as an ATM, it felt revolutionary. I had finally gotten my brother back. More importantly, I had reclaimed my own identity. Setting boundaries was not only beneficial because it forced Miles to mature, it was that it allowed me to begin living my own life. With an extra $1,200 per month in my account instead of going to Miles' family, I was able to put down a down payment on a house, start dating seriously for the first time in years, and even start planning for my own future rather than constantly dealing with someone else's crisis. Sometimes being a good brother entails saying no. It took me 35 years to realize that lesson. My sister mocked me at Mom's party. I tossed it in the trash and walked out. 57 calls. Final voicemail at 10:55 p.m. She's accused of fraud. Please. Evan Parker, 30, never thought I'd break up with my family. In my lovely Connecticut suburb, looks were important. After Dad left, Mom focused on social status and made my sister Maddie Parker the golden child, ignoring me. Madeline smiled and said the words that broke me after years of being the family doormat. Clean my shoes, slave. Please leave a comment letting me know where you're watching from and subscribe if you've dealt with toxic family members before. I explain how my sister's vicious remarks changed our lives. I wasn't always at odds with Madeline. I remember us being close. I remember summer mornings spent building elaborate forts in our suburban Connecticut backyard, pretending to explore new territory. Madeline, 4 years older, usually led, but she made me feel important. She shielded me from neighborhood bullies and helped with homework. Less complicated times. Everything changed after Dad left. I was 9, Madeline 13. Even though the divorce was not contentious legally, it devastated our family emotionally. Dad moved to California for work and promised to be involved. Phone calls and birthday cards with gift cards replaced those promises. Mom changed quickly. Sweet, compassionate woman who baked school cookies became concerned with looks. A comfortable upper-middle-class life was no longer enough. She joined every town social group, remodeled our house beyond our means, and started wearing expensive fashion. We have to show everyone that we're doing just fine, she said while reviewing credit card bills at the kitchen table. Her forehead had worry lines, which she tried to remove with expensive lotions. Though not rich like Mom claimed, we were okay. We survived on Dad's child support and alimony, and Mom's part-time job at a luxury boutique. The luxury facade required ongoing maintenance, which stretched our finances. I saw Madeline thrive in the new family dynamic as this transition occurred. She realized she liked Mom's values right away. Madeline focused on clothes, friends, and activities to maintain our family's social status. Mom rewarded the behavior with affection and resources. While in the background, my acceptance efforts changed. I studied hard, thinking Mom would be proud. I made straight A's, joined academic groups, and coached younger students for extra money when I was 15. Their achievements received only brief attention. That's nice, Evan said, barely looking up from helping Madeline prepare for a party. Madeline's entitlement stemmed from Mom's support. She stole my CDs, video games, and wallet money without asking. She was furious I questioned her. She said, "We're family," waving dismissively. "What's yours is mine." She took credit for my accomplishments, which was even worse. I won first place in the school science fair after spending weeks making a solar system model. Madeline told Mom's friends at a dinner party how much she helped Evan. Mom smiled at Madeline as I sat motionless, knowing any protest would make me look petty. My role as a family problem solver and emotional support grew in high school. I defended Madeline when she was caught missing school to shop with friends. After Mom drank too much wine at neighborhood events, I made sure we got home safely. I handled bills and housework while Madeline and Mom focused on their social calendars. The public-private divide widened. The neighborhood saw us as the perfect single-mother home that handled divorce well. Madeline was the pretty popular daughter with leadership potential, and I was the quiet, conscientious son who never got into trouble. Behind closed doors, I noticed the dysfunction. Walking on eggshells due to Mom's mood swings, stressing over home obligations while building my future, and anger over Madeline's special treatment were hurting. When I was preparing for college, I felt foreign in my own home. I learned to keep my true feelings to myself, because they would be rejected if they broke Mom's family narrative. My true self was only outside our house with a few close friends who knew our family dynamic. I realized at 18 that leaving our toxic household was the only way forward. College applications were my secret escape plan to rebuild my life without oppressive expectations or feeling inferior to my sister. When college acceptance letters started arriving in my senior year of high school, I made a decision Mom and Madeline couldn't understand. Despite having grades and test scores for top colleges, I attended State University on a partial scholarship. The school had a great computer science program, but Mom's friends didn't think it was elite. "You're wasting your potential," Mom said when I decided. We sat at the dining room table with my admission letters. "Fairfield University has accepted you. That is where the Anderson son goes. Think of the relationships you could build." After her first year at Bryn Mawr College, Madeline returned home and expressed her dislike. I explained. "State University. Isn't that where folks go when they can't get into nicer places?" Scholarships eased financial burdens. The technology curriculum was well known, and the campus felt natural during my stay. I didn't mention that living 4 hours away from home and spending less on school helped me achieve financial independence. Mom bravely told her friends that I had many offers but chose State for their specialized curriculum. When discussing my university, Madeline was less polite, calling it Evans budget school. To support Madeline's education, Mom took out extra loans to pay the prestigious private school. I worked 18 hours a week at the school IT help desk and freelanced web development. The difference between our college experiences was stark. Madeline posted about sorority activities, weekend getaways with friends, and exotic spring break destinations on social media. Mom's photo was carefully designed to depict the perfect college experience she could proudly share with her friends. While juggling school and work, I made true friends who loved me for who I was, not my family background or what I could offer. Never before had I felt understood and valued. Long nights coding and a love of independent film brought me and my roommate Miles Carter together. I started dating journalism major Natalie Brooks, who saw through pretenses and loved honesty. My first serious argument with Madeline and Mom was during my first college Christmas break. I returned home for Thanksgiving with newfound freedom and self-worth. Madeline asked me to help her with a marketing class presentation, which caused tension. Not a simple proofreading or feedback session. She asked me to prepare the entire digital presentation while she shopped for a sorority formal. "I don't have time, Evan, and you're so brilliant with computers," she said, dropping her project requirements on my bed while I read. "It needs to be done by Sunday night." I finally declined. Madeline looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. "What do you mean, no?" I said. "I mean, no, I will not do your assignment for you. I have my own test to prepare for, and I'm meeting some high school classmates tomorrow." I was objective. Rage reddened Madeline's cheeks. "Are you serious now? It would take you 90 minutes max. Then you should have plenty of time to do it yourself," I read again. Slamming the door and pleading with Mom, who arrived in my room later that evening with a frown. "Evan, why don't you help your sister?" I breathed deeply and said, "Mom, I have my own stresses and duties. I work and study full-time. Madeline must finish schoolwork." Mom frowned. "That's selfish. Family helps. Your sister would help you if you asked." I replied, "I'm happy to review her work or give her feedback, but I won't do the assignment for her." Madeline had never offered to help me with anything significant, so I didn't bring it up. During Thanksgiving dinner, Mom's friends praised Madeline's performance at Bryn Mawr, but my academic accomplishments went unmentioned. I returned to college feeling remorse and relief. The shame was familiar from years of family relationships. The decision was fresh, and I became increasingly convinced that maintaining. Natalie grabbed my hand and said, "It's hard to change family patterns, but you did the right thing." Her support helped me keep setting limits, even on holidays. As sophomore year turned into junior year, these borders became clearer. I went home less often, citing work responsibilities. I had shorter phone calls with Mom and avoided Madeline's wants and needs. It felt liberating, but I knew there would be opposition. After graduation, I used my internship experience and good grades to land a promising job with a rising technology company in Austin, Texas. The job promised a respectable income, advancement opportunities, and most importantly, a 1,050-mile move from Connecticut. Part of me felt bad for moving so far, but a larger part saw it as a chance to define myself outside of my family dynamics. Madeline graduated from Bryn Mawr with a communications degree and high hopes of getting a lucrative job in public relations or marketing. Despite Mom's contacts and Madeline's internship at a local lifestyle magazine, full-time employment offers didn't come. These companies don't recognize talent when they see it, Madeline lamented during one of my phone calls with Mom. I am worth more than that. Madeline was supposed to recover and strategize with Mom after 4 months of unsuccessful job hunting. For months to 18 months, she worked part-time at high-end retail stores, quitting when it got too hard or below her abilities. Mom suggested, not so gently, that I help Madeline financially, or find her a job using my computer contacts. Evan, your sister is really struggling. Couldn't you talk to your firm about marketing positions? These questions made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to risk my professional image by suggesting Madeline, who was unqualified for my IT firm. My income was sufficient but not lavish, especially given Austin's rising cost of living and my diligent school debt repayment. My return home became more stressful. Vacations turned heated as Madeline's entitlement reached new heights. She wanted me to drive her around town when her car was running low on gas, fix everyone's technology, and listen to her rants about life being unfair. Madeline took my rental car without asking and returned it with an empty gas tank and a parking ticket under the visor one Christmas. I approached her, but she ignored me. You can afford it. It's not like you have anyone else to spend money on than yourself. Mom made excuses for Madeline and expected me to give in to keep the peace. Your sister is going through a difficult time right now, she'd say. Madeline cycled through jobs, apartments she couldn't afford, which Mom would help pay for, and relationships that ended when her partners grew tired of her selfishness. Each situation ended with frantic calls to me for advice, funds, or both. When Madeline's car broke down, I was supposed to investigate mechanics remotely and help pay for repairs. My girlfriend at the time, Claire Bennett, noticed the trend. You're always stressed after talking to your family, she said one evening after I got off a particularly painful conversation with Mom about Madeline's latest issue. It's like they drain all your energy. Claire didn't believe me when I said, "They're family," my decades-old response. Family shouldn't make you feel this way. Her comments touched me, but I wasn't ready to accept them. It took 18 months and many more events before I realized that my relationship with Mom and Madeline was unhealthy, and that my needs were always put last. The breaking point was nearing, but I didn't realize it yet. I had a good life in Austin, got a raise at work, and was considering buying a condo. My family made me feel smaller every time I saw them, as if no accomplishment or personal growth could change how they saw me, the reliable fixer who solved their problems. As Mom's birthday approached in spring, I planned a trip back to Connecticut, expecting family strife but promising to set boundaries. Little did I know that this visit would force me to make my hardest decision. I planned a 4-day weekend vacation back to Connecticut for Mom's birthday, which was on a Saturday. As my plane touched down near Bradley International Airport, I felt a familiar knot in my gut, the anxiety that usually comes with visits home. I had sent Mom a huge flower arrangement and brought a nicely wrapped silver bracelet she had seen online. From the outside, the house was perfectly maintained despite its financial burden, but something felt off as I walked up the driveway. Perhaps I was seeing my childhood house through adult eyes. Mom gave me her usual brief embrace. Evan, finally. I worried you'd miss your flight. You should clean up before Madeline's friends arrive for cocktails before dinner. No. How was your flight? Or, it's lovely to see you. Simple social instructions. I thought we were having a quiet dinner for your birthday, I murmured, placing my luggage in the entryway. Oh well, Madeline decided it would be good to have a genuine party. She invited several country club friends. Sloane Wilson and Avery Matthews were the Wilsons' daughters. They're dying to see you again. Neither of these people seemed excited to see me the first time, so I nodded and went upstairs to the guest room. Mom had turned my childhood bedroom into her office years earlier. Madeline arrived home an hour later. I was helping Mom make appetizers when she entered with shopping bags. Mom said, "Evan's here," pointlessly. Madeline stared at me like she just noticed me. She said, "Oh hey," without enthusiasm. "Please bring these bags up to my room. I need to get ready." No greeting, embrace, or acknowledgement. Only an immediate, unsaid request for help. "Hello to you too, Madeline," I said, placing cheese on a tray. "I'm a bit busy helping Mom right now." Madeline exhaled and brought her luggage upstairs, making as much noise as possible to express her disgust. She immediately inspected my appearance when she returned downstairs. "Is that what you are wearing tonight? You appear to be dressed for a day at work." Dark pants and a button-down top were perfect for a family birthday dinner. "Where's the problem with my outfit?" "Austin," she smirked. "Mom's friends are coming. You could make an effort." Before I could react, the doorbell rang, signaling the first guests. Even though Madeline said we had met at many social events, the next hour was a whirlwind of greetings and small talk with her friends, most of whom I had never met. With Mom's approval, I watched Madeline shine as the elegant hostess. I was the bartender, refilling drinks and ensuring everyone's comfort while Madeline ruled the living room. The breaking point was after dinner. When we returned to the living room for coffee and dessert, Madeline removed her heels and extended her legs. "These new shoes are killing me," she shouted. "They're Louis Vuitton though, so worth every blister." She looked at me in a corner ottoman. A faint, bitter smile crossed her lips. She shouted "Evan" to everyone. Many eyes looked at me as the room went silent. "Be a kind and clean my shoes before putting them away. The soles got a little muddy in the restaurant parking lot." The look Madeline used to establish power or remind me of my place in the family hierarchy was familiar from childhood. "Clean my shoes, slave," she taunted, expecting my approval or humiliation. "They cost more than your monthly rent, so be careful." Time slows. My relationship with Madeline and Mom became clear in that moment. I thought of years of being the family doormat, the reliable one who could withstand abuse and still show up. I expected the pattern to continue forever unless something changed. I got up, walked over, and grabbed the red shoes without saying anything. I kept eye contact with Madeline as I quietly entered the kitchen. I heard her laughing with her friends, probably making fun of me. I threw the expensive shoes into the huge garbage can through the kitchen's back door. A metallic clang was unexpectedly satisfying. Returning to the living room, I took my jacket off the coat rack and my car keys. "Evan, where do you go?" Mom shouted, noting my travel preparations. "I'm done," I said. "You're finished?" "The party isn't over, and you haven't had cake," Mom said, confused. "Not talking about the party. Stop treating me this way. Finished serving the family. She can rescue her shoes from the trash if they're so important." Madeline went from smug to worried. "What happened to my shoes?" She leapt from the couch. "They're in the trash where they belong, just like the way you've been treating me all these years." Mom ran over, blushing shamefully. "Evan, stop making a scene." Madeline was joking. "No, she wasn't, and you know it." I faced Madeline. "I'm no ATM. I am not your driver, tech support, or emotional scapegoat. I am your brother, and I deserve basic respect." "You're overreacting," Madeline said, looking around at her friends who were watching the incident with unease. "Perhaps I am. Perhaps I am now reacting correctly after years of not sticking up for myself." I faced Mom. "I love you, but I can't do this anymore. The continual enabling, the double standards, and the assumption that I'll always be available to solve everything while being treated like a second-class family member." Mom was shaking. "Evan, please. Let's not do this now with guests here. I apologize for the timing. I really am, but I have to go now." Madeline spoke again, and wrath replaced awe. "Are you simply going to throw a tantrum and leave? Evan, you're so mature. What about Mom's birthday?" "Happy birthday, Mom," I said, placing the tiny wrapped box on the entryway table. "I hope you like the bracelet." Mom shouted after me and Madeline yelled at me for being such a jerk as I left. I backed out of the driveway in my rental car and left my childhood home, feeling mixed emotions. Regret for the past. Anger at my treatment. I regret disrupting Mom's birthday. However, there is relaxation. I stayed at an airport hotel, rescheduled my ticket for the next morning, and contemplated what happened. For the first time as an adult, I stood up to Madeline and Mom without giving in to their guilt games. It was terrifying and empowering. As I fell asleep in the bland hotel room, I realized my family would never be the same. A line was crossed, for better or worse. The next morning's return to Austin was hazy. I felt hollow but lighter as I watched clouds pass under the plane from the window. My phone had 31 missed calls and 19 text messages from Mom but none from Madeline when I unlocked my apartment. The texts ranged from angry, "I can't believe you would embarrass me like this," to pleading, "Please call me back. We need to discuss this," to guilt-inducing, "I raised you better than this." I muted my phone and set it face down on my coffee table, needing space to process everything. I contacted my supervisor and requested 2 personal days, vaguely stating that I was dealing with a family matter. Then I let myself experience all my years of feelings in the silence of my flat. The voice in my brain, which sounded suspiciously like Mom, questioned my choice to walk away. But as the hours turned into days, other feelings surfaced. Anger after years of mistreatment, sadness because I had never had a loving family relationship. And eventually I felt relieved that I had finally stood up for myself. After missing our Monday night basketball game, my friend Gavin Reynolds called me Tuesday night to check in. "Is everything okay, man?" I told him everything, from years of family dynamics to Madeline's behavior and the shoe incident. It was the first time I'd explained the pattern. "Sounds like you did what you had to do," Gavin said after I finished. "Family is important, but not at the expense of your self-respect." His simple validation meant more than he realized. Over the next few days, I shared abbreviated versions with other friends, each conversation solidifying my decision to distance myself from family. I finally texted, "Mom, I need some time and space. I'm safe and sound, but I won't be in touch for a while. Please respect this boundary." She responded immediately. "This is extremely hurtful, Evan. We are family. We should be able to talk things out." I was silent. The first week without contact was hardest. Before recalling our situation, I'd use my phone to share news or ask Mom a question. Whether she was okay or Madeline's latest crisis was over worried me. Embedded responsibility was difficult to overcome. My second week without family coincided with a major work project. I focused on coding, problem solving, and teamwork. My boss noticed my shift in focus. "Whatever you did during those personal days worked," said. "You seem more present, more confident in your decisions." He was right. Not dealing with family drama and emotional manipulation gave me more energy for daily life. Better sleep came. Under work and family stress, my apartment was a refuge. I sought family dynamics therapy by the 3rd week. Finding a therapist was scary but necessary. Dr. Catherine Hale specializes in family trauma and boundaries. My first session was mostly about sharing my history, but it was cathartic. "What you're describing sounds like a classic family system with rigid roles," I said. "You were assigned the roles of helper and fixer, while your sister played the role of the entitled one who requires repair. These patterns are resistant to change because they serve a purpose for the family, even if they harm individuals. So, what should I do?" "You've already taken the first step by creating distance and setting a boundary," she said. "Now we work on maintaining that boundary without guilt and processing the complex emotions that come with changing family dynamics." Over the next few weeks, I regularly attended therapy to learn about emotional manipulation, enabling behavior, and healthy and unhealthy family systems. I began to recognize that my feelings were valid, my reactions reasonable, and my desire for respect legitimate. I was praised for my contributions to our latest product launch and assigned to mentor a new developer on our team, which boosted my confidence even more. My social life thrived without family emergencies. I joined a weekend hiking group, went to concerts with friends, and even resumed dating, meeting Harper Collins at a KOO. After a few weeks of dating, Harper asked about my family, and I explained without emotion. "We're not in touch." I needed boundaries after years of unhealthy dynamics. Though difficult, it was necessary. She nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I had a toxic relationship with my older brother for years." Her understanding confirmed what I learned in therapy. Healthy relationships require respect, boundaries, and reciprocity. My relationship with Mom and Madeline lacked all 3. Peace arrived unexpectedly as weeks turned into months, then 2. Waiting for the next family crisis call was no longer stressful. I slept well, enjoyed my food, and felt more present in my life. Dr. Hale noticed. "You're carrying yourself differently," she said 8 weeks after the incident. "Uprighter, more grounded." "I feel lighter," I said. "Like I've put down a weight I've been carrying so long I forgot it was there." That's what happens when we stop taking responsibility for others' emotions and choices, she said. This frees up energy for our lives. That energy took many forms. I started coding a long-planned side project. Instead of neutral tones to avoid making decisions, I repainted my apartment in colors I liked. I adopted a cat from the local shelter to care for someone on my terms, with mutual affection rather than obligation. Not everything went smoothly. Some days I doubted my decision, when a song or memory made me miss my family. Over time, those moments became rarer and less intense. I didn't realize my peace and growth would end. I wasn't done with family patterns I left. 9 weeks after leaving Connecticut, my phone would flood with calls forcing me to reaffirm my boundaries in the hardest way. Wednesday night's calls began. My phone vibrated on the counter while Harper and I cooked dinner. Mom's name appeared 3 times on the screen. Each time I silenced it to maintain my no-contact boundary. "Everything okay?" Harper asked, sensing my tension. "Just my mom calling. She persists despite knowing I need space." During dinner, calls became voicemails. I tried to focus on our conversation and the simple pleasure of eating with a respected person, but the notifications kept interrupting me. Curiosity took over after Harper left. I checked my voicemail expecting guilt trips or demands. The first few messages were typical. "Evan, this is your mother, call me back." "Evan, I don't get your stubbornness." Later messages had a very different tone. "Evan, this is serious. Sister's in trouble. Big trouble this time. I beg Evan, call me back. Madeline needs aid. Need your help." Mom's open sobbing in the final message at 10:55 that night surprised me. "Evan, please. What should I do? Madeline is accused of fraud. Something about her social media promotions and taking money without providing services. Lawyers are involved. She may be charged. Call me back. I called 57 times. Please." Sitting on my couch with my phone, I felt family duty. This was the kind of crisis that would have sent me running to the rescue, dropping everything to research legal options, possibly lending money I couldn't afford to lose, and putting my life on hold to manage someone else's self-created disaster. Now things were different. Madeline's problem didn't surprise me now that I had perspective. Her social media presence had shifted to lifestyle brand promotions and partnerships in the past year. She offered her followers exclusive products and experiences for a fee as an influencer with luxury brand connections. Naturally, I remembered her posts promising luxury skincare packages, weekend getaways, and fashion consultations. Since Madeline always overpromised and underdelivered, it was inevitable that she would be caught. I slept poorly that night, fighting old programming and new boundaries. The next morning I called Dr. Catherine Hale to schedule an afternoon emergency session. "You're at a crossroads," she said after I explained. "This is exactly the type of crisis that would typically pull you back into old patterns." "Part of me feels like I should help," I said. "My sister, after all." "What would help look like here?" Dr. Hale asked. "What does your mother want from you?" I considered the cost. Legal fees, help navigating the legal system, emotional support for both of them, time off work to be there physically, financial strain, potential impact on my job if I took unexpected time off. Emotional drain of being back in that environment. Likely little appreciation for whatever I did contribute. Dr. Hale nodded. "Those are important considerations, but what would be helpful for Madeline long term?" This question struck me. I was so trained to help my sister immediately that I rarely considered the long-term effects. I guess facing the consequences of her actions might actually force her to make different choices going forward. She said, "That's an insightful observation. Allowing people to experience the natural consequences of their behavior is sometimes the most caring thing we can do. We learn and grow that way." I understood my response after the session. I wrote Mom a thoughtful message that night. "I received your Madeline legal issues messages. I'm sorry she's struggling. I won't help financially or manage this crisis at home. Slave is building his life. Madeline must take responsibility for her actions and choices as an adult. She should ask the State Bar Association for fraud lawyers if she needs legal help." The reply was swift. "I'm shocked you'd leave your family when we need you. Evan, this is serious. Your sister may be charged." I breathed deeply and said, "I know it's serious. That doesn't change my mind. No one is abandoned. Choosing not to enable behavior that caused this situation. I hope Madeline gets good legal representation and learns from this." Mom texted, This is how you repay us, by turning your back when we're in crisis. I expected this guilt trip to work on me, but now I saw it for what it was, an attempt to force me back into my role. I love you, Mom, but I must clarify. This won't involve me. This concludes my discussion. Best of luck with the resolution. I turned off my phone that night to avoid the incoming messages. I turned it on the next morning to find more desperate texts and voicemails. Mom went from guilt to anger to bargaining, offering to start over if I helped with this crisis. Conflicting emotions were strong. Guilt for not helping sooner, concerned about Madeline, rage that they only contacted me when they needed something. Deep down, I knew I was making the right choice for everyone. I wrote Mom another message over breakfast. Much thought has gone into this. I can give you the name and number of a Connecticut fraud lawyer, but not in the way you want. Just a referral, no money or homecoming. Want it? Let me know. No one responded that day or the next. I kept working, seeing friends, getting to know Harper, and going to therapy. The silence from Connecticut was both relieving and worrying. Mom texted a week later. Just, send the lawyer's information. No kindness or respect for my boundaries. I connected Madeline with a well-reviewed attorney who specialized in her case. Thank you, he said abruptly. Though small, it was a change. Mom taking my help instead of demanding. A small but important step in our family history. Mom sent me brief updates over the weeks. Madeline hired a family friend's lawyer, not mine. She cooperated with the investigation. The situation was managed. I responded to updates with simple responses while staying away. Thanks for letting me know. I hope it works out. Nothing that would set the old dynamics in motion. Dr. Catherine Hale called this detached concern, caring about the outcome but not taking responsibility. It was a new skill that let me wish my family well without risking my health. Mom sent me a longer message 4 months after Madeline's legal issues. Madeline's case has been resolved. She will pay customers restitution and serve 18 months on probation. No jail time. She returned to live with me while she decides what to do. We've both been woken up by this. These words lingered with me. Wake-up call. I got exactly what I wanted but didn't expect. Whether it would change anything was unclear, but it was a start. I'm glad to hear the case has been resolved, I said. I hope this fresh start brings positive changes for both of you. Mom said, I hope so too. And Evan, I've been reflecting on what you said when you left about respect. You deserved better than the way we treated you. I am sorry. I never expected Mom to say, I'm sorry. But it was a step forward and a crack in the wall of denial that had circled our family for so long. Thank you for saying that, I say. It means a lot. After the conversation, I changed my view of true support and my relationship with my family. Sometimes the most caring thing we can do for others is to let them face the consequences of their actions and believe they can solve their own problems. It would be months before I saw Mom and Madeline again, and our relationship would never be the same. However, respect rather than obligation and manipulation may improve it. 8 months passed before I seriously considered returning to Connecticut. Mom and I started texting and calling weekly. The conversations were superficial. Weather updates. Basic life events. Nothing personal or contentious. By then Madeline had completed 4 months of probation, made initial restitution payments to those she had defrauded, and was working a regular job at a local marketing firm, an entry-level position she had previously considered beneath her. Mom said, she's more humble now. More aware of how her actions affect others. I wanted to believe it. But years of seeing Madeline's temporary reforms followed by entitled behavior made me wary. Real change takes consistent effort and genuine insight. Harper and I moved in together and shared a larger apartment with my cat Milo and her dog Cooper. I was promoted to lead developer at work because I was able to focus on my career without family distractions. Dr. Hale and I had reduced our sessions to once a month, focusing on boundaries and personal growth, rather than crisis management. She suggested a controlled family reconnection during one session. You've established healthy boundaries, she said. You've processed a lot of pain and found ways to maintain your autonomy. What kind of family relationship do you want in the future? I had both happy and sad memories of Mom and Madeline, my only immediate family, but I wanted our relationship to be based on mutual respect rather than servitude. After careful consideration and discussion with Harper, I decided to spend the weekend in Connecticut. I set clear parameters. I would stay in a hotel rather than at Mom's house, I would rent a car, and I would set aside specific times for family interaction rather than being available 24/7. Mom was surprised by these conditions, but she accepted them without question. A symbol of change. We planned for me to visit in April, 11 months after the shoe incident that changed our relationship. This flight to Connecticut was different. Instead of dread, I felt cautious optimism and the knowledge that I could leave at any time if boundaries were violated. I had a return ticket, a hotel room, and a partner who supported my decision and provided emotional support. The first day, Mom and I met for lunch at a restaurant, which was a neutral setting for us to get to know each other. She looked older and more subdued. Her designer outfit was less ostentatious, and she seemed happy to see me. "You look well, Evan," she said after an awkward hug. "Happy?" "I am happy," I said. "Life is balanced. Work and relationship are good." After small talk, Mom mentioned the elephant in the room. "I owe you a proper apology," she said, setting down her fork. "Not just for what happened on my birthday, but for years of, well, not seeing you, not valuing you the way I should have." I was shocked. "What brought this on?" I asked curiously. "Therapy," she said, smiling. "After everything with Madeline's legal issues, I began seeing someone. She's helped me recognize patterns I wasn't aware of previously." Lunchtime conversation was more open than in years, if ever. Mom admitted that she favored Madeline after Dad left, ignoring my dependability and allowing her worst tendencies. She didn't apologize or minimize the damage, simply accepting her role in our dysfunctional family. "I can't change the past," she said after eating. "But I'd like to try to build something healthier moving forward." I said, "If you're willing, I'd like that too," and meant it. Meeting Madeline was harder. The three of us agreed to dinner at Mom's the next night. I found Madeline helping in the kitchen in a way I had never seen before. Her greeting was stiff and orchestrated. "Hello, Evan. Thank you for coming." Just awkward politeness, no smirk or sharp remark. I noticed Madeline's subtle but significant changes during dinner. I answered her work questions and she listened. Without complaining or boasting, she discussed her job. Madeline didn't apologize when Mom mentioned her restitution payments. "It's going to take a long time to pay everyone back," I said, "but it's the right thing to do." Madeline requested a private conversation after dinner. We sat in the same chairs on the back porch where we had ice cream cones as kids. "I need to apologize for how I've treated you," she said uncertainly. "The shoes were awful, but it wasn't the only thing. It was years of taking advantage of you, disrespecting you, and treating you as if you were less valuable than me." I listened without interrupting, noticing that Madeline used emotion rather than calculation for the first time in our adult lives. "The legal trouble was terrifying," she said. "But perhaps I needed that wake-up call when you refused to intervene and fix everything. I was furious at first, but then I realized you were correct. I had to face the consequences of my own decisions." "That couldn't have been easy," I said. She nods. "It wasn't. But it forced me to mature in ways I should have done years ago." She looked at me. "I don't expect us to become best friends overnight or ever, but let me show you I'm improving." There were awkward moments and old habits threatened to return, but both sides tried to change. Before I left Connecticut, we set new family boundaries: regular but limited communication, no financial or crisis management expectations, and acknowledging progress while being realistic about the remaining work. In the months that followed, Mom might guilt trip or Madeline might make an entitled remark, but I now had the tools to confront them directly, rather than accommodating them. Surprisingly, they were often open to feedback. However, the biggest change was within me. I no longer defined myself by my family role or my ability to solve others' problems. I built my life on genuine connection, meaningful work, and mutual respect in all relationships. Harper and I went to Connecticut 15 months after the shoe incident. It wasn't easy introducing her to my family, but it went better than I expected. Mom made a genuine effort to get to know her without judgment or comparisons. Madeline expressed interest in Harper's graphic design work without making it about herself. Small steps, but significant ones. That visit confirmed what had changed. My family was learning to accept me for who I was, not who they thought I should be, and I was learning to love them without losing myself. Harper asked me a question on our Austin apartment balcony that made me think. "Do you regret throwing away your shoes and being so confrontational?" "Not for a second," I agreed. "It was messy and painful, but necessary. Breaking bad habits can be the most loving thing you can do for yourself and others." The path from family doormat to respected person was difficult. There was uncertainty, backsliding, and difficult emotions. But from the other side, I saw its importance. Blood or obligations do not define true family. Mutual respect, honesty, and authenticity underpin it. Breaking toxic patterns may be painful, but that type of family may require it. Sometimes people should be left to face their actions rather than rescued. Occasionally, it means building something better from what wasn't working. The future of my relationship with Mom and Madeline is uncertain. We're taking it day by day, acknowledging our progress but facing the challenges ahead. I'm confident that whatever happens, I'll face it as a whole person, not as a needs or expectations person. When dealing with toxic family dynamics, remember you deserve respect. Setting limits isn't selfish. Everyone's growth requires it. The journey is hard, but the peace at the end is worth it. Have you had to set tough family boundaries? Your breaking point? Comment below with your experience. If this story inspired you, like and subscribe for more real-life stories about overcoming adversity. Thanks for listening. Remember that discarding shoes or toxic expectations can lead to better things.